Lair of Bigfoot by Keith Robinson. Book 17 in the Island of Fog series. Prologue. "Can't believe we're dragging this sorry piece of junk out," a goblin grumbled. "Thought we were going to break it up." He was one of 4 strong fellows tasked with carrying the rickety machine out of the barn. It had long wooden posts inserted all the way through, so they had something easy to grab hold of. Miss Simone sighed. "I've already told you, and I'm not going to explain it again. Do as I ask, will you please?" The goblins shuffled off with the fog machine. It had a small engine mounted underneath, but otherwise it was all wooden supports, cogs and wheels, bindings to hold it together, leather bags slung along one side, and a huge set of bellows. Watching it go, Miss Simone was filled with nostalgia, and she smiled. At that moment, the shapeshifters dropped in to visit. The giant shadow gave them away, and then the steady thumping of wings. She turned to find the huge dragon descending on her. Hal landed with a thud. On his back were 8 other shapeshifters, all clinging to their perches on his knobbed spine. They had small backpacks and bottles and seemed ready for a few days away. This made her smile even more. "Looks like you're all set," Emily called down to her. "We already said goodbye to our parents, and we thought we'd come by to see you as well. Why are you here, at this old barn?" "And why are those goblins carrying that old fog machine off?" Abigail asked. "They're not going to destroy it, are they?" Miss Simone shook her head. "They'd like to, but no. I'm putting it back to work." The shapeshifters stared blankly at her. Although she'd explained this a dozen times to the goblins and also to the council and a bunch of parents around the town, she didn't mind repeating herself one more time to this group of 12-year-olds. No, wait, they were 13 now. In fact, they'd be 14 this month. How time flew. "I'm running the shapeshifter program on the island again," she said. A gasp filled the air. "Seriously?" Robbie said. "Why?" "Because it remains the best way to create shapeshifters." "Not the quickest, though," Thomas argued. "I don't get it. You figured out how to turn people into shapeshifters overnight. Been there, done that. Why bother with the fog machine and the island?" Miss Simone walked around to Hal's side and ran a hand across his reptilian shoulder as she looked up at the passengers. "And do you remember the problem with that method?" The red-headed boy frowned and shook his head. Emily jumped in with the answer. "I know. It's not enough to transform like you're putting on a costume, like those scrags did at the castle in Broden. You have to know how to do the things you're supposed to do, like fly high in the sky, swim deep underwater, and especially speak the language. But it was different for us growing up on the island. When we first transformed, I had the Naga language at the back of my mind. Dewey could speak centaur. Robbie knew ogre. Hal could talk to dragons. The scrags who became shapeshifters overnight in Broden didn't have any of that knowledge." Dewey spoke up. "Right. The point of being shapeshifters is so we can understand the centaurs and the Naga and the rest, not just with language, but how they feel, how they see the world. We're supposed to be emissaries, and we can only do that if we're halfway on their side." "Yup," Emily said. "So while being an overnight shapeshifter is convenient, it's not the same as being a proper shapeshifter." Miss Simone felt her heart swell with pride. "That's correct. And I'm hoping that, after your visit to the mountains over the next several days, we'll have a few Bigfoots and Yetis as friends, and then we can perhaps get a drop of their blood and create some Bigfoot and Yeti shapeshifters. But I want to do that the right way, because those creatures have a very long history in both Old and New Earth. They're smart and—" "As far as you know," Thomas remarked. He reddened when he realized how rude that sounded. "I mean, you've never actually met one. That's why we're going." "Indeed," Miss Simone agreed. "By the time you get back, I expect the fog will be pumping through to the island, and we'll have a number of applicants lined up for the program." People are actually volunteering to spend 8 years on the foggy island, Fenton said doubtfully. Goodness, no. This will be a 2-month program with a mixture of age groups rather than newborn babies. It always works better with children, and it'll be a couple of months of fog, and then done. The island is private, away from the invasive magic of New Earth. I think the procedure will stick better, and I'm hoping some of the deep-seated inner memories and instincts will transfer as they did for you. But why the fog, though? Thomas asked. We don't have a virus to worry about anymore. Miss Simone was beginning to think Thomas would make a great goblin, the way he grumbled about everything. I'm including winged creatures in the program. The fog will dampen their flight. Nobody wants 8-year-olds getting frightened at their first transformation and shooting off into the sky in a panic. Thomas scoffed again. How is that frightening? Judging by the looks they all gave him, everyone shared the same thought, that Thomas was a prime example of an unprepared shapeshifter transforming for the first time and dashing off in a panic. At 6 years old, he'd accidentally run out of the woods and off a cliff. Others, with wings, might hurl themselves into the sky and quickly spin out of control. She couldn't let the program fizzle due to an accident like that. A few safety precautions would help keep it all under control. Well, I think it's cool, Lauren said. I bet there'll be plenty of volunteers. Oh, plenty, Miss Simone said. The 9 of you are an inspiration. The only problem is the vetting process. It's mind-numbingly boring. Abigail laughed. Well, we can't wait to see the island back to its former glory. Can we visit? Perhaps, but not unannounced. Maybe I'll let you walk around there in a few days before we start the program. Now, until then, remember, Hal, don't go swooping in when you visit the Bigfoots and Yetis, or you'll scare them into hiding. We know, Darcy assured her. The mountain has 2 peaks, Miss Simone went on, a double summit, land between them. That's called the saddle. Walk up the forested side first, understand? That's where I believe the Bigfoots are. Don't you mean big feet? Thomas said. Miss Simone sighed. We could argue about that all day. Is it big feet or Bigfoots? Yeti or Yetis? Let's stick with simple plurals, so Bigfoots and Yetis, okay? They all agreed, though she had the feeling they weren't relishing the walk up a mountain. But it was important to approach with caution. Be careful and good luck, she added. Thanks, Miss Simone, most of them chorused. Hal nodded and made a chuffing sound, then began flapping his wings. He took off shortly after, and Miss Simone watched him go, marveling at the power and sheer spectacle of a monstrous dragon. Make friends with Bigfoots and Yetis, she murmured, as the shapeshifters shot away into the early morning daylight. Chapter 1. Wood-knocking. Are we there yet? Robbie called. Hal grinned, but kept his eyes on the trail. We've been climbing this stupid hill for 5 hours, so we have to be about halfway by now. Wait, what? Only halfway? A few titters swept through the group. He's messing with you, Robbie, Lauren said. But then, after a pause, she added, We're not even a quarter of the way yet. That brought more chuckles. Still, although the mood appeared light on the surface, Hal knew they were all wondering the same thing. Were they making a huge mistake trying to creep up the mountain? He didn't want to bring it up again and start an argument, but his aching leg muscles demanded it was worth another try. I see a clearing ahead, he said, his tone conversational. You know, just in case you all changed your mind. I'm with you, Thomas growled. Yep, Fenton panted. Of them all, he was the most out of breath, and he'd lagged behind the rest of the group since they'd started up the slopes that morning. Before anyone else could chime in, Emily sighed and repeated Miss Simone's clear instructions. Guys, how many more times? They'll see us. We're supposed to quietly observe, not leap in and frighten them all to death. Suppose they frighten us to death, Robbie countered. Suppose they jump out and crack our skulls. That reminded Hal of the bigger question. Being stealthy was one thing, but were they making a huge mistake in coming here at all? Yeah, they're the experts at creeping around the woods, Thomas said. They could be watching us at this very moment. How is that any different from flying straight up there? We could have saved ourselves days of climbing through mist and rain. Really, Thomas? Emily retorted. Days? Not even 5 hours, actually. And it was only misty at the foot of the mountain. A resounding crack echoed through the woods, causing everyone to freeze. Hal tensed and automatically scoped out his immediate surroundings, looking for a spot large enough to transform if he needed to. He edged away from his friends, knowing he needed a bit of distance to avoid knocking them off their feet, when his massive reptilian bulk materialized out of thin air. They all stood in silence, listening hard. Where there had been the constant chirping of birds and scampering of rodents, now it was a deadly stillness, as if the wildlife had paused in alarm. Any chance that was a squirrel cracking a twig? Dewey said, breaking the silence. Yeah, a squirrel the size of a deer, Robbie retorted. Abigail blinked at him. Why not just say a deer? Shh, Emily hissed. Guys, the whole point of creeping up this mountain is to arrive without being detected. Don't spoil our efforts now. They all listened intently again. Hal half expected to hear the same noise again, but instead a howl drifted through the trees. He cringed and hunkered lower as the eerie sound faded. Then another resounding crack. Both sounds came from the same place somewhere higher up the slopes, thankfully quite a distance away. Continuing their climb seemed foolhardy at this point. Thomas whispered, We should fly the rest of the way. Better still, Robbie muttered, we should fly back home. As a muted argument got underway, Emily hushed them all and, in a low and fierce voice, said, We're shapeshifters. We can take care of ourselves. Miss Simone wouldn't have sent us if she thought otherwise. We're here to observe, not fight. We need to be respectful, stay quiet, and hopefully catch a glimpse. Okay, Darcy said, but what if we're seen? What if they attack us? Nobody really knows what these creatures are capable of. They can't be worse than trolls, Emily argued. Robbie took care of trolls pretty much on his own once, and we have Hal. Her reasoning calmed the group somewhat. What was all that noise about, though? Lauren asked. It sounded like someone banging a stick on a tree. Thomas scoffed at her. A stick? More like a massive log. And that howl, Darcy added with a shudder. That was pretty creepy. Not like a wolf, more like a giant man. Bigfoot, Abigail whispered. They all went quiet again. Nobody doubted for a second that the noises were caused by the legendary creature itself. This was, after all, the entire reason for the arduous trek up the mountain. But it was one thing to be told stories about wood-knocking and strangely primitive howls. Actually, hearing them up close was far more disturbing. Are they warning us off? Emily wondered aloud. If so, they're onto us, but maybe they were simply talking to each other. Funny way of talking, Thomas muttered. No different than ogres, Hal said. That's what you do when the person you're talking to is across the other side of the woods. They listened for a bit longer, then resumed their journey. The need for chit-chat had deserted them, and they climbed the trail with very few comments, gazes fixed on the trees ahead and all around. Hal's stomach rumbled. It had to be late afternoon by now, though it was impossible to tell without studying the exact position of the sun. The dazzling glare filtering through the leafy canopy from his left was definitely lower than before, but he had no horizon to use as a frame of reference. He smiled to himself. Using the horizon as a frame of reference was something they'd all learned over the past couple of years since arriving in New Earth. Back on the foggy island where they'd grown up, the sun had been a faint haze at best, useless for judging the time of the day. But their stomachs had guided them fairly well, leading them home at about the right time for dinner. Despite all the tricks he'd learned about the sun's position and the length of shadows it cast, simple hunger remained the most reliable timepiece. "Anyone else ready to eat?" he asked at last. Several muttered their agreement, especially Robbie, but Emily insisted they keep going for a bit longer. They'd travelled light. Hal had flown them from Carter to the foot of the slumbering highlands, a half-day's ride to the north. There, they'd established a rudimentary base camp and left most of their gear hanging off the branches of a tree where the majority of the wildlife wouldn't notice. They'd set off up the trail around late morning, exuberant at first. Grim determination took over soon after, and then boredom. At least the wood-knocking and howls added interest to their slog. "How many Bigfoots are there, do you think?" Thomas said at last. Not even Miss Simone had been able to answer that. She felt there were more than one simply because of the reported wood-knocking and howls, as if they were communicating with each other. That could mean there was a whole community of them. Or just a couple. All she knew for sure was that Bigfoots lived on the forested peak, and Yetis lived next door on the snowy slopes. A bad smell wafted over them all, and they abruptly stopped and wrinkled their noses in disgust. "What is that?" Dewey whispered. "Smells like something's died." "Yeah, in the bushes," Robbie agreed. "That's gross. It's like a cross between a dead rodent and—" He sniffed and frowned. "And another dead rodent." "You mean it smells doubly bad?" Hal said with a chuckle. Thomas looked like he was ready to barf. "It's worse than that. It smells like a skunk taking a bath in 2 dead rodents' liquefied remains." "Oh, gross!" Lauren snapped. "Enough!" It was pretty pungent. They all held their noses and, scowling, proceeded with caution in case they stumbled upon something nasty underfoot. The stench lingered for another 5 minutes before starting to fade, or maybe their assailed nostrils got used to it. Either way, the fresher air blowing across the hill was a huge relief. "Oh, what's that?" Darcy hissed. Somehow, half the group had already passed by whatever it was she pointed at, off to the side. "What do you suppose made it?" "Bigfoot, obviously," Emily muttered as Fenton, Lauren, and Dewey crowded close to peer through a gap in the vegetation. Hal, Abigail, Robbie, and Thomas backtracked a little. Beyond a clump of bushes, a dozen thin saplings had been uprooted, their tops snapped clean off, and the trunks stacked in a crisscrossing manner to form a triangular structure. Vines had been woven throughout, tying it together and giving it a natural vibe, as if created by the forest itself. "Okay, so we know this is supposed to mark their territory," Emily said, in a voice so low that Hal had to strain to hear. "We don't know anything," Abigail argued. "That's why we're here, to learn." "Why build it off to the side, out of sight?" Dewey wondered. "Why not next to the trail so we can see it? What's the point of a territorial marker most travelers wouldn't spot?" "There's another one over here," Robbie called. Everybody fiercely shushed him. But he was right. A very similar stack had been constructed at about the same distance away on the other side of the trail, again easy to miss. "So our trail goes straight through the middle," Lauren said. "That kind of worries me." "Yeah," Robbie said, rubbing his chin. "It's like they built gate posts, only without the gate." "And without the fence," Thomas said. "I want to go see if there are more." "Thomas," Emily said. But it was too late. The red-headed boy abruptly transformed, and a second later, his manticore form dashed off into the trees. Abigail sprouted her insectoid wings through the fabric of her silky, smart clothes. With a noisy buzz, she set off to the left. "I'll check this way. Back in a mo." Emily clicked her tongue with annoyance. "We're supposed to be incognito, a group of regular people. If we're being watched—" There was no point complaining, though. The cat was already out of the bag, which was fitting since Thomas was a large, red-furred feline. Mixed with a giant scorpion's tail and a distinctly human face. He was gone for a minute, then came scampering back, a dash of bright red in the dark greens of the foliage. "There are more weird structures farther around the slope," he said, as he reverted to human form. "I guess they are like fence posts, only without the actual fence." Abigail returned not long after to make a similar report while she retracted her wings. "Okay," Emily said, pursing her lips, "so we're now entering Bigfoot territory for real. We need to be quiet, guys." "Or we need to turn around and go home," Lauren suggested. "I'm not worried for myself because I can fly." She trailed off and looked skyward, where the thick canopy of branches and leaves almost fully blocked their view of the sky. Well, maybe. Hal had been keeping up with the lack of launching room since the start. "That's why I mentioned that clearing we passed. Not sure when we'll get another chance to fly out of this place." "We always have your fire," Robbie said with a nervous grin. "You can burn a hole to fly through." That was way easier said than done. Hal imagined directing his flames at the canopy of branches. What if, instead of creating a handy gap to launch out of, he ended up with an inferno of burning foliage that would roast his passengers in no time? "Let's keep moving," Emily said. "But seriously, guys, no talking, okay?" Nobody was sure who'd put her in charge, but she seemed to have taken the reins on this mission. That was okay, though. Still, Hal wished he'd insisted they stop for a snack before stepping into Bigfoot territory, but Emily wore the small backpack containing the food, so they trudged in silence. The well-worn trail was a bit of a puzzle considering it led into peril. Maybe passers-by were safe from attack as long as they kept on moving and minded their own business. That, of course, probably suggested Bigfoots were intelligent, choosing not to pick off weary travelers in case they invited attention and even retribution. The question of whether or not the creatures were smart had been open to debate for a long time. Miss Simone was convinced they were, but that didn't automatically make them friendly. Quite the opposite, in fact. She'd compared them to ogres. Those 30-foot shaggy giants lacked the gumption to be stealthy, weren't savvy enough to lay traps, and were too dim-witted to be outright mean. Bigfoots, on the other hand, might be closer to people in intelligence, and people could be very cunning and dangerous when threatened. Hal mulled this over for the 100th time as he plodded onward up the slope, trying to ignore his aching leg muscles. Abigail kept pace beside him. A volley of extra-loud crack noises stopped them in their tracks. It was the wood-knocking again, only much closer now. The heavy beating of a log on a tree trunk echoed all around, but the shapeshifters pinpointed the source somewhere off to their right, and they all ducked low. Moments later, the racket ceased. "Do you see anything?" Emily whispered. Nobody answered, which Hal took to mean nobody saw a thing. But the woods were thick, and random hillocks as well as dense thickets could easily mask the location of a watching Bigfoot. Hal sniffed the air. Another dead thing? There seemed to be a lot of carcasses lying around in the bushes. He hoped there wouldn't soon be 9 more. "Why are we so nervous?" Abigail murmured. "We've dealt with bigger threats than this. We're shapeshifters." "I think the legend is getting in our heads," Hal replied. "We've seen worse. Only thing is, we were only supposed to observe, but I think our cover is blown." "It's been blown for hours," Robbie muttered from behind him. He abruptly stood up and said a little louder, "Come on, gang, they know we're here. Let's introduce ourselves and—" A sporadic crashing caused Hal to leap up and throw himself at Robbie. The two of them tumbled to the ground as a head-sized rock hurtled toward them. It shot past and continued whipping and smashing through bushes as it went, and because it was aimed downhill, it bounced and rolled for what seemed like ages until the sounds receded into the distance. Robbie's face reddened in anger. "That could have killed me," he yelled as he started to get back on his feet. "That was the point, you idiot," Thomas retorted. Fenton crawled over and yanked Robbie back under cover. "Have you lost your mind?" he hissed. "Shut up. and let the grown-ups think." At the rear of the group, Darcy said, "Yes, Robbie, what's got into you? That was the sort of nonsense I'd expect from Thomas, not you." "Hey!" Thomas protested. Emily held up her hands. "Everybody shush! My goodness, it's like being on a school picnic with a bunch of squabbling 6-year-olds. At last, there was calm. They listened carefully, peering over and around bushes in their attempts to spot the hulking figure of a Bigfoot. Hal knew without a shadow of doubt that the flying rock had been a warning, if not a direct attack, and the message was clear: trespassers beware. What should they do? Spying on Bigfoots wasn't an option now, nor, it seemed, was introducing themselves as friendly visitors. Then again, Miss Simone had sent the shapeshifters on a mission, and running away was out of the question. He twisted around to face everyone. "Robbie's right." Robbie brightened. "I am? Yeah. We need to quit lurking in these bushes and introduce ourselves. And if they throw more rocks, we'll just have to show them what we are. Once they know they can't chase us off, maybe they'll be willing to sit down and invite us to dinner." "As long as we're not on the menu," Dewey said. "I heard they might be cannibals." Hal ignored him. "Okay, so Robbie should go first. He's the most like them, being an ogre, but he's bigger, and if he transforms in plain sight, that should make it pretty clear we're not to be messed with. Maybe the Bigfoots will think we're all ogre shapeshifters." "Except for Thomas and Abigail," Fenton growled, "who showed themselves earlier." Hal ignored him as well. "Right, stay down, everyone. Robbie, do your thing." Robbie nodded and drew himself up the best he could in his crouched position. "I've got this. You all sit tight while I take control of the situation. Nobody's going to mess with an ogre. I tackled trolls once and they—" "Robbie, shut up and get on with it," Abigail interrupted. The tall, skinny, tousled-haired boy nodded again. He seemed the most unlikely person to stand up against the legendary Bigfoot, but that was what the shapeshifters did best: work together and pool their resources as a unified team. He climbed to his feet. And everyone else ducked out of sight. Chapter 2. A Dreadful Smell. The moment Robbie showed himself, a howl erupted from the nearby trees. A second later, another head-sized rock hurtled into view. Peering over the enormous leaf of a fern, Hal pinpointed the source of the thrown projectile, a quick movement in the trees. But then, Robbie grew to 3 times his normal height and about twice the width, and his enormous ogre bulk blocked the view of all who knelt behind him. The rock would have hit Robbie square on the head if he hadn't casually deflected it with a thick, shaggy-haired arm and sent it bouncing off to the side, luckily missing the other shapeshifters. A moment of silence suggested that the hidden Bigfoot creature was taken aback by what had happened. Robbie let out a howl of his own and shambled forward, climbing the slope with great lumbering stomps. Hal spotted movement in the trees again, this time accompanied by a lot of jiggling ferns and the sound of cracking twigs. It was hard to make out the Bigfoot, but there was no escaping the smell it left behind. It seemed the sudden commotion had stirred up underarm fragrances and other uncleanliness, because the foul stench wafted down the slope and blew past Robbie, who paused for a moment and blinked rapidly as his nostrils flared and lips curled. Then the ogre resumed his pursuit. "Don't chase it!" Emily hissed. "Ignore her and get it!" Thomas yelled. Abigail gave the boy a sharp nudge. "We're not here to attack them," she called out to Robbie. "Wait for us!" They all leapt up from the ferns and hurried after the ogre, gagging at the nasty smell in the air. They reached the Bigfoot's hiding place as Robbie was busy searching for signs of the beast. "Look!" Fenton exclaimed, shoving roughly past Dewey and nearly knocking the smaller boy over. "A footprint!" A big one, too. And not just one. A trail of them disappeared into the undergrowth, some prints deeper than others depending on how soft the ground was. Everyone stared in awe. The legendary Bigfoot. Hal pointed to one particularly deep print and spoke in a low voice. "That has to be 3 times the size of my foot." "But not as big as Robbie's," Emily pointed out. They all studied the impressions left by the ogre's oversized feet. They offered a fair estimate of how tall Bigfoots were, easily twice the height of grown humans, but shorter than even a young ogre, probably more troll-sized. Still, that didn't make them any less intimidating. A creature that size could break humans in half and tear limbs off in a heartbeat. "So now what?" Darcy asked. She tossed her blonde hair and sidled closer to Fenton, her nose wrinkled. "I can't stand this smell. Don't they take baths?" "We should follow," Emily said. She had that determined expression on her face that meant nobody had better argue with her. "Robbie, lead the way, but slowly, calmly, so you don't frighten them off or cause them to attack. We're here to meet them, remember?" "Yeah, popping in for an afternoon snack," Fenton muttered. So, with Robbie still in full ogre form and leading the way, the group followed the Bigfoot's fresh prints up the slope. There were other prints too, old and faint. It was obvious these creatures frequently patrolled the area. If there weren't footprints to follow, a powerful lingering stench guided them, although it tickled their nostrils so much that it became difficult to pinpoint its source. Hal was reminded of a dead mouse under his bed a few months back. The smell had gently permeated his senses over a day or two, faint at first, then growing to something pretty disgusting and eventually driving him from his room. He'd been stunned to find the overpowering smell emanated from such a tiny corpse. This particular Bigfoot was no deceased rodent, but maybe it had been rolling around in one. Dogs like to do that, for some reason Hal couldn't fathom. Emily's old border collie, Wrangler, had proved it many times back on the foggy island they'd all grown up on. "I think I'm going to be sick," Lauren complained, pinching her nostrils shut. "This is worse than a harpy nest." "Worse than Robbie," Abigail agreed. The ogre grunted at her, but continued his shambling trek between the trees. They were still making their way uphill, but seemed to have left the beaten trail behind, although it was possible the trail had simply petered out. Maybe travelers didn't get very far into Bigfoot country, they simply ended up as dinner. Or worse, dumped in the bushes and left to rot. What a horrible thought. Hal shook his head and focused on something else. He was glad the weather had been kind to them. They'd enjoyed a cool, dry, and shaded journey so far. But the higher they climbed, the chillier it got. An icy draught breezed through the woods on occasion, reminding him that a neighboring snowy peak stood not far away. Their mission was twofold. First, quietly climb the forested slopes into Bigfoot territory, and later, fly across to the icy cliffs for a glimpse of the infamous Yeti, or Yetis. "Smell's getting stronger," Thomas announced quietly. Everyone paused, sniffing the air. "Does that mean the Bigfoot is lurking somewhere?" Emily whispered. "Or are we close to their village?" Thomas scoffed openly. "Village? Village? Well, settlement then, their den, or lair, whatever." "The lair of Bigfoot," Abigail said in an overly dramatic voice. The group kept moving, pushing through the fronds and weaving between trees. The footprints continued, and something about them puzzled Hal. He didn't say a word as he tried to work out what it was. He kept his head down and stuck with the group. It wasn't until about 10 minutes later that he figured it out. "Guys," he whispered, "hold up a minute." Everyone paused. It took Robbie a moment to register they'd all halted, but when he did, he shuffled back to them and hunkered low so he could hear. "These footprints," Hal said, "do you think they're a bit obvious?" He pointed to the one he stood over. "Look, we have pine needles all around us, but our Bigfoot decided to stamp in the middle of this muddy patch. It's almost like it's trying to leave a trail for us to follow." Thomas snorted. "Why would it do that?" Then his eyes widened. "Oh, to lure us into their village so they can trap and eat us. That's highly possible, Abigail agreed. And like idiots, Fenton groaned. We're walking straight into their trap. Emily straightened up and flicked her dark brown hair. Well, we don't have to. Let's change tactics. Maybe Abigail can fly ahead? And Darcy, could you do a bit of invisible spying? On it, Abigail said, sprouting her wings again. She grinned and promptly shrank to about 6 inches tall. With a high-pitched buzz, she zipped off. As soon as everyone turned to Darcy, she vanished from sight. A blur gave her away when she moved, though she was difficult to focus on. She brushed past Hal, forcefully nudged Thomas aside, and must have poked at Robbie as well, because the ogre jerked and glanced around. Darcy moved so quietly that only a couple of jiggling ferns marked her whereabouts. Then she was gone. Okay, I guess the rest of us can wait here until they get back, Emily said. She nodded with approval. See? We're using our brains. Thinking. Seems lame to me, Thomas muttered. I'd rather face these overgrown apes than sneak around like a bunch of wusses. Emily rolled her eyes. Which is exactly why you're not in charge. He immediately flared up. And who put you in charge? Fenton gripped his shoulder. Enough. Hey, Em, why don't you fly around a bit as well? She looked pleased with the idea. I just might. And with that, she transformed. She wore silky pants, but that didn't hinder her legs fusing together into the thick, serpentine body of a naga. The silk material reshaped around her as she changed. Her upper half remained mostly the same because she kept her human arms, shoulders, and head. Her scaled snake body started out a creamy color but changed to a mottled brown, and then to silver as she dwindled in size. She grew wings from behind her shoulders, and they spread out rather like Abigail's, only with a hint of bat. At maybe 3/4 her original human size, Emily rose into the air and glided away, her wings whining and her long tail curling behind. Lauren huffed. If it weren't for these trees, she complained, I'd flap around as well. Hal nodded. I hear you. But hey, let's be patient. They'll be back in a bit with a report. We're not going to walk into the Bigfoot's trap. Dewey tapped him on the shoulder. Hal, I think we already have. He was staring off over Hal's shoulder. They all spun around, and at first it appeared nothing was amiss. The same dense woods they'd been traipsing through for hours, only a little darker and much cooler. What? Fenton whispered, squinting. I don't see... Lauren sucked in a breath. There! Even when Hal directly followed where she pointed, it took a moment to spot it. Then it became obvious. A hulking figure stood by a tree in plain sight, but so completely still it might as well have been part of the forest. It was easily 8 feet tall, roughly man-shaped, and had a mixture of brown and grey hair that blended with the bark on the tree trunk. The figure had a high, domed head and heavily browed, deep-set eyes. There's another, Dewey mumbled. In fact, Hal became aware of 3 of the creatures, no, 4, as they all began to move. More behind us, Fenton said in a gruff voice. Hal picked them out and sighed. 6 in all, then. The largest was some 10 feet tall with dark brown hair, while the others were paler and greyer. Each was as formidable as the next, strong enough to snap trees in half. A single ogre would have a hard time fighting them off. Hal had very little room to transform into a dragon, and it would be difficult to maneuver even if he did. Lauren couldn't do much to help without space to fly. As for Dewey, centaurs weren't designed for battle. That left Fenton and Thomas. I can protect us, Thomas growled. Hold on a minute, Fenton told him. Yeah, let's see what they do first, Hal agreed. Robbie rose up to his full height, and this caused all 6 Bigfoots to pause and study him. He was definitely much bigger, but badly outnumbered. The smell that had dogged the shapeshifters since entering Bigfoot territory had intensified in the last few minutes. Hal tried to ignore it, but he wanted to pinch his nostrils together and hold his breath. He couldn't remember any other creature stinking like this. The 6 Bigfoots closed in, moving with surprising grace considering their size and apish appearance. Barely a twig snapped. "Get ready to defend yourselves," Hal muttered. "I can transform, but I might not be able to swing around much." Thomas had already switched to his manticore form, and he lowered his head and raised his scorpion tail. "Say the word," he snarled. In unison, the Bigfoots threw back their heads and howled. The combined noise echoed through the trees and caused the shapeshifters to flinch and cover their ears. Then the creatures charged, all at once and without any sign of fear, despite Robbie's larger size and Thomas's raised stinger. Hal stumbled away from his friends, his focus entirely on finding a clear spot to transform. Not here, because he'd be pinned between 2 sturdy trees, and not there, because the low boughs would thwart his advance. He crashed through ferns to the emptiest place he could find. Before he could get there, Thomas leapt at one of the Bigfoots and was promptly beaten off with a powerful backhanded swipe. The manticore fell sideways and writhed about, momentarily stunned. Fenton transformed. He seemed to vanish for a second, but then his black lizard form shot out of the bushes and smacked belly first against a tree trunk, where he clung easily, like a massively oversized gecko. In an instant, he spewed a jet of water at the nearest Bigfoot, coating it in a smelly, greyish substance. While that was happening, Dewey switched to his centaur form and galloped about in a panic, rearing up as a Bigfoot lunged at him, then spinning to deliver a double-hoofed rear kick. It connected pretty well to his attacker's chest, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Hal wasn't sure what had happened to Lauren, and he didn't have time to fret over the 3 Bigfoots currently leaping toward Robbie. He transformed, his dragon bulk quickly filling the small clearing and flattening the undergrowth. His wings pressed up against trees, and he had a hard time turning around, so he battled forward until he was able to angle toward the fight. At that moment, amid the roaring and yelling and thrashing, one of the smaller, greyer Bigfoots produced something odd, a glowing orange ball. It was so surprising and completely out of place that Hal faltered for a moment. The flickering orb wasn't much bigger than the Bigfoot's palm, and it looked almost like the powerful creature had reached into a river of lava and yanked out a handful of the molten rock. Abruptly, the Bigfoot vanished, taking Robbie with it. They were there one moment, gone the next, in the blink of an eye. Without a pause, Robbie's 2 remaining attackers turned to join forces with their comrades. One was going after Thomas, who was back on his feet and shooting off poison-tipped quills. Another tried in vain to get close to Dewey, whose centaur hooves flailed and jerked at every turn. Another Bigfoot staggered about, twisting and stumbling as Fenton's smelly spit dried and hardened into a sticky mess. It was like a bucketful of glue had been dumped over the creature's head and shoulders. As usual in these situations, Hal couldn't simply breathe a load of fire and be done with it. His friends would get just as roasted as the Bigfoots, so he stomped closer and roared for all he was worth. All 5 Bigfoots paused and glanced his way, their deep-set eyes widening. The 6th chose that moment to reappear, without Robbie, and joined them in their gawking. If nothing else, Hal's presence as a dragon had broken up the fight. The Bigfoots remained still, while Thomas, Fenton, and Dewey regrouped. Lauren shot out from behind a tree to join them. A curious calm fell over the woods. Thomas growled, and Dewey stamped about with restless hoofs. The Bigfoots were unnervingly quiet. One of them still held the curious orange orb, which glowed and pulsed. It had to be a geo-rock of some kind, though far more intensely magical than Hal had ever seen. "Where the heck is Robbie?" "What do we do?" Lauren asked, sounding fearful. "It's impossible for me to fly, so I can't even claw their eyes out." "Stay back," Dewey said, in an equally fearful voice. Thomas had already used half of his quills. One of the Bigfoots had been stuck all over with the poison-tipped darts, though its thick coat of hair had prevented any real damage. "What did they do with Robbie?" Lauren moaned. Hal caught movement out of the corner of his eye. He scoured the undergrowth and saw it again, a pale face with dark hair peeking out from under the large leaves of a fern. Abby? He had to assume Emily and Darcy were with her. He refocused on the 6 Bigfoots, who were now glancing at each other and uttering low chuffs and grunts. One continually scratched at the glue-like substance plastered across its shoulders and neck. Another absently plucked poison quills from its hair. Hal nudged forward a couple of steps, emitting a low growl to warn the Bigfoots not to attack again. They shot him sidelong glances, mumbled some more, and then came to a decision. 5 of them turned and walked off, heading up the slope. They didn't even look back. Though relieved, Hal felt almost affronted. They'd attacked, then casually brushed off the fight as if it were nothing. A single brown and grey Bigfoot remained, holding the glowing orb loosely in one hand at its side while studying the group of shapeshifters. After a moment, it beckoned with its free hand, a distinctly human gesture that could only mean one thing. "Come." The Bigfoot set off after the others, but not without pausing several times to beckon again. "Follow." Rather than completely disappear into the trees, it waited patiently, obviously allowing the shapeshifters a moment to collect their thoughts. "We're not going anywhere without Robbie," Thomas yelled after it. Emboldened, Lauren tossed her mouse-brown hair, put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Yeah, bring him back!" To everyone's surprise, the Bigfoot held up the orange ball. It glowed brighter, and then the creature was gone. "What?" Dewey whispered. "How?" For about 10 seconds, it seemed as though the Bigfoot had simply abandoned them. But then it reappeared. Alongside stood a surprised, dim-witted ogre. Once again, the Bigfoot beckoned and headed off, repeatedly twisting around to make sure it was being followed. Since that wasn't the case, it paused to wait again. One by one, Hal and his friends reverted to their human forms so they could talk. Putting their heads together, they kept their voices low so the distant Bigfoot couldn't hear. "Where'd you go?" Lauren asked Robbie, linking her arm with his. I don't know," he mumbled, frowning and a little shaken. "Another part of the forest, I guess. Old Smelly Pants told me to wait, then left me there." "It told you?" Dewey exclaimed. "Never mind that," Fenton said. He shot a glance toward the lurking Bigfoot. "Obviously it wants us to follow. I vote yes." Dewey's voice rose to a squawk. "You want to go with it?" "Of course. This is why we're here." Fenton grinned. "We just got an invite to dinner." "Maybe we proved ourselves," Hal muttered, thinking hard. "They didn't act like we'd beaten them. They didn't run off in a panic. It seems like they realized we're cool or something." "Cool?" Thomas laughed. "Yeah, right. They want us to join their gang." He seemed tickled by such a ridiculous notion. But Hal didn't find it so amusing. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help thinking that joining their gang was the most likely explanation for the sudden turnaround. "So, are we doing this or what?" Robbie demanded, having recovered from his strange experience. His eyes gleamed. "This is what we came here for, guys. They're inviting us into their home." "Or luring us in," Dewey muttered, "into the lair of Bigfoot." Chapter 3. The Lair of Bigfoot. "I want to know what that orange ball was and how I ended up someplace else," Robbie said, as the shapeshifters followed the Bigfoot at a safe distance. "Actually, Safe didn't seem applicable, considering they were walking into a settlement filled with the creatures. How many? A few dozen? More? Or maybe just the 6 they'd already seen, except Hal and his friends quietly agreed they all looked male, and a species couldn't exist without a sizable number of both males and females. Maybe this was an outpost of guards, or— "Shouldn't we wait for the others?" Lauren said again. She kept glancing over her shoulder. "We can't leave them behind without saying a word." Hal grinned at her. "Don't worry. They know where we're going. They're watching from the trees." "But how can you be sure?" Fenton answered in a gruff voice. "Because they're smart. There's no way they didn't hear all that noise we made, the shouting and roaring and everything. They would have come hurrying back to find us fighting, but they're not fighters, so they'd have stayed out of sight." "Emily's a fighter," Dewey piped up. Yeah, maybe, but Abby and Darcy aren't, so they'd have stuck to the bushes and watched, and they're probably following us as we speak. If we get in trouble, they might be able to help." "They can't help if we're all in the same group and in the same trouble." These were Hal's exact thoughts. "Also, I spotted Abby," he whispered to Lauren. "They're definitely back there." The higher they climbed the mountain, the deeper they plunged into the wilderness. No paths existed here now. If this was the Bigfoot's stomping ground, it appeared they were careful to avoid trampling on the same routes over and over. Ahead of him, Robbie kept twisting about and sniffing the air. "Have you noticed?" he asked eventually. "That horrible stench has gone." "Thank goodness," Lauren muttered. Fenton nodded. "I noticed that too. But why?" Seemed like the smell came from the Bigfoots, not from dead things lying in the bushes. The one they followed kept pausing to wait, then striding ahead. Seeing the soles of its feet, his feet, as it walked, Hal couldn't help thinking the legends were justified. Big feet indeed, and remarkably human, with 5 toes aligned together rather than 4 toes and an opposable thumb, as with apes. While chimpanzees and gorillas had evolved to climb trees, Bigfoots walked upright, closer to humans than primates. Or maybe closer to ogres, judging by the full-body coat of long, thick hair. But Robbie and Fenton were right. The one they followed lacked the foul smell they'd been tracking earlier. Maybe the stench had somehow been infused into the bushes after all. Maybe they routinely hid carcasses at strategic points to deter visitors. The Bigfoot paused again, and this time waited until the group had caught up. They all slowed, unwilling to get too close to the 8-foot creature. The orange orb in his hand had dimmed so much that it resembled a softly glowing ember. Perhaps it was a geo-rock. This time, the Bigfoot didn't beckon them. He acted like they'd arrived, though it didn't seem that way. Nothing but the same dense woods crowded in all around. The Bigfoot uttered some incoherent words in a ridiculously deep, booming voice. The shapeshifters exchanged glances. "Huh?" Thomas said. "He said not to be frightened," Robbie muttered. Everyone's attention shifted to him. "How do you know that?" Lauren demanded. "Wait, you can understand him?" "Yup." Robbie gazed around at them all. "He's talking like an ogre with an accent. No, an ogre from another land, like a foreigner with a slightly different dialect." He frowned. "Whatever. The point is, his words make sense to me." Everyone was silent. "Okay," Fenton said. "So why is he telling us not to be frightened?" Robbie faced the Bigfoot and opened his mouth, but then he paused. Well, I'm not sure I can speak ogre unless I'm actually an ogre. Should I transform? I don't want to act like I'm about to start a fight." To everybody's surprise, the Bigfoot uttered a few more gutturals. Hal listened carefully, thinking he was on the cusp of understanding, but unable to make the final connection to an actual sentence. Maybe if he knew what the Bigfoot was actually saying, then he might make out the words, kind of like when Robbie spoke in his sleepy, slurred, almost normal way. Robbie frowned again. He said the way ahead is difficult, so he's going to transport us. He really said that? Lauren gasped. Thomas scoffed openly. Yeah, like, what if you're completely mistranslating? And he actually said we're all about to die horribly, and we get to choose our deaths. I'm right, Robbie insisted. Hal glanced over his shoulder, then spoke loudly to his friends, loud enough so that Abigail, Emily, and Darcy might hear from wherever they were loitering. So we're taking a shortcut? Okay, but where exactly is this place we're going to? Which direction? How far? At first, Robbie seemed puzzled by the raised voice and questioning. Then his face cleared, and he opened his mouth to repeat everything to the Bigfoot. But he didn't need to. The Bigfoot answered first with a few unintelligible words and some fairly specific pointing. Robbie swung back to Hal and said loudly, he said it's 400 paces that way, but it's really steep. This caused Thomas to shake his head in disbelief. Robbie, are you making this up? Are you coming up with random stuff to look good? The whole climb has been steep, Fenton growled. Not as steep as it's going to be, Robbie insisted. And remember, Bigfoot paces are bigger than ours. It might take another hour. I'm all for a shortcut, aren't you? Now we all have to hold hands. Thomas scoffed. I'm not holding— Oh, shut up, Thomas, Hal interrupted. Do as he says, or we'll be here all day. So, bemused and a little impatient, the group clustered together and linked up. Robbie had the honor of offering his puny hand to the Bigfoot. We're ready, he said, craning his neck to peer up at the giant. The Bigfoot nodded and held up the glowing ember. Up close, it definitely resembled a geo-rock, though the magic ran in veins around the outside rather than deep within. Sparkle, Hal thought, remembering what Lucas the Lycan had called it. Those veins resembled miniature rivers of lava, but suddenly the rock blazed a brilliant orange, so bright that the Bigfoot might as well have been holding a tiny sun. What's he doing? Hal asked, squinting against the glare. Even before he finished asking the question, the light faded, and the rock dulled again. It seemed as though whatever the Bigfoot had been about to do had failed. Then Lauren jumped and gasped, her eyes widening. The rest of the shapeshifters did the same once they saw what had happened. There were not nearly as many trees now. They stood in a relatively clear area the size of Hal's backyard, and within that space stood several lean-tos and sturdy shacks, all constructed with thick logs and saplings. They had roofs and walls made from sticks and vines, as well as layers of bark that had been carefully stripped from trees. Amazed, Hal and his friends let go of each other and stared around, soaking in every detail. It looked like every felled tree in the clearing had been used on one structure or another, and every branch, twig, and leaf woven in. It wasn't a big area, but there weren't many Bigfoots either. 9, to be exact. Same as our own group. He thought he recognized the ones they'd fought earlier. They must have orange orbs of their own to get here so fast. All of the creatures stared at the shapeshifters with the same heavily browed, deep-set brown eyes. Hal couldn't believe it. He'd expected a group of Bigfoots huddled under a single shelter. But not this. This was a well-crafted settlement, the kind of place humans would create. Now that he thought about it, he shouldn't be so surprised. Ogres could build perfectly well, so why not Bigfoots? Maybe they possessed better construction skills. They might even be as smart as humans. Or smarter. Their guide put the geo-rock away, and Hal did a double take. A pouch hung off a strap around the Bigfoot's neck, completely hidden under his thick beard. The pouch was only visible when he grasped it and dropped the geo-rock inside. Then it sunk back into the shaggy mane. "How does that transport gadget work?" Fenton murmured. "Why don't we have one of those?" "How come we've never met a Bigfoot before?" Robbie wondered aloud. "Is this all of them? Or just a few?" Lauren said. So many questions. "Well, Robbie," Hal jabbed at him, "you going to introduce us or what?" Thomas gave one of his familiar snorts and muttered, he would if he could really speak their language. After shooting him a glare, Robbie ignored the boy and moved closer to the brown and grey Bigfoot they'd arrived with. It meant craning his neck to peer up at him, because the enormous creature stood a good 3 feet taller. So I'm Robbie, that's Hal, and over there are Fenton, Thomas, Dewey, and Lauren." He pointed them out in turn. "What's your name, sir?" Hal smiled inwardly. "Sir?" To his surprise, the Bigfoot growled something. Robbie grinned around at the shapeshifters. "His name is Willow Stump." Naturally, Thomas snorted before he could stop himself, but Lauren smiled, and both Fenton and Dewey gave nods of approval. Hal thought the name was appropriate somehow, earthy and natural, perfect for a woodland creature. It had a good ring to it. He chuckled at his own unintentional pun. Tree stumps normally did have rings. Willow Stump gestured toward the other Bigfoots. They varied in size and hair color, but they all had the same domed, cone-shaped heads and fearsome glares. One of the group perched on a fallen tree at the edge of the clearing, sitting with a giant foot propped up, his elbow on his knee, and his chin resting in his hand. Judging by the way all the other Bigfoots turned their collective gaze on that fearsome brute, Hal guessed he was their leader. He had the greyest hair and the most thoughtful expression as Willow Stump tentatively approached and began huffing and grumbling in a low, deep voice. The leader kept his eye on the shapeshifters the whole time. After Willow Stump stopped talking, the grey-haired Bigfoot spoke a few words. "What's he saying?" Thomas whispered to Robbie. Robbie frowned. "I don't think the big boss man is convinced." "Convinced of what?" "Dunno." While the two Bigfoots conversed, the rest waited with very little movement, maintaining a respectful and probably curious audience. Hal noticed with a start that some of them were female. It was hard to tell at first glance, with all that long body hair, but their shape gave them away. Some of the males were absolute giants, even by Bigfoot standards. One in particular had a far more pronounced forehead and bulkier shoulders, as well as the extra height. He had to be 11 feet tall. How did monsters like these creep about in the woods without being spotted? Miss Simone had mentioned how, in books from Old Earth, Bigfoot hunters had spent years exploring forests and finding signs of their existence, but rarely catching more than glimpses. Some claimed that Bigfoots simply vanished into thin air. Because they can, Hal thought. "We need to get us one of those special geo-rocks," he murmured to his friends. "Cracking one open creates a portal to Old Earth, but somehow these guys—" He trailed off, amazed at the power the Bigfoots wielded. When he made Robbie vanish earlier, did they cross into Old Earth? Or did they jump to another part of the forest? Where's this camp? Are we in Old or New Earth now? "Ooh," Lauren whispered, "that's a good point." "Smells like New Earth," Fenton argued. "Old Earth has a stale odor." Hal glanced at him. "Is that something Darcy told you?" "Yeah." "So what?" "Nothing. It just sounded like something Darcy would say." "I think the Fentmeister's right," Robbie said. "I think the geo-rocks jump from place to place, but all within New Earth." "Doesn't mean they can't cross into Old Earth, though," Hal said. "It would explain all the Bigfoot sightings. They don't live there, but they visit from time to time and jump back here when people get too nosy." "People are nosy here too," Thomas pointed out. After a pause, he added, "But I guess living in New Earth makes more sense. Not as many people, and probably not as much interest, because the legend of Bigfoot isn't all that exciting." What a stick in the mud, Hal thought with an inward chuckle. Willow Stump approached the shapeshifters. He spoke in loud, commanding tones, and sounds like "shift" and "straight" came through. Robbie translated. "The chief wants us to shapeshift, to demonstrate what we are and what we can do. Willow Stump said we should convince the chief of our worth." Or what? Thomas challenged. Lauren nudged him hard. Shut up, Thomas. Go ahead and transform, but don't do anything stupid like attack them. There didn't seem to be a good reason not to oblige. So much for their stealthy approach up the mountain. One by one, they switched to their other forms. Thomas went first, and the Bigfoots jerked in surprise when a manticore materialized. Dewey was next, then Lauren, and then Fenton. Each elicited mumbles from the watching crowd. The centaur and harpy strutted about in a tight circle, and Lauren spread her white-feathered wings with a dramatic snap. The 10-foot black lizard simply basked in a patch of sunlight, his red eyes glowing softly. Robbie took his turn, making sure to grow to his full height and towering over even the most brutish Bigfoot. His demonstration brought about the biggest reaction, and several of the spectators rose to their feet. A few orange-glowing geo-rocks appeared as if by magic, snatched from pouches around their necks. Hal smiled. I guess we made an impression. He suddenly realized all eyes were turning to him. His friends, still in their various forms, backed away to give him room. Wary of his surroundings, Hal shifted slowly so his tail didn't swing around and knock a shack over, and also so he had time to lift his wings. They were big enough to span the entire clearing, and more than one Bigfoot flinched and ducked as he spread them. A nasty but familiar odor spread across the woods, the smell of dead rodents. A palpable silence followed. Then the leader, or chief, rose to his feet and beat his fists together. He barked a few words that sounded decisive and determined. Willowstump's face twisted into a grin, revealing some uneven molars rather like an ogre's. He spoke the usual gibberish, which Robbie then translated. He said their chief is impressed. We've proven our worth and can remain. Who says we want to? Thomas said, in a snippy, fluty manticore tone. How about these big feet prove their worth? Thomas, stop it, Lauren snapped. Quit being so argumentative. And it's Bigfoots, not big feet, Fenton grumbled. The creatures began to cluster around the shapeshifters, reaching out to pluck at a wing, poke at red fur, pound on dragon scales, and other touchy-feely actions that Hal found surprising. Weren't the Bigfoots concerned for their safety? How did they know that he, a dragon, wouldn't unexpectedly hose them with fire? What made them so sure the ogre wouldn't lash out with oversized fists? Meanwhile, the nasty smell faded. The chief remained perched on his log, watching with the same steely gaze, only now with a hardened smile. He had a calculating look about him, no doubt imagining all the damage a pet dragon could do. Robbie was in no position to translate, so Hal slowly reverted to human form and whispered to him as soon as he got the chance. Hey, change back, guys. Robbie, talk to us. What's the deal? What do they want with us? But Robbie didn't answer at first, because the shapeshifters found themselves completely dwarfed and surrounded by a wall of hair and muscle. The Bigfoots glared down at them, mumbling to each other. Hal wanted to dart between their knees and scurry to freedom. The creatures dispersed after a while, returning to whatever they'd been doing before the arrival of outsiders. A couple lurched off into the woods. Another resumed work on a surprising project, weaving flexible sticks into the seat of a sturdy chair constructed from branches. Two more delved into the gruesome task of skinning some kind of animal, possibly a boar. The chief continued to glare. Hal and his friends regrouped with Willowstump. What do you want with us? Robbie asked him. As usual, Willowstump spouted a lot of deep-throated nonsense. Robbie listened intently, his expression bright with interest at first. Then his face fell, and he appeared troubled. When Willowstump finally stopped talking, Robbie turned to the others. Well, it seems they have an enemy. They said the Yetis have trespassed repeatedly, and it's time to confront them, only it's impossible to reach them without climbing down this mountain and up the next. Wait, Lauren interrupted. The Yetis? So he's confirming they live on the next mountain peak, the one with the steep cliffs of ice? Robbie shrugged. I guess so. They live in ice caves. But they're obviously getting across here, Hal said, confused. I know this is a single mountain with 2 peaks, but it's still a long way down to where they join. That's a lot of work for a bit of trespassing. I don't know what to tell you, Robbie said, scowling. There's a Yeti somewhere in these woods, in Bigfoot territory. The Bigfoots need to go across to the ice mountain and confront the Yeti leader. And that's where we come in. I'm not confronting the leader of the Yetis, Thomas retorted. Robbie rolled his eyes. Nobody asked you to, doofus. No, they'll do it themselves. They only need transport. They have transport, Fenton argued. Those orange rocks. But Robbie shook his head. Nope. They're for short hops only. They don't reach from one mountain to another. If they tried, they'd end up dropping into thin air. So, Lauren said, you're saying they want a ride? On Dragonback? Yup. Chapter 4. Nighttime Attack. Robbie's voice began to sound hoarse with all the translating he did over the next half hour. Willowstump was talkative and eager to share, unlike, it seemed, most of the other Bigfoots, who stomped about casting somewhat scornful glares his way. I think Willowstump is the smart one, Robbie whispered at one point, but they're all scared of their leader. Really? Fenton said. That old duffer? He is fierce, though. They all spent a moment studying the contemplative leader, then hurriedly looked elsewhere as the Bigfoot's scowl deepened. He's Genosqua, Robbie repeated, saying the word carefully. They call him Stone Giant. I get the impression he's about as scary as they come. Mess with him, and he'll rip your head off. His words sent a shudder throughout the group. Willowstump hung close by, and he gave a nod of confirmation. He understands everything we're saying, doesn't he? Hal asked. Yup, Robbie agreed. But most of the others don't. Like I said, Willowstump is the smart one. He grinned up at the Bigfoot. Don't tell your boss man I said that. Either Willowstump didn't know what boss man meant, or he didn't find the comment funny. Instead, he gestured vaguely and grumbled quietly. Robbie cocked his head. All right, thanks. He addressed the shapeshifters as the Bigfoot headed off. Now that it's getting dark, a few of them are going on the prowl. He said we should get some sleep. To Hal's surprise, the day really had turned into night. Stars pricked the darkening sky. A modest campfire cast the settlement in a cozy glow. The idea of the legendary Bigfoot sitting around a campfire struck Hal as a little daft at first, but for no good reason. Ogres did too. He wasn't sure about trolls, but why not? So what happens next? Fenton asked. Willowstump will wake us at dawn, Robbie said, and then we'll be off to visit the Yetis. We're going at dawn, Hal grumbled. I kind of hoped we'd get to stay a few days and learn all about these guys before charging into battle and facing deadly, abominable snowmen. And it's too early for bed, Thomas complained. None of them felt ready to turn in for the night. However, they all agreed their bodies were exhausted from the climb, and they'd probably doze off in a heartbeat once they got comfortable. If they got comfortable. Wary of constant glares from Bigfoots, and especially from Chief Stone Giant, the group agreed to settle down between a couple of trees that had an unruly knot of roots offering all kinds of places to lean against or hide behind. It meant they could stick close to one another while keeping an eye on their hosts. How do we know they won't kill us all in our sleep? Thomas whispered. Stay awake if you want to, Fenton told him. Might be a good idea for one of us to stand guard. I'm not standing guard all night, but I doubt I'll sleep. Lauren sighed. Well, I'm pretty sure I will. Me too, Robbie said. I think they'd have killed us already if they wanted to. When they stopped talking for a minute, the sounds of the woods seemed to grow louder. Cicadas, bullfrogs, distant rustling in the bushes, and more. Oddly, the Bigfoots remained unusually quiet even when they got up and traipsed about the clearing. Hal kept thinking of Abigail, Emily, and Darcy. Where were they now? Had they been able to follow their trail? "Is this all of them?" Fenton asked in a low voice, his eyes clamped shut. "The Bigfoots, I mean?" Robbie seemed eager to share his knowledge. "Willowstump said this is an outpost to deter trespassers coming up the mountain. People like us. There's a much bigger settlement higher up." Hal's eyes snapped open. "Whoa, really? How many Bigfoots are there, then?" That was something Robbie couldn't answer, and they all lapsed into silence again. It was a good 2 minutes before anyone spoke. "We have so much to learn about these people," Lauren said wistfully. "And the Yetis, too. I hope we're not getting in the middle of a feud." "Yeah, we're supposed to be hiding out and spying on these guys," Thomas complained. "All that climbing today. What a waste of energy. Hal could have flown us up here." "And landed in completely the wrong place." Hal sighed. "I think we had to climb a little bit no matter what." "Yeah, but not 10 hours of it." "It wasn't 10 hours," Lauren said in a tired voice. "Thomas, will you please stop griping? It's all you've done today. Can't you for once say something positive?" Thomas thought before answering. "Okay, I'm positive. This whole trip will end up being a total disaster." Hal tuned out the bickering. He kept thinking of Abigail and the others who'd been left behind, some 400 paces down an extra steep stretch of mountainside. Emily and Abigail could fly, but they'd have to carry Darcy, otherwise they were in for a really difficult trek. So were they on their way, resting somewhere, hopelessly lost? Well, they'd better catch up by the morning. Otherwise they'd arrive too late, and Hal and the others would already be on their way to Yeti Mountain. That's probably a good thing, he thought, as he started to drift off. "Robbie, ask Willowstump about the geo-rocks tomorrow," Dewey murmured. "Like, where did they get them and—" "Shh," Robbie whispered. "I'm getting sleepy." "Hal." He jerked and blinked up at the night sky. "What?" "Shh." The hissed warning and a firm hand on his chest told him to listen before speaking. So he waited, trying to focus on the dark shape leaning over him. It was Robbie. "There's something in the woods. It's got the Bigfoots all worked up, but Willowstump told me to make sure we all stay quiet." Slowly, Hal sat up. Nearby, Fenton had propped himself on an elbow and was leaning across to wake Dewey. Nobody had woken Thomas yet. He lay flat on his back, his mouth wide open as he snored softly. "Where's Lauren?" Hal whispered. Robbie shook his head. "I don't know," he croaked. "She was sleeping over there." He pointed to a clearly empty patch of ground, sheltered by the thick root system. As Dewey and Thomas were roused from their sleep, Hal crept into a position where he could scour the outpost for signs of movement. Numerous figures lurked in the shadows, and the starlight was bright enough to reveal that the Bigfoots were facing in one direction, down the sloping mountainside, towards some unseen menace. Hal heard nothing. It was impressive how silent the creatures could be despite their size, and it was unnerving to realize that whatever had bothered them was equally quiet. A smell wafted over the clearing. The moment it tickled Hal's nostrils, he recoiled and gagged, slapping a hand over his mouth and nose. He heard gasps of disgust from his friends, too. It was that same stench from earlier, as if a skunk had rolled in the liquefied remains of dead animals. Words threatened to squeeze out of Robbie's tightly clamped mouth, but Willowstump loomed out of the darkness and leaned closer. He mumbled something, and Robbie nodded. Then the Bigfoot eased away. After a moment, as the shapeshifters shuffled closer to each other, Robbie whispered, "He said Chief Stone Giant has sent 3 of his biggest warriors after the intruder." "What's that smell?" Thomas gasped. Everyone shushed him. "It's a deterrent," Robbie said, sounding uncertain. "I'm not sure what he meant by that. I mean, I know what a deterrent is, but I don't know where the smell's coming from. Where's Lauren? Dewey asked in a small voice. No idea, Hal answered. But now's not the time to go searching for her. Do as the Bigfoot said and stay still. They sat and listened, straining their ears for cracking twigs, rustling bushes, anything at all. Considering the size of the Bigfoots, and knowing the intruder was probably a Yeti and equally as large, this had to be the quietest, stealthiest attack in history. Why's it even here? What's the deal with these people? Just as it seemed like a false alarm, a high-pitched howl filled the night air. It echoed up through the trees and chilled Hal's bones, and his friends gasped and huddled lower. Even the nearby watchful Bigfoots dropped into a crouch as if preparing for the arrival of something terrible. After that, crashing sounds and frantic hollers suggested Chief Stone Giant's 3 warriors were zeroing in on their target. The noises were distant, yet surprisingly sharp and clear, and Hal squeezed his eyes shut to try and separate one hollering voice from another. Were there 3 warriors or 2? He only heard 2 voices, but the commotion in the undergrowth sounded like an entire herd of animals. It died down after a bit. Then came a few more high-pitched calls. This caused a collective gasp from the Bigfoots, and the chief let out a roar, shoved his way through the crowd, and lumbered into the trees. "What's going on?" Fenton demanded of Robbie. But Robbie had no idea because Willowstump was too busy joining in with the frantic grumbles of the other Bigfoots. Now that their chief had dashed off, they seemed a little looser with their tongues. "Where's Lauren?" Dewey asked again. That suddenly seemed more important than anything else, and the shapeshifters spread out to begin a hurried search. A horrible thought crossed Hal's mind. What if Lauren had wandered off to relieve herself and got caught up in the skirmish? What if she was the cause of the skirmish? What if the Bigfoots took her to be an attacking Yeti and chased her through the woods? Or what if Abigail, Emily, and Darcy had finally caught up and been mistaken for the Yeti intruders? His heart began to hammer. "No, no, no!" he muttered as he glanced about in a panic. "Guys," he began. "Darcy!" Fenton hissed. Everyone spun around to find him rushing toward a blonde-haired girl emerging from the darkness. She flung her arms around his neck, and he swept her up and around like a rag doll. They all rushed toward the pair. "What are you doing here?" Thomas demanded. "Where are the others? Where's Lauren?" "Fenton, put her down and let her talk," Robbie snapped. Even in the wan light, she looked a little flushed as well as disheveled. "It's okay. I'm here to—" She broke off, her eyes widening and her mouth dropping open. She retreated behind Fenton as a Bigfoot came stomping over. It was Willowstump. He paid no attention to Darcy and instead spoke to Robbie in urgent barks and growls. Then he spun around and stalked off to rejoin the other Bigfoots as they all headed down the slope. Robbie stood gawking, and it was only when Thomas jabbed him in the chest that he broke from his paralysis. Yeah, sorry, so, Willowstump said that. He paused and swallowed hard. One of them is dead. They're going down the hill to... His words shocked them all. While the shapeshifters stood and stared at each other in dismay, the soft shuffling of Bigfoots receded as they melted into the trees. Going to retrieve the body, Hal thought, and leaving us alone. The idea of a maniac Yeti stalking about the woods set his heart racing. What if it snuck into the Bigfoot's camp while supposedly empty? It would find a bunch of shapeshifters huddled in a group. Easy pickings for such a brutal monster. Hal and his friends had only known the Bigfoots for a few hours, and even then, the welcome hadn't exactly been pleasant. Still, he felt awful for them. One had been killed. They'd already been planning to confront the Yeti chief about the intruder, but now it was different, far more serious. "Should we get out of here?" he asked the others. Gesturing upwards at the clear sky, he added, "If we can find the girls, there's nothing to stop us flying away." "Sounds good to me," Thomas muttered. "We didn't sign up for this." "Yeah, this was supposed to be a quiet Bigfoot watching mission," Robbie grumbled. "Now we're expected to lead them into battle? No way." Fenton, Dewey, and Darcy hadn't yet offered their opinions. "Votes?" Hal prompted them. "I think," Fenton said slowly, "it would be cowardly to fly away. I don't want to lead the Bigfoots into battle, but I don't want to desert them either. Let's fly them over to the other mountain like they asked." But nothing else. "Yeah, it's not our fight," Dewey agreed. When everyone faced Darcy, she spread her hands and shrugged. "Guys, don't ask me. I only just got here." Robbie frowned. "Yeah, and where are Abby and Em? And Lauren?" Again, Darcy shrugged, though she obviously had a story to tell. "They're okay. I'm not with them because, well, the thing is—" "Are they safe?" Hal demanded. Yes, she glanced at Robbie. "And Lauren is safe too. She can fly, remember?" Everyone automatically looked skyward. "You're saying she flew away?" Dewey said, his eyes wide. "She flew to where Abby and Em are." Robbie flung out his hands with exasperation. "Which is where?" "A cliff with a good view of the other mountain. You can see the ice caves. Abby and Emily were planning to go across and poke around, but that meant carrying me, and—" Darcy shuddered and vigorously shook her head. "Yeah, there's no way. So I came here instead to tell you their plans." "How'd you find us?" Fenton asked in a gentle voice. "I asked the plants." She didn't elaborate, but nobody questioned her. She was a dryad after all. Talking to plants was normal. "I found you all asleep and told Lauren everything, and she suddenly wanted to go with Abby and Emily, like an advance party of winged shapeshifters." "Yeah," Fenton growled, "except Lauren doesn't know how bad the Yetis really are. They killed a Bigfoot." Hal's stomach clenched up. "I have to make sure those three don't fly across to Yeti Mountain," he muttered. "I'm going to find them." "Which way, Darcy?" She immediately pointed. "That way. You can't miss it. Look for a cliff." A cliff, Hal thought as he moved away from his friends. A cliff on the side of the mountain. At night. Should be easy to find. He transformed and wasted no time launching. The clearing was a little tight at ground level with all the Bigfoot structures, but he had plenty of room to spread his dragon wings once he cleared the rooftops. He enjoyed a moment of freedom as he burst out of the forest and soared into the orange-tinted sky, and was tempted to breathe fire. But then he experienced giddiness when he realized how high he actually was. The mountain loomed above, but it also dropped away below, and the saddle between the peaks was a long way down, lost in the darkness and layers of thin mist. He was no stranger to high altitude. It simply came as a bit of a shock to his system. The sun wasn't yet visible, but the horizon was brightening. It would officially be dawn soon. Hal took in the landscape and marveled at the clear purple sky to the west and the array of reds and oranges to the east against which the mountain peaks were silhouetted. He knew immediately that the nearest peak contained the ice caves Miss Simone had talked about. He couldn't see them exactly. All he saw in the stark shadows were sheer cliffs that had the strangely bright hue of ice and snow. He circled around and concentrated on his own mountainside until he located the cliff Darcy had mentioned. Most of the slopes were thickly forested, but this particular spot seemed like a giant had scooped out a chunk and left bare rock. It had to be where he'd find Abby, Emily, and Lauren. It took a while to pinpoint them, and that was only because of their shrill calls. Relieved, he landed on a relatively large rocky platform at the foot of the cliff. There, he reverted to human form and waited for the girls to scramble over boulders to reach him. "Lauren told us everything," Abigail said cheerfully as she raced toward him. She threw her arms around his neck and clung tight, and he took a moment to enjoy the hug, glad he'd arrived in time. "She didn't tell you everything," he said grimly as Emily and Lauren came running up. "She told us about the Bigfoots, about Willow Stump and Chief Stone Giant, and that it's an outpost, and there's a whole community of Bigfoots farther up the mountain, and the geo-rocks with the power to teleport, and that they want you to take them to the Yetis this morning." Abigail paused for breath. Lauren nodded. "See? Everything." But Hal shook his head. "Nope. You missed the last part. Didn't you hear the hollering?" "Sure," Emily said. "We figured it was a bunch of Bigfoot wake-up calls. But never mind that. Look, Hal. See the ice cave?" She pointed, and Hal gazed out across the abyss between the two mountain peaks. He squinted and tilted his head. "I mean, it's definitely colder across there, lots of snow and ice, but I can't really see anything." Emily grinned. "That's because you don't have Naga vision." "Or fairy vision," Abigail added. "It's pretty obvious those are the Yeti Caves. Can't you see the dark holes?" "That's where we're headed," Emily said with a grin. "Thought we'd get there first and hide so we can watch all of you guys arrive." "You need to stay away," Hal warned them. "Lauren doesn't know this, but it's not just about a Yeti trespassing into Bigfoot territory and being nosy. All that hollering you heard? That was a Yeti killing a Bigfoot." After a dramatic pause, he added, "Yep, a Yeti killed a Bigfoot. This is serious, guys." But while Abigail, Emily, and Lauren said nothing, it was obvious they weren't quite on the same page as Hal. The girls glanced at each other and seemed to come to a private understanding. Abigail spoke first. "Even more reason to go across there." "Right," Emily said. "We need spies." "Eyes on the inside," Lauren agreed. Abigail gripped Hal's arm. "Maybe we can figure out what all this is about. Maybe the killer will report back, and we'll hear him talking about it to their chief." "You won't understand a word without Robbie there," Hal interrupted. Abigail shrugged. "Maybe. We still need spies, though. What if they're planning another attack? We could stop it from happening. Don't you see?" Hal began to flounder. "Well, yeah, but hang on, you can't just—" But the girls had clearly made up their minds. "We're going," Emily said, crossing her arms. "It's not negotiable. We're all shapeshifters, Hal, and we each have to do our part." Abigail nodded. "You have your job, dear Hal, and we have ours." Chapter 5. Between Two Mountains. Hal felt a little flustered as he flew back to the Bigfoot outpost. By the time he landed, he was thoroughly peeved, mostly with Abigail, because now he was going to worry about her all morning. "Did you find Lauren?" Robbie urged, as Hal reverted to human form and shuffled toward his friends. He sighed. "Yeah, she's going with Abby and Em, and I can't stop them." Naturally, his friends badgered him for an explanation, and he filled them in while trying to hide his annoyance. Abigail had easily out-argued him, as she always did. Having Emily and Lauren on her side made it worse. Facing off against three girls were impossible odds. In the end, he'd left in a bit of a sulk, and instantly regretted it. Now he was worried, angry, and sorry all at once. "And you let them go?" Robbie said bitterly. "You let them fly across to visit the maniac Yetis?" "I didn't let them," Hal snapped. Thomas snorted. "I'd have tried a bit harder to stop them. If they get hurt, it's on you." In the silence that followed, even Thomas realized he might have gone a bit too far. He sheepishly turned away. "There was nothing you could have done, Hal," Darcy said in a soothing voice. "You against those three girls? Not a chance." Hal immediately felt better and shot her a thankful smile. Fenton and Dewey nodded in agreement, and in the end, Robbie blew out his cheeks and gave Hal a thump on the shoulder. "Yeah, not even a dragon could have stopped them. Anyway, Emily's the one who's in charge, so—" It took a great deal of effort, but Hal had to put aside all the dark thoughts about the possible danger Abigail and the others were getting into. They could look after themselves. The rest of the shapeshifters had angry Bigfoots to deal with, and they were returning at this moment. Tense, the six friends huddled together in their temporary sleeping quarters among the giant, twisted tree roots. "Not a word, Thomas," Fenton warned. "They're going to be mad and upset. One wrong step could set them off, and we'll be torn limb from limb." "Yeah," Robbie whispered. "I think Chief Stone Giant would probably enjoy that, even without a good reason." The Bigfoots traipsed single file into the clearing, led by the fearsome leader himself. If he wasn't scowling before, he absolutely was now. Luckily, he seemed to have forgotten the shapeshifters for the moment. Hunkering down in their hidey hole had been a good move. The huge creatures stole out of the trees with surprising grace. The only noise was a soft rustling, like that of a single, slow-moving animal rather than 9 enormous Bigfoots. Wait, not 9 anymore. 8. It was a somber moment even for the shapeshifters when the last 4 Bigfoots came into view carrying their dead friend. They headed straight into the largest of the roof structures and, visible in the open doorway, laid him out on a table. All of the Bigfoots crowded inside, and the door closed softly. Moments later, an orange glow lit up the gaps in the walls and around the shuttered window. The glow was so bright and steady that Hal guessed it came from their georocks. "What do you think the Yeti did to him?" Robbie whispered. "Yetis," Fenton corrected him. "No, I meant Yeti, as in just the one." "Ah, but we don't know that. Might have been a few." Hal thought back and frowned. "I agree with Robbie. Sounded like only one to me. Must be pretty big and strong, then." Darcy gripped Fenton's arm and shuddered. "Or really vicious. Maybe it used a weapon." They all muttered in agreement. It seemed nobody had thought about a Yeti bringing a weapon to a fight, even if it were a hefty rock or log. Somehow, Hal imagined the creatures using fists, the way ogres did. "What are they doing in there?" Thomas said. "Same thing people would do, I suppose," Fenton answered, examining the body, discussing what comes next, saying a few words, mourning, that sort of thing. The door opened after a while, and Chief Stone Giant emerged. He stood for a moment, his fists clenched and his chest heaving. Then he threw back his head and let out a terrible roar. When he was done, he slammed the back of his fist against the wall, and the entire structure trembled. Then he spun around, leaned into the doorway, barked something, pointed over his shoulder at the shapeshifters, and stomped away into the trees. Willowstump appeared next and approached the anxious shapeshifters. Behind him, Bigfoots left one by one, their heads bowed. A few acted as furious as their leader, growling and muttering, while others seemed shaken and tearful. "He's coming to talk to us," Thomas whispered. That much was obvious. Hal and his friends stayed low, watching as Willowstump sidestepped the thick roots and loomed over the group. He began talking at once, and this time Hal heard partial words like "oon" and "cross," none of which made sense until Robbie translated it. "He said we leave soon," Robbie repeated, "after Elmweed has made it across. We're to approach without rancor and conduct ourselves with grace and respect. This could be an attack by a rogue Yeti, so we must offer the benefit of doubt to their chief until we know otherwise." When he was finished, he blinked as if surprised at the speech he'd given. Willowstump peered down at them all with his deep-set brown eyes, then gave a nod, stepped over the roots, and shuffled away. "Elmweed?" Thomas said, as if he had a nasty taste in his mouth. Hal frowned. What did he mean, "after Elmweed has made it across"? Robbie shrugged. "All I did was repeat his words." "Then you should have asked questions," Thomas complained. But it seemed they would find out soon enough, because the Bigfoots came together as if they were ready to set off. One of them led the way, not the chief, who lagged behind, but another, a female, with longer, smoother hair than the rest. She wasn't the tallest, nor the shortest, but she moved the fastest, with an eagerness that suggested she'd been waiting for this moment even before the murder of their friend. Her arms swung like pendulums, her hands turned backward as if she were paddling. "I guess that's Elmweed," Darcy muttered. "Are we supposed to follow them?" Judging by the way the chief slowed and glared at them, and the way Willowstump gestured urgently, it was obvious the shapeshifters had no choice in the matter. They fell in line with the Bigfoots, hurrying to keep up, and to avoid being flattened by those at the rear. Hal could almost feel Chief Stone Giant's glare burning into the nape of his neck. One savage, unexpected blow with those huge fists from behind would be fatal. "They need us," he told himself. "Well, me anyway." The walk through the woods seemed like a leisurely stroll for the Bigfoots, but was a fast and furious jog for the shapeshifters. They quickly tired. Luckily, they walked neither up nor down the mountain, but across, heading east toward Yeti Mountain. "Can we shift?" Robbie gasped. "Yeah, this would be a lot easier if I had 4 legs," Thomas agreed. "No," Fenton said. He sounded the most out of breath. "Let's be ourselves for a minute. Don't want to spook anybody." Dewey sighed. "If I were a centaur, I could carry Darcy. Robbie could probably carry you, Fenton, and—" "Nobody's carrying me," Fenton growled. "I'm not some feeble girl." After a sharp glance from Darcy, he quickly backtracked. "Not that girls are feeble. I just meant, like I'm not some feeble person who needs to be carried by a giant teddy bear." Daylight shone through the trees ahead. The brightening dawn was here, and they'd arrived at the cliffs on the eastern side of the mountain. As the group slowed, Hal could make out Yeti Mountain looming in the near distance. It was clear the Bigfoots didn't want the Yetis to see them. They spread out and approached with caution, staying low and creeping through the ferns. Hal and his friends did the same, humoring the Bigfoots even though their intentions were a bit of a mystery. How was Elmweed supposed to make it across? Staying low, the chief grunted, a signal for her to get on with it. Elmweed nodded, clutched the pouch around her neck, and reversed several paces as if to get a good run-up. "Is she going to jump?" Darcy gasped. "No, she's using the geo-rock to transport," Hal said. "But Robbie, you said they couldn't do that. You said it didn't have the range." "Yeah, well, that's what Willowstump told me." Elmweed paused and dropped into a pre-sprint pose like she was about to compete in a race. With a soft cry, she began to run, somewhat ponderously because of her size. She picked up speed, and Hal imagined she'd be an unstoppable force if she came across a crowd of humans. She'd barrel all the way through, sending them flying. Craning his neck, Hal watched with amazement as Elmweed launched herself off the steep, rocky edge. It seemed she was attempting to jump across. Only the geo-rock she clutched in her hand glowed brightly for a second, and she winked out of existence. A split second later, she reappeared in mid-air, perhaps a third of the way across, her legs and one arm flailing. The geo-rock dimmed. "Oh no!" Darcy cried. "She's dead!" Robbie gasped. Elmweed's trajectory veered downward. Then the geo-rock glowed again, a dazzling light between her hairy fingers, and she vanished a second time. She reappeared 2/3 of the way across to Yeti Mountain. It still wasn't enough, but Hal suddenly got it. It was a terrible, dangerous, crazy stunt, and Elmweed had lost some height between the 2 teleport jumps. A second or two later, she winked out of existence again and reappeared over the slopes of the neighboring mountain. That 3rd teleport was enough to get her across. She dropped roughly onto the rocks, then bounced and skittered as she tried to get hold of the smooth surface. She slid fast, and everyone, Bigfoots and shapeshifters alike, sucked in a collective breath as she headed for a deadly plunge into the mists below. She got lucky. One hand found its way into a crevice, and her entire body jerked and swung sideways. Just like that, she'd stopped falling. And after a moment of rest, she hauled herself up and began a surprisingly agile climb. Sighs of relief filled the woods. The Bigfoots grinned and grunted, and even the chief nodded. After that, they settled down to wait. Willowstump eased his way over to the shapeshifters and hunkered down before them. As usual, Robbie translated his words. He said Elmweed is the only one stupid enough to try that, but she's across, and now she'll climb. We'll leave as soon as she gives the signal. Signal for what? Hal asked. Willowstump said a few gruff words and gestured vaguely. Then he straightened up and shuffled away. Elmweed has to warn the Yetis that we're coming, Robbie explained. A white flag to show them we mean peace before arriving on a dragon. Otherwise they'll go into attack mode. Now it made sense. Hal focused on the neighboring mountain, watching as Elmweed climbed with steady confidence up impossibly steep cliffs. Much farther up, the grey-coloured rock glistened with ice. Higher still, icicles hung under ridges, and patches of snow and ice coated some of the deeply shadowed surfaces. And above it all, where it seemed the entire top of the mountain had frozen over, several cave openings indicated the home of the Yetis. "Why is it icier on that mountain than this one?" he asked anyone who might be listening. Dewey answered, "Because it's colder?" "Oh, okay, great. Thanks." Hal shook his head. "Sorry I asked such a dumb question. It's funny, though, how the Yetis like it colder." Fenton sighed heavily. "Wow, this is riveting stuff. Now, can we talk about something more important, like, oh, I don't know, like what happens if the Yetis decide to go ahead and rip our arms and legs off?" "We'll have to roll home," Robbie said morosely. After a moment, Hal, Dewey, Fenton, Thomas, and Darcy burst into laughter. Robbie blinked in surprise, then smiled, but their noise drew the attention of several nearby Bigfoots, who turned their heads and scowled. One bared his teeth. They watched Elmweed for a while longer. She scaled a smooth ice wall, making it look easy as she flung herself from one crack to another, using the tiniest handholds to hang from with powerful arms. Finally, she reached the ledge that formed a kind of doorstep at the cave entrance. As soon as she climbed onto it and straightened up, 3 figures appeared. They resembled Bigfoots from a distance, only with white and grey hair, and notably bigger, moving slowly from the shadows at the rear of the cave. Elmweed raised her hands in a placating gesture and awaited the Yeti's approach. She was seriously dwarfed. Because of this, the Yetis encircled her with confidence. After that, Elmweed spoke at length, flapping her arms to mimic a dragon's wings and pointing to the Bigfoots on the other mountain. At last, the Yetis nodded and moved back into the shadows. One of them vanished from sight, no doubt hurrying off to tell their leader of the impending visit. The other 2 remained. Elmweed then gave the signal. She cupped her hands to her mouth and let out a short shriek that carried across the yawning chasm between the mountains. Then she dropped her hands and waited. All the Bigfoots sighed and nodded from their hiding places behind trees. Willowstump shot Robbie a wide-mouthed grin, as if to confirm they now had permission to fly across for a meeting. But Hal couldn't help wondering where Abby and the others were. Somewhere inside the mountain? Snooping around for clues that the Yetis had in fact sent a spy over to Bigfoot Mountain and were therefore responsible for the murder? Chief Stone Giant barked an order. Everyone jumped. It was time. Willowstump approached, for once focusing his attention on Hal rather than Robbie. He rumbled a few words. "He says Elmweed has given the all clear, so it's time for you to become the beast," Robbie said. After listening for a little longer, he added, "You'll take the chief and 4 others. You're to land in the largest cave entrance and remain in beast form while they talk." Fenton frowned. "Wait, we're going too, right?" "Yeah," Thomas said. "If the chief thinks we're going to hang back here and wait, he can—" I'm definitely going, Robbie insisted. As an ogre, I can make sure the Yetis behave. But Willowstump shook his head and raised a hand in warning. He spoke softly, and at first Robbie's face grew dark. But the more he spoke, the less angry Robbie appeared. Willowstump is basically saying they don't want to come on too strong because the Yeti that attacked them might be a rogue, and it would be a mistake to threaten Elder Frostback and her people without good reason. Without good reason? Thomas exclaimed. He means without proof, Fenton said softly. Wait. Darcy held up a hand, shushing them all. Robbie, did you say Elder Frostback? Yup. And her people? Yup. Darcy grinned. I think I know who's going to win the negotiations. That caused a ripple of muted laughter. You know, Fenton said, Chief Stone Giant is actually being smart about this. He doesn't strike me as the diplomatic type, but maybe he's not all scowls and fists. That makes me feel better, Darcy said. He's not so crazy and furious he wants to start a war. Not without proof, Hal muttered, and that's what the girls are hunting for. I kind of hope they don't find it. The time for talk was over. The Bigfoots organized themselves, or rather the chief did it for them. He picked 3 of the larger brutes, then gave Willowstump a nod. I'll be back soon, Hal promised his friends. Yeah, if you're lucky, Thomas grunted. Hal faced him directly. No, really. Don't forget I'm a dragon. I can fly away any time if there's trouble. Just watch your backs while I'm gone. He gave Thomas a meaningful look. Keep those poison darts and stinger ready. He had to laugh inwardly at the way Thomas drew himself up and nodded with an air of duty and responsibility. Building him up to be a hero was far better than shooting him down with some cutting remarks, and it would keep him from making a nuisance of himself. His friends offered nods of support as he brushed past them and headed for where Chief Stone Giant waited with his entourage. Transforming into a dragon would be difficult among these trees, and launching would be even harder, so he marched past the chief to the outermost trees. The grassy ledge overhanging the cliff had very little space to maneuver, but it would do. Without hesitation, he morphed into his dragon form, spread his wings wide, and teetered on the edge. He pushed his outstretched tail into the trees behind him to act as a counterweight as 5 Bigfoots scrambled aboard. He'd carried a lot of weight in the past. He remembered the heaviest load had been all of his friends and a whole crew of goblins when they'd escaped Haven in the so-called Sea of Legends. 5 Bigfoots didn't concern him, though their combined weight was a bit of a surprise. Once they were settled, Hal simply leaned forward and pushed off with his rear legs. It would be a very short trip to the other mountain, and he felt it would be more impressive if the Yetis saw him coming, so he soared high and picked up speed before swooping back around. By the time he angled in for a landing, numerous white-haired Yetis were crowded together in the large cave entrance, watching with obvious dread. Still, for all their size and large numbers, the sight of an approaching dragon scared them, and every last one of them quickly vanished from sight. Hal landed with a dramatic thump on the ledge outside the cave. Chapter 6. The Yeti Ice Caves. As Hal stood in the entranceway to the ice cave, Elmweed moved into view, her eyes gleaming. She gave a nod and gestured with a hand. 5 more Bigfoots climbed down from Hal's back and gathered next to Elmweed. He remembered his instruction to remain in beast form, but hardly needed convincing. If things turned ugly, he might even tip himself backwards off the ledge and fly away. Where's Abby? He wondered yet again. Where's Em and Lauren? His worry grew, and so did his annoyance. The shapeshifters were supposed to stick together, not go off and do their own thing. Chief Stone Giant bellowed something, and his voice echoed off the cave walls. Hal had been in many caves, but very few made from ice. He recalled a visit to the frozen lair of a 6-headed hydra one time, but those frosty chambers had been manufactured by the monster's ice breath. The home of the Yetis seemed to be a natural catacomb of caves and tunnels high in the mountainside. A constant chill drifted from deep within, ruffling the Bigfoot's hair. Eventually, a Yeti appeared. The distinctly feminine shape suggested this was the leader. She had narrow shoulders and very wide hips, but otherwise looked much the same as a Bigfoot, huge, muscular, and shaggy, with an almost cone-shaped head. But this one had white hair and bright blue eyes, in keeping with her frostback name. She also stood much taller, 12 feet or so, with curled horns projecting from her temples. She wore a scowl like one of Chief Stone Giant's, and when she spoke, her voice was just as deep and her words equally unintelligible. Hal sighed, wishing Robbie were there to act as translator. Since he couldn't understand any part of the discussion, he listened to the tone instead. He sensed suspicion from the Yeti elder and restrained anger from the Bigfoots. They used short sentences and tilted their heads often. The chief raised his voice at one point, jabbing an accusing index finger, and the elder snarled and clenched her fists. As they talked, Hal cast another glance around the cave and into the dark tunnel at the rear. He desperately wanted to revert to human form and go exploring, to find Abby and the others, and to get a good peek at the Yeti's home. He asked himself for the millionth time, "Where is she?" The discussion grew more heated. Elder Frostback stomped forward a few steps, her fist raised in anger, and her piercing blue eyes cutting through the gloom. Chief Stone Giant stood his ground, though his taller guards closed in a little to protect him against an attack. This isn't going well, Hal thought. He wished again that Robbie were here to translate. Had the Yeti defiantly admitted to trespassing, or was she furious at being accused of such a thing? Either way, Chief Stone Giant's ire showed in the way his voice lowered to an even growl. He trembled with rage. More Yetis emerged from the darkness, coming to join forces with their leader. There had to be a dozen, each as tall as the next, with varying shades of white or grey hair and with dark grey horns. The sheer number of piercing blue eyes unnerved Hal, as well as the way they dipped their heads as if preparing to charge like bulls. Being generally taller than the Bigfoots, they had a clear advantage, especially on Yeti turf. Then again, Chief Stone Giant had a dragon at his disposal. Or so he thinks. Hal had no plans to fight if discussions turned to violence. And it did seem the opposing sides were about to erupt in fury. More Yetis appeared out of the darkness, and maybe that was a good thing, because it forced Chief Stone Giant to curb his urge to attack. Still, the irate Bigfoot jabbed a fat index finger at the Yeti elder and barked words that Hal actually understood. "You murdered him," or similar. Definitely an accusation. A strange stillness followed then. Both leaders glared at one another, fists clenched, bristling for a fight. It occurred to Hal that he could simply fly away and leave the Bigfoots to fend for themselves. They'd be heavily outnumbered, of course. An army of Yetis could easily surge forward and force their enemy over the cliff. It would be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the rest of the Bigfoots, watching from the safety of the mountain opposite, would witness the whole thing and... The others, Hal thought. Robbie, Thomas, Fenton, Darcy, and Dewey. What will the Bigfoots do to them if I desert their chief and get him killed? The angry Yetis advanced, and the Bigfoots retreated. Even more of the white-haired creatures emerged from the darkness of the cave, and Hal's prediction suddenly became a reality, a surging wall of white and grey bodies that forced the small group of Bigfoots backward. Chief Stone Giant let out a final roar and jabbed his finger toward Hal. In unison, all 6 Bigfoots scrambled aboard. The Yetis took the retreat as a sign of weakness and advanced faster, letting out roars of anger. Some of them began punching Hal's scaly chest, which surprised him. He spread his wings wide and rose up onto his hind legs, then gave a roar of his own. His voice completely drowned out the Yetis. It also reminded them he wasn't some docile pet the Bigfoots had trained. They retreated in a hurry, falling over themselves to get clear of his flailing front paws. I could burn every last one of them in this cave, he thought. I won't, but I could. Maybe I should show them. He let out a blast of fire. It roared over the Yetis' heads and lit up the ice cave ceiling in a fiery orange glow. The confined space quickly filled with smoke and hissed with steam, and in the confusion, most of the Yetis tripped and stumbled to safety. Hal stopped breathing fire and turned to launch into the sky. Before he did so, he couldn't help noticing the water pouring from the ceiling, the thick clouds of steam engulfing the space, and the ankle-deep puddles that panicked Yetis splashed through. It wasn't so much of an ice cave anymore. Great frozen sheets sloughed from the arching walls and crashed down, and dozens of icicles shattered into pieces. He sprang from the ledge and took to the air, pumping his wings hard to get clear of the mountain in case an avalanche came down on him from higher up. What a horrible thought. He'd only meant to show the Yetis he wasn't to be messed with, not destroy their home. It's okay. A tiny bit of flooding in the entrance. The tunnels are probably fine. They'll freeze up again in no time. His passengers were oddly silent as he returned to Bigfoot Mountain. He landed where he'd started out, on the narrow precipice at the edge of the forest. He managed to turn around so the chief and the others could climb down, and then he carefully reverted to human form. Bigfoots and shapeshifters emerged from the trees. It was an oddly muted reunion, as if nobody wanted to say anything until after the chief gave the go-ahead. Bigfoots welcomed their own with pats on shoulders, and the shapeshifters edged forward, clearly wanting to get the scoop from Hal. But Chief Stone Giant stood with a terrible scowl on his face, staring out across the abyss between the mountains, and everybody knew better than to speak. Then the chief turned his glare on Hal and growled something. After a moment, Robbie cleared his throat and said, he said your friends compromised his integrity. Huh? Chief Stone Giant abruptly swung around and marched away, and the moment he disappeared into the undergrowth, the rest of the Bigfoots let out a collective sigh and spoke more freely. They began to melt into the woods, leaving only Willow Stump to loiter nearby. The shapeshifters crowded around Hal. "That was wild!" Thomas exclaimed. "We saw it all from here. I swear they were about to tear each other's throats out." Fenton nudged him. "It's not funny, Thomas." "I never said it was." "Well, calm down a bit, then. That could have been bad." "What did he mean about compromising his integrity?" Hal asked. Robbie scowled. "I don't know. Did he mean me? I didn't do anything wrong." "Nor me," Thomas agreed. "We weren't even there." "I wish I knew what they all said," Hal mused. "You should have been there, Robbie." "Yep," his friend said, crossing his arms. "I'm the official translator, and I should have been allowed to go with you." Dewey plucked at his sleeve. "How about asking Willow Stump? He was there." "What? Oh, yeah." Robbie ambled off to join Willow Stump. Seconds later, the Bigfoot began rumbling in a low voice. "Did you see Abby?" Darcy asked Hal. "Em? Lauren?" Hal shook his head. "No sign of them, but I'm kind of glad they stayed out of the way." "Yeah. You might have melted your girlfriend's wings," Thomas muttered. That remark sent a pang of guilt and fear through Hal's heart. He wished again he'd somehow prevented the girls from heading across there without him. Who was he to boss them around, though? He swallowed. "Where'd they disappear to? You don't think—" The others narrowed their eyes at him. "What?" Fenton growled. "What don't we think?" "I mean, they probably snuck off into the tunnels and are inside somewhere, snooping around. But what if they got caught?" Darcy sucked in a breath. Caught by the Yetis? Like prisoners? Or like dinner, Thomas said with a faraway gaze. He jerked and quickly added, Sorry, I wasn't trying to be funny that time. Hal's stomach twisted into knots. We need to go across there, but secretly. I can't just fly over and splash down in all the puddles I created, drop you off, and fly away again. That'd be suicide. For you guys, I mean. Not for me, Darcy murmured. She had the same kind of faraway look as Thomas a moment ago. Nope, Fenton said firmly. You're not going. Surprisingly, Dewey came to her defense. No, hold on, she's right. He paused, and the others waited for him to collect his thoughts. So, Darcy makes herself invisible, and Hal flies over there and drops her off, then flies away again, and she sneaks into the tunnels to find the others. All of that's obvious, Thomas scoffs. And then when she finds them, she comes back to the cave entrance and gives a signal, and Hal flies over again to pick her up. Or maybe pick all of them up, but at least her, so she can tell us they're okay. Right, Hal said, nodding. That could work. But Fenton shook his head. Darcy's not going. I am going, she said, giving him a light backhanded slap on his arm. It's the only way, my dear Fenton. Unless you want Hal to drop you off somewhere on Yeti Mountain so you can find another entrance? Fenton brightened. Yes, that could work. Hal had to admit that was a good plan, too. How about we do both? I should go as well, Robbie said. Everyone jumped. He seemed to have finished talking to Willow Stump and had snuck up on them. Robbie studied them all in turn. So the two leaders argued about trespassing. The Bigfoots claim that at least one Yeti has been sneaking about nearby and killed one of their own. The Yetis deny it. Chief Stone Giant said Elder Frostback is trying to wriggle out of facing up to her crimes. Whoa, stop, Thomas interrupted. Those actual words? Wriggled out of it? Facing up to her crimes? Well, not those exact words. Robbie frowned. The point is, they talked and got nowhere. And Elder Frostback said the chief shouldn't make such accusations when he's the one sending in spies. After a long pause, Hal said, Spies? What spies? Is this what the chief meant by our friends compromising the situation? A chill ran through him. Wait, are we talking about the girls here? Are they the spies? If so, Fenton said, they were obviously spotted. Darcy's hand flew to her mouth. I hope they're okay. Thomas sighed. You know, it sounds to me like the Yetis are innocent in all this. Maybe someone completely different is sneaking about murdering Bigfoots. Hal was still thinking about Abigail. You could be right, he muttered. Yeah, except they obviously hate each other, Robbie said. Chief Stone Giant is certain Elder Frostback sent one of her goons to spy on the Bigfoots. He's suspected it for a while now. But why? Hal spread his hands. Why would the Yetis want to spy on the Bigfoots? What's the point? Robbie shrugged. I never asked that question. I will, though. Everyone sighed. Okay, Hal said. I'm going to fly over there. No time like the present. I'm taking Darcy and Fenton with me and me, Robbie said. No, you're staying with Dewey and Thomas. Hal gave him a fierce stare. You have an important job here. Like what? Like finding out who or what might be attacking the Bigfoots. With that, Hal moved away from the others so he could transform. He was pleased to see the gleam in Robbie's eyes. Thomas and Dewey appeared equally transfixed at the idea of snooping around in the woods, trying to identify the intruder. It would certainly keep the three of them occupied. He shifted to his dragon form and waited for Fenton and Darcy to climb aboard. Darcy was already an indistinct blur. If any Yetis were watching from afar as he approached, they'd see only one passenger. It made sense to drop Fenton off first, so Hal flew high as though he were leaving the mountains behind. Once out of sight of the Yeti's cave, he circled back and picked out a landing place in the snowy slopes above. Since he had no idea how a giant black lizard would fare in such cold and slippery conditions, he chose a craggy, near-vertical cliff with hardly any snow on it, a surface Fenton would be able to stick to. Hal clung precariously to the cliff, his wings spread, waiting for his passenger to disembark. Darcy whimpered in fear and fought to stay perched on his back, while Fenton transformed and simply flung himself at the cliff. The giant lizard stuck easily to the rock wall, despite being the size of an old Earth alligator. He glared at Hal with bright red glowing eyes, then quickly rotated until he faced the dizzying slopes far below. Carefully, one step at a time, he started marching straight down the wall. "Can we go now?" Darcy cried. "Oh, I hate this. It's not so bad when you're the right way up, but—" Hal grunted and pushed off. He twisted into a freefall, spread his wings wide, and gracefully glided away, trying to avoid aerobatics while Darcy was feeling so vulnerable. As Fenton edged his way down the cliff in secrecy, Hal made himself known to the Yetis and landed in plain sight at the flooded cave entrance. Only one white-haired monster stood guard. He dropped into a defensive position and roared in warning. Hal roared back, though he refrained from breathing fire this time. The Yeti ducked into the shadowy tunnels, hollering as he went. Shortly after, more Yetis appeared. They seemed bolder as a group, and they advanced on Hal, snarling and ready to pounce. He had to admire their courage. But for now, he was more focused on Darcy. She was so light, and of course invisible, that he had no idea if she dismounted or not. He had to assume she had, so he slowly backed up, pretending to be intimidated by the mob of advancing Yetis. Out of the corner of his eye, Hal spotted a gentle splash in a puddle, then another. It had to be Darcy, stepping lightly across the partially flooded cave. A mere 10 seconds later, she made it to the far side where the floor was dry. None of the Yetis noticed. Their full attention was on the dragons standing on their doorstep. Hal gave another roar, then flew away. The Yetis would be mystified by his visit. Even if they'd noticed Fenton riding him earlier and wondered where he'd gone, they wouldn't be on the lookout for Darcy. She was the perfect spy, invisible and stealthy, able to sneak around without detection. If anyone could locate Abigail, Emily, and Lauren, it was her. Satisfied, Hal returned to Bigfoot Mountain. He planned to keep an eye on the ice caves and await a signal from his friends, but he also wanted to join in the hunt. The hunt for an elusive killer. Chapter 7. Hunting the Killer. Chief Stone Giant ordered all of the Bigfoots to join in the hunt, staying in groups of 3 and spreading in all directions up and down the slopes. Hal, Robbie, Dewey, and Thomas formed one of the parties, along with Willow Stump. The woods seemed crowded at first, with shapeshifters and Bigfoots everywhere, but their search area quickly widened the farther they walked from the settlement. Thomas had a constant frown on his face as they traipsed through the trees. "How could anyone be hiding around here?" he asked, wrinkling up his nose. "We're in Bigfoot territory. How could anyone sneak about without being seen or heard?" Their own friendly Bigfoot guide rumbled a few words over his shoulder, and Robbie translated for him. Willow Stump said the Yetis have a similar scent and know how to move quietly. The killer has obviously been here a while and has settled deep into the environment. Questions flooded Hal's brain. But what if it's not a Yeti? What if it's something else? Like, I don't know, a troll or a Bigfoot, Robbie said, automatically translating Willow Stump's muttered response. Then his eyes widened, and he stared at the back of the Bigfoot's head in surprise. "Really? You think it might be one of your own?" This time, Willow Stump paused, twisted around, and gave a simple nod. It wasn't difficult to identify his grim expression, even under all that hair. "One of their own," Thomas repeated, as they descended into a hollow and plunged through a mass of brown-colored ferns. So the killer is hidden in plain sight, right under our noses. The idea of this shocked Hal. They think the killer is one of the Bigfoots in the camp? Willow Stump does, Robbie confirmed. Thomas snorted. He could be out searching with the others this very minute, privately laughing his head off. Or she, Dewey piped up. Willow Stump offered another comment, and again Robbie translated. Or it could be someone from the community on the top of the mountain. Oddly, this made Hal feel a little better. The idea of a murderous Bigfoot living within the small outpost unnerved him. What if the powerful giant stomped on the shapeshifters' heads as they slept? It would be over in an instant. Robbie had been listening to Willow Stump's latest rumblings as they walked. He said it'll be difficult to track one of their own, or the Yetis for that matter, because they can jump. Wait, Hal said. Is he talking about using the orange orbs? Because if he is... He trailed off, realizing that Willow Stump was right. It would be virtually impossible to track and capture a Bigfoot or a Yeti that could vanish and reappear some distance away at will. His excitement ebbed, and he slowed to a halt. Are you giving up, Hal? Thomas challenged him. Hal studied their Bigfoot companion. The tall, hair-covered wild man absently fingered the orb that was mostly buried in the long beard around his throat. He stared back at Hal with deep-set eyes. Hal? Robbie prompted. Making up his mind, Hal pointed at Willow Stump. Robbie, ask him if... Wait, no, he can understand everything we're saying, so I'll ask him myself. He approached and peered up at the giant. I'm guessing you haven't talked to your chief about this? Willow Stump is worried about alerting the killer, Robbie said, after the Bigfoot responded. We don't know who to trust. Let the others search for a Yeti. Meanwhile, we'll track the killer ourselves. The 5 of us. Hal nodded. Okay, so let's do something different. Let's use that... What do you call that thing around your neck? Willow Stump spoke 2 words. Robbie shrugged. A transporter. Hal smiled. Of course it is. Okay, so let's use your transporter to go places where only a spy would hide out. Like the top of impossible cliffs or... Yes, Dewey exclaimed, his face reddening with excitement. Or old Earth. His idea was met with an enthusiastic response. Old Earth was definitely somewhere a Bigfoot might go to avoid detection from other Bigfoots. He could move about and make as much noise as he wished, and he simply needed to pop across to New Earth whenever he wanted to intrude on the Bigfoot's camp. Willow Stump extracted the orb from his beard. It remained on the strap around his neck as he gripped it tight. As it began to glow softly, he mumbled a few words to Robbie. He says we all have to hold hands. It's the only way for us to transport with him. Thomas grimaced. Holding hands is for sissies. But whatever. Robbie's hand ended up completely engulfed in Willow Stump's. Dewey, Thomas, and Hal linked up in turn, and they waited for the jump to occur. The orb, clearly a geo-rock, lit up bright orange, then flashed and dimmed. The shapeshifters lurched, and the surroundings changed. Suddenly, the trees were more sparse, the ground covered with snow, and the air about 10 times chillier. The ferns were much browner here. It felt like spring had been delayed a few extra weeks. They all began to shiver. Bah, Robbie muttered as they let go of each other's hands. Who'd want to live in old Earth? The air smelled different, stale, as Fenton had said earlier. New Earth's oxygen content was higher, and somehow that gave everything a sweeter, fresher smell, at least so Hal had always thought. Maybe the magic in the air had something to do with it too. In comparison, old Earth smelled empty somehow. The difference was more notable high in the mountains. When Hal voiced his opinion, Dewey laughed and said, It could be because there's generally less oxygen in the mountains than down on the ground. Well, yeah, but that's true of New Earth as well, so... Oh, who cares? Thomas interrupted. We have work to do and a murderer to catch. Searching in old Earth had seemed like a great idea a minute ago, but now, suddenly, it felt utterly futile. The mountain was huge. Even if the murderer was here in this world, he could be literally anywhere. They had to try, though. "Spread out. Look for clues," Thomas ordered, breaking the silence. "Yell if you get murdered." "You have my word," Robbie said with a grin. "I'll scream in agony and you come running to help, okay?" Hal wished they wouldn't take the situation so lightly. "Maybe we should stick together? This is a Bigfoot we're tracking and we're shapeshifters," Thomas argued. "Each one of us is tough enough to deal with a Bigfoot. Even Dewey can turn around and kick it. Quit stalling and start hunting." He stalked off, swiftly transforming as he went. Seconds later, he scampered off out of sight, his scorpion tail arced high. Robbie shouted after him, "Meet back here in an hour." "Shh," Hal hissed. "Wow, you guys really have no clue about hunting, do you?" Despite the hopelessness of the situation, the five of them split off in various directions, a much smaller group than Chiefstone Giants and in a different realm, but possibly with higher hopes of a result. "Yeah, I really hope one of us will blunder into the lair of a murdering psycho-killer Bigfoot," Hal thought as he climbed a slope. "That'll be fun." It had to be lunchtime by now. His stomach rumbled as he trudged up the hill. He weaved between trees, scampered sideways across the slope, ducked under an enormous protruding boulder, thrashed his way through ferns, and ended up near a running stream about 30 minutes later. The whole time, he scoured the terrain for footprints or other signs of a visitor. But unlike the same mountain in New Earth, where an entire community of Bigfoots lived, it appeared nobody ever ventured to this desolate place in old Earth. Maybe desolate wasn't the right word, but it was definitely home to critters and birds and not much else. Disappointed and bored, Hal sat for a minute and dangled his legs over the fast-running stream. The water bubbled down a fairly steep slope and vanished under the twisted root system of a massive tree trunk. He studied the tree, thinking it must guzzle all day long. No wonder it was 4 times the thickness of neighboring trees. "Where are you, Abby?" he whispered, turning his attention to a patch of daylight. It probably wouldn't be much of a trek to find a spot where he could see Yeti Mountain. Except this was old Earth, so it wasn't Yeti Mountain, and his friends weren't sneaking about the place. It suddenly occurred to him that returning to New Earth would be a real chore if Willow Stump left him behind. He stood up in a hurry, convinced his friends had been calling out for him to head back. How far away was the nearest portal? Abandoning the search, he started down the slope, hoping he wouldn't get lost. He skidded and slipped his way to the massive guzzling tree and worked his way around to the other side, then veered diagonally from there. He was pretty sure the line of boulders he saw ahead were the same ones that he'd... Pausing, he frowned. Wait a minute. That can't be right. He returned to the giant tree with its gnarly roots. As he'd noted earlier, the stream flowed down the hill to its base, and with a lot of frothing and gurgling, disappeared underneath. But it didn't come out the other side. An underground stream. He wasn't sure if that meant anything whatsoever, but it sent a shiver of excitement down his spine. There might be tunnels under the ground. The stream had to go somewhere, and a subterranean route was highly possible. Intrigued, he set off again, this time ignoring the line of boulders he'd been aiming for. He was more intent on finding where the water bubbled out of the ground. After a few minutes with no success, he paused again. The whole mountainside in both worlds was full of ferns, and though brown at the moment, they'd be a vibrant green come springtime. Oddly enough, where he stood, the vegetation seemed thicker underfoot compared to pretty much everywhere else, because the stream runs under the ground. It can't be that easy, he mumbled. There can't be a handy bunch of caves for our killer to hide in. But even killers had to drink. Regardless of whether it went underground or not, the stream itself was a really good clue, and he'd have realized that earlier if he'd been any good at hunting. Whoever was out here in the woods had been living rough. They needed a constant freshwater supply. Hal swallowed and nodded. Following the stream up or down would surely lead to something, better than rambling aimlessly for hours. He figured he had 20 minutes left before Robbie's deadline for meeting up. He didn't want to miss Willowstump's jump back to New Earth, but he also didn't want to return empty-handed. Follow the stream up or down, he wondered. He had a 50-50 shot of guessing correctly. If indeed the stream was an accurate clue in the first place, he voted for downhill, since he was headed in that direction anyway. 5 minutes later, after treading carefully on a rocky terrain almost hidden under a tangled mass of dead bushes, he came to a stop with a jolt of excitement. He could hear running water again. The stream still wasn't visible, but it was close. Pressing onward, he tried to ignore the constant jabs and scratches as his clothes snagged on thorns. Ordinarily, no sane person would force their way through the prickly mess he'd endured coming down the slope, but he was on a mission to catch a killer. The route ahead grew even tougher and smellier. He wrinkled his nose and decided something had died recently. There seemed to be a lot of that kind of thing on Bigfoot Mountain, even in old Earth. "Whoa!" he gasped as the bad smell turned into an overpowering stench. It was so nasty that he faltered. It reminded him of when they'd first arrived and bumped into a group of Bigfoots. Could this be the smell of a Bigfoot too? Holding his breath, he descended a short, steep, rocky slope until he broke free of the vegetation and jumped down into a small clearing. The stream remained hidden, but its constant gurgling grew much louder. It sounded like it was inside a cave. Hal almost forgot the stench for a second as he peered under the overhanging slab of rock that formed a ceiling. He saw almost complete darkness, but within that gloom was a pool of water. Somewhere deeper in, the stream gushed into that pool. The powerful smell hit him again, and he flinched. Blinking rapidly and clutching his nose, he edged into the darkness. It didn't take long to figure out he'd have to breathe fire continuously if he wanted to see where he was going. Better to use the flame of a torch. Anyway, he didn't have time. He was due to meet Robbie and the others shortly. Save this for later, he told himself. Lead them back here so we can investigate together. He turned to leave and found a massive figure looming over him. It whacked him hard on the side of the head, and he staggered and fell, his ear ringing like crazy. Though dazed, his first thought was to transform. Before he had a chance, another blow to the head knocked him out cold. "I found you!" Hal tried to wake, but couldn't move a single muscle or even open his eyes. It felt like a powerful force had him pinned down, or like gravity had increased tenfold. "Don't try to wake," a familiar voice whispered. "I'm using some other form of magic, and it's hard to control." He struggled to focus. Abby?" he mumbled. Or at least he tried to. Was he really mumbling? Or did he merely think he was? "You know how this works. Take my hand. Quick, I can't stretch for long." Abigail's face swam before him, surrounded by a kind of grey murkiness. Her hand appeared out of nowhere, and at first he recoiled, surprised by its enormous size. It was like she was some kind of giant reaching out of the gloom. Only when he tentatively touched her fingers, everything seemed correctly scaled. He imagined curved mirrors somehow distorting reality. She pulled gently, and he floated up toward her, light as a feather, despite the heaviness he'd felt a moment ago. A second later, he took up residence in her head. It was like peering out of a cave. He gasped, "The cave!" "Abby," he croaked, trying in vain to sit up. "I'm in trouble." Instead of coming awake in the cave, he sent his dream world reeling. Abigail cried out to him, "Hal, quit! Relax, or we'll get separated. Lie still and keep sleeping." You don't understand. I'm not asleep. I was knocked out by a Bigfoot. After a pause, Abigail said, Wait, what? Knocked out by… You're saying you're unconscious? That's how I was able to find you? Hal tried to calm his nerves, but how could he? It's the killer, he hissed. The Bigfoot that killed the Yeti. I found his cave in the woods, and he whacked me across the head, and I'm now lying there at his mercy, maybe bleeding everywhere. I could be dying, and even if I'm not, he's a killer. He might kill me right now. Hal, calm down. How can I calm down? He yelled. Take me back. I need to wake up. Okay. Then, let go. Swallowing, he tried to release his grip on her hand. He couldn't actually see her hand, but he felt it, and it seemed his fingers had locked up. No matter how hard he tried, he refused to let go. He could almost sense Abigail's puzzled frown. Hal, wait. If you're as badly hurt as you think, then keep holding onto my hand. It could be you need this to what? But after a moment he understood. He felt cold at the thought. You think I might die if I let go? I don't know. I have no idea. But if you're refusing to let go of me, then maybe it's like I'm offering you a lifeline, something to keep you from you know what. From dying, he said, unable to keep the terror from his voice. He struggled to clear his mind and think. Can't you see me lying on the ground? Maybe I could if it were dawn, and I could use real fairy magic. I'm glad I could reach you at all. I wouldn't be able to if you weren't flat out on your back. Hal blinked. You're actually glad I was knocked out? No, of course not. I was searching for you, hoping you'd gone back to sleep after getting up so early this morning. 1 minute, there was nothing, and then, suddenly, I felt your presence through the trees. But you're so far away that I had to stretch like a piece of elastic to reach you. She paused for breath, which was odd, since their entire conversation was in their minds. Her fairy trick, as she called it, wasn't new, but one aspect of it was. How did you do this? He said in awe. If you're in the Yeti Caves, you not only reached across to another mountain, but to another world as well. I'm in old Earth. She gasped. Seriously? Well, that explains why you seem so far away. She thought for a moment. Whoa. What? Does that mean fairies can cross over without portals? I don't know, does it? Abigail seemed to be caught up in her own amazement. Meanwhile, Hal's focus returned to his situation. Somewhere in the woods on top of a mountain in old Earth, his physical body lay in a cave, possibly badly injured, possibly dying, and if not from the injury itself, then because a deranged Bigfoot killer was about to murder him. Calm down, Hal, Abigail said in a soothing voice. If the Bigfoot was going to kill you, it would have done it by now. He'd forgotten she could read his mind. But he still might. Or my head might be bent out of shape and bleeding everywhere. Okay, enough, she said, much more firmly this time. What shall we do? If you let go, you'll snap back to your body, and I doubt I'll reach you again today. But it seems like you can't let go of me anyway. He tried again. A little calmer this time, he pictured himself opening his fingers, releasing his grip, and floating back to his body. Or maybe snapping back, since she'd dragged him so far away. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe his body or his mind instinctively knew he was too far from his physical body, and detaching from her now would mean he'd simply float away on the air. Don't be ridiculous. How about you settle down and let me tell you what I found over here on Yeti Mountain? But we can't just leave my body alone while you tell me stories. I'll be really quick, she promised. I can use pictures rather than words. Pictures take only a few seconds. This is important, and I can tell you everything faster than saying this sentence out loud. If you shut up and let me. He had to admit that sounded good. I've been wondering about you the whole time. Is everything good with you guys? Where are Emily and Lauren? Have you seen Darcy and Fenton yet? I dropped them off so they could find their way in and— Hush. He fell silent. Okay, sorry. Relax, Hal. All you need to do is watch. Chapter 8. Dreaming. A little earlier. Abigail felt a surge of excitement. She, Emily, and Lauren had already made up their minds about sneaking into the ice caves on the neighboring mountain. They laid out their reasons to Hal and waited for his counter-argument. He was obviously flustered. Well, yeah, but hang on, you can't just— We're going, Emily said, crossing her arms. It's not negotiable. We're all shapeshifters, Hal, and we each have to do our part. Abigail nodded. You have your job, dear Hal, and we have ours. He wore that cute, somewhat confused expression that she loved. Before he could snap out of it, she gave him a peck on the cheek and patted his shoulder. See you soon, she murmured. Look after Darcy and the boys. Shortly after, Abigail buzzed away from the cliff edge with a simple plan in mind. Emily and Lauren would take a long, circuitous route across in case the Yetis were watching. She, on the other hand, simply needed to shrink down to her tiny fairy size and make a beeline for the icy cave entrance. There was no way they'd see her coming. She'd probably get there around the same time as the other girls. Lauren flapped hard into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Emily, in her silver-scaled serpentine form with wings, descended gracefully into the mists below as if heading to the ground. She'd hug the opposite mountainside on her way back up and avoid detection. Abigail hadn't reckoned on the updraft, though. The wind blasted her delicate fairy wings and threatened to spin her out of control. Her flight across the abyss was a lot bumpier than she'd expected, and she resisted glancing back to see if Hal was watching. 5 minutes later, she approached the Yeti's cave entrance with an eye open for the white-haired brutes. At least, she assumed they were white-haired brutes, basically snowy versions of the Bigfoots. The cave entrance was empty. She landed on the cold, flat rock and studied her surroundings. Hard frost covered the walls and ceiling, except around the rim, where rocky protrusions formed a kind of wall. Like teeth, she thought suddenly. I'm standing in the mouth of a giant ice monster. And the yawning tunnel at the rear looked very much like a throat. Remaining in her tiny form, with her wings buzzing, she glided into the gloom. As she entered the tunnel and flew around a bend, her eyes widened in wonder. The walls and ceiling, coated in ice, glimmered and glowed with hundreds of tiny blue-green lights. Stalactites hung in places, and columns stretched from top to bottom. All were lit up in the same magical aura. Glowworms, she whispered, delighted. She couldn't wait for Emily and Lauren to get here. At that moment, she heard stomping footfalls approaching from ahead. With a gasp, she spun around and zipped back to the entrance cave. There, she spotted Emily rising cautiously from below. At the same time, Lauren flapped down from above and landed on her large talons. Abigail buzzed over to them both. "Hide," she urged in her tiny voice. Lauren cupped a hand behind her ear. "Say what?" Settling on Lauren's shoulder, Abigail shouted, "Hide! Someone's coming!" With a cry of fright, Lauren launched and flapped away, with Abigail still clinging to her neck. She didn't go far, though. A ledge above the cave offered the perfect hiding place. Emily understood what was happening and dropped out of sight. Since Lauren was perched on the narrow ledge with her wings flattened against the cliff behind her, it fell to Abigail to check out what was happening below. She peered over and spotted a Yeti. "Yikes," she muttered. The creature stood much taller than the Bigfoots she'd spied on, while Hal and the others had first been attacked in the woods. It stood nearly twice the height of Dewey's dad, Mr. Morgan, who was among the tallest men she knew. It was a white-haired Bigfoot, but with differences. the most noticeable being the curved horns protruding from the sides of its head. It had claws, too, and was generally bulkier in the shoulders. She imagined the Yetis as fearsome warriors, incapable of intelligent conversation and uninterested in reason. Abigail slowly grew to her full size, and with her wings still at the ready, leaned closer to Lauren to whisper in her ear. "That Yeti is worse than a Bigfoot. It's huge and ugly. I can't see its face from here, but I bet it's got giant fangs. I don't think these people are capable of having a civilized discussion." Lauren shuddered. Well, they must be if Bigfoots are coming to talk. She had a point. Abigail frowned. Well, looks are deceiving then. But I wouldn't be surprised if a Yeti was responsible for attacking the Bigfoots. I guess we'll sneak inside as soon as this one's gone away. They didn't have to wait long. With a grunt of annoyance, the Yeti turned and stomped out of sight. Abigail guessed it had been alerted by something, which made her wonder if they had spy holes in the mountainside. Maybe it had seen Lauren flapping down from above, or Emily rising from below. When it was clear, Abigail signaled to both girls that it was safe. "Be ready to fly. Otherwise, come check this out." With enthusiasm, she pointed out how the entrance cave reminded her of a giant mouth. "See the teeth?" she said, pointing to the rocky protrusions lining the rim. "We're standing in the mouth, and at the back is the throat." "Ooh," Lauren said, her eyes wide. "Let's hope we don't end up marinating in its stomach." It wasn't long before all three girls were gasping in amazement at the blue-green light show within the throat. Around the gentle bend, they came to a wide intersection with no less than 6 other passages leading off. It kind of ruined Abigail's fanciful notion of walking about inside a giant, but maybe that was for the best. "Hope we don't get lost," Emily hissed. She remained in her Naga form, a little shorter than her normal self, her wings tucked tight against her serpentine back. She set off into one of the narrow passages. It led deeper into the mountain. The glow-worm light intensified, putting out an aura that Abigail fell completely in love with. If it weren't for the deadly Yetis, she could easily spend hours exploring the maze of tunnels, even if they made her shiver with cold. This particular route descended a slope and ended up in a gigantic cavern. Natural columns as thick as tree trunks glistened with moisture. The frost-coated ground, ceiling and walls shone with swirls of blue light, and in some of the darker recesses overhead, the sparkling glow-worms resembled a starry night sky. "Do you hear a waterfall?" Lauren whispered. They were huddled behind one of the columns, which was freezing to the touch. Despite the size of the cavern, they still saw no sign of other Yetis. "I hear it," Abigail agreed, listening hard. "But where is everyone?" Emily slithered around the column. "Let's keep moving. I want to find that waterfall." "Isn't it more important to find the Yetis?" Abigail argued, hurrying after her. "Emily, slow down. Our job is to find out what their plan is, not to take in the local scenery." "Where there's a waterfall, there are probably people sitting around it," Emily insisted, moving fast. In this case, Yetis. They turned a bend and realized the waterfall was closer than they'd thought. It roared in the soft light, and the cascading froth had a ghostly glow about it. "I'm going to name this place the Ghostly Falls," Abigail announced. "Still no Yetis, though." Emily paused and frowned. "I don't get it. Where is everyone?" Abigail took charge. "Okay, we followed you down here. There's the waterfall. Isn't it pretty? Now let's go back and take another passage. We're wasting time." She spun around and started marching. When she glanced over her shoulder, she was relieved to find Emily and Lauren tagging along. As lovely as these glowing passages and caverns were, they needed information. She imagined a group of Yetis sitting around a table plotting against the Bigfoots, or maybe the killer himself, boasting about how he crossed from one mountain to the other so quickly and easily. All vital information for Hal to pass on to the Bigfoot chief. The passage they climbed was so steep that the Yetis had carved rough steps into it. "I'll call this the staircase," Abigail announced. "Oh, how imaginative," Emily said, clearly not impressed. A rumble of voices drifted from up ahead. Abigail glanced at the other girls to make sure they'd heard. Together, the three of them edged closer, step by step, until another cavern came into view. A lot went through Abigail's mind then. The first thought was to do with the size of the space, easily as big as the ghostly falls. Then her attention shifted to the light. This vast chamber wasn't illuminated by glowworms. Instead, natural daylight shone down from above in the form of several well-defined shafts that spotlighted large groups of Yetis. She focused on the bustling crowd. Aside from the young spies, the entire Yeti population appeared to have gathered in one giant room. At first she guessed maybe 30 of them. As she climbed another step or two, and her view of the cavern widened, she found more and more of the white-haired creatures lurking at the outer edges. 50? 60? More? In the center, one particular Yeti stood on a rounded block of ice with a flat top, and it was this fearsome creature whose rumbling voice carried easily throughout the cavern. The imposing figure held a staff and was obviously someone to be respected. "This is some kind of meeting place," Abigail whispered. "The gathering hall, maybe?" "What's with you and your names?" Emily griped. "It'll make it easier for us. Better than saying the cavern with the waterfall, or the cavern with the podium and so on." "Guys," Lauren whispered, "there are way more Yetis than I expected." She frowned. "It makes sense, though. We've only seen a small outpost of Bigfoots. They have a bigger community higher up their mountain. But this here is where the Yetis live, all of them, not just a group of guards." "What are they meeting about?" Emily asked. Abigail felt a chill. Could they be plotting their next attack? "Maybe it's a routine get-together," Lauren suggested. After a minute of listening to strangely incoherent rumblings, Emily whispered, "I think the leader is female." "I think so too," Lauren agreed. "Wish I knew what she was saying." She sighed. "We should have brought Robbie." "How could we have?" Abigail argued. "None of us could have carried him across from one mountain to another." Lauren nudged her sharply. "I could have." "Well, yeah, but how would that have looked to the spies? They'd see—" At that moment, stomping came from the foot of the staircase behind them. The three girls swung around to find a white-haired giant pounding up the steps toward them. He halted and froze, his startling blue eyes opening wide. Abigail, Lauren, and Emily stared up at him. Then the Yeti howled a warning. "Fly!" Emily hissed. With no way to get past him, and certainly no room to fly in the confines of the passage, the shapeshifters turned to face a cavern full of Yetis. Each and every one glared in their direction, a sea of blue eyes, bared teeth, and raised black claws. Abigail darted into the air with ease, shrinking as she went. Emily took a moment longer, lifting off with a noisy buzzing sound and dragging her snake tail after her. Lauren had to race into a clearer spot before she could flap her wings hard enough. Neither Emily nor Lauren made it, because the young Yeti spy launched himself off the top step and grabbed hold of Emily's tail. He yanked hard, bringing her down. At the same time, the nearest adult Yetis leapt closer and battered at Lauren just as her talons left the ground. Both screams cut off as Yetis pinned them down. The girls were like ragdolls under the sheer size and weight of their captors. They vanished from sight as the enormous creatures crowded around. Abigail buzzed high above their heads, well out of reach, but feeling completely helpless. Yetis glanced up at her. They knew she was there, and they glared balefully, obviously knowing they had no chance of grabbing her. The leader, still standing in the center of the gathering hall, roared in anger. Though her words were unclear, her rage was obvious. It radiated outward like a blast of heat. She jabbed her staff toward Abigail and spat out a torrent of vitriol. "Don't hurt my friends," Abigail cried, but her voice was too high-pitched and feeble to be heard over the furious roars and commotion. She abruptly grew to full size and repeated her words. "Don't hurt my friends." Her sudden change caused a lot of Yetis to flinch and recoil. Eyes widened, and a space appeared below her as the crowd thinned. For a second, Emily and Lauren came into view. Both were held with ease by creatures more than twice their size. Lauren lashed out with her talons to no avail. Her wings were all twisted up behind her, and though her arms were free, using her fists to punch the massive arms that held her did nothing whatsoever. Emily's long, serpentine tail dangled and thrashed wildly on the ground, but she, too, was unable to free herself. Another Yeti, acting like he might be repulsed by her, made a grab for her tail. Even with his strength, he found it difficult to get a good grip and hold tight. "I'll get help," Abigail shouted down to them. With no other choices available, she again shrank to her tiny form and flew down the staircase, away from the angry mob. It was suddenly very dark. It seemed the glowworms had switched off their lights. She had to assume they detected a disturbance in the air. Either that, or they'd received some kind of telepathic instruction from the Yeti leader. As she flew, the Yeti's shouts died to a muted roar that echoed softly throughout the mountain. Abigail could now hear her own panting breath as she buzzed all the way back to the relative safety of the mouth. But she had company. 2 Yetis loitered there, and standing alone, a Bigfoot. All were squinting across to the neighboring mountain. She cried out in relief. A dragon was approaching. Hal was here. On his back were a number of Bigfoot passengers. While she hovered unnoticed at the rear of the mouth, stomping footfalls behind her suggested more company was rapidly approaching. So soon. Yetis spilled out of the throat, a steady stream of them coming after her. They quickly spread out in a semicircle, then paused, silent, staring at her as she backed away. No, not at her. Through her. They weren't chasing a harmless fairy. They had bigger fish to fry, namely the approaching dragon. That was why a Yeti had shown up on the staircase earlier, to warn his leader of the visit. Ironically, it was Hal's approach that had caused Emily and Lauren to get captured. As the dragon swooped in to land, the Yeti's resolve broke, and they fled down the throat. Abigail let out a whoop of joy. Now she had Hal to help her, along with the Bigfoot who stood nearby, and 5 more climbing down from his back. "Hal!" Abigail called. But once again, her tiny form had a squeaky voice, and there was no way she'd be able to make herself heard over the noise of Hal's stomping, his wings creaking, and the Bigfoot's grumbling. She was about to increase her size and make herself known when the Yetis slowly emerged. This time, their leader came with them. The meeting was officially taking place. That being the case, Abigail had one thought in her mind. With the leader's attention elsewhere, and Yetis throughout the mountain on alert against a threat from their Bigfoot neighbors, maybe Emily and Lauren wouldn't be so well guarded. "Hang in there," she thought as she zipped over the heads of several Yetis. "I'm coming for you." Chapter 9. Hot on the Trail. As Abigail flew into the throat, a couple of Yetis swatted at her as if she were a pesky bug. The white-haired giants packed out the tunnel, jostling one another in their effort to get to the mouth and stand with their leader. Their eyes shone blue. Their fangs gleamed surprisingly bright when they snarled. Hundreds of glowworms flickered and shimmered in the walls and ceiling, almost like a ripple of excitement, sending waves of blue-green color up and down the passage. Abigail found her way back to the staircase and up to the gathering hall. The crowd was thinner now. Maybe half of the Yetis had gone toward the confrontation with Bigfoots. The rest were busy retreating to the safety of offshoot passages at the far end of the cavern. She groaned when she realized how many choices faced her. She saw 5 or 6 openings on one side, a few more in the center behind a group of natural columns that reminded her of a small stand of trees, and at least 7 or 8 on her right. And that wasn't counting a couple of chutes leading down into the ground, and the holes in the ceiling that let in shafts of daylight. The mountain was a maze. "Where did they take you?" she whispered. Abigail hovered close to the ceiling. Directly below was the podium the Yetis had carved into the ice, from which the leader could deliver her speeches. Bathing in a ray of daylight felt good on her delicate wings as she bobbed up and down. It was good to know she had an escape route to the outside world if she needed it. Emily, too. But there was no way Lauren had room to flap her wings on her way out of that narrow skylight. Focus, she told herself. Where would the Yetis take their prisoners? She watched the last of the Yetis disappear from sight in various seemingly random passages at the far end of the gathering hall. Now she was completely alone in the gigantic space. It felt eerie, buzzing in absolute silence. After a methodical survey, she realized there was another source of illumination farther in, far beyond the shafts of daylight. She'd assumed it came from more glowworms, but those pretty little things were nowhere to be seen. Instead, she came across a hidden delight, a large pool of crystal-clear water. Under the water, covering the rocky bed, were a few dozen egg-shaped objects. They glowed like geo-rocks, only bright blue in color. She couldn't help clapping her hands and grinning from ear to ear. Never mind the fact that 2 of her friends had been taken away somewhere, or that Hal was currently in the middle of a confrontation between Bigfoots and Yetis. For a moment, all of her attention was fixated on the enchanting pool, with its dazzling icy bottom and its gentle ripples of gorgeous blue light that shone on the frosted ceiling above. "We'll call you the Rippling Pool," she murmured. "Oh my goodness, I want to die right here and now. And you'll get your wish if you stay around here for much longer." She shook her head and snapped out of it. Since she couldn't guess where Emily and Lauren had been taken, maybe she could try calling for them. All she needed was one shouted response. Abigail grew to full size, landed, and retracted her wings. Her soft footfalls crunched on frost in places. She scoured the mess of footprints as she padded over to a cluster of passages. No sign of small human feet. But then, Emily's naga form would have left the smooth indentations of a large snake. Lauren's talons should be quite distinctive, though. Giving up on that, she cupped her hands to her mouth, drew in a breath, and yelled, "Emily! Lauren!" Then she stood perfectly still, listening hard and ready to bolt. To her disappointment, no answer came back. That worried her. What if they couldn't respond because— "Don't even think about it," she told herself. What she did hear shortly after was the steady stomp-stomp of a Yeti. Instead of transforming yet again and buzzing away, she darted behind one of the many columns. A Yeti appeared from the darkness. His ice-blue gaze glared from under a heavy brow as he searched the length of the gathering hall. To her surprise, he spoke. He sounded remarkably like Robbie, his voice deep and booming, and his words slurred but oddly meaningful.
"Where are you?"
It was a bit of a shock to the system, hearing such a brute of a creature speak in her language. Bigfoots, Yetis, ogres. They seemed to be related like cousins. She wasn't about to engage this one in conversation, though. Remaining still and quiet, Abigail waited while the Yeti shuffled about. He probably guessed she was hiding nearby, but actually finding her was another matter. He paused and sniffed the air, then shuffled closer. Abigail held her breath. "Stomp, stomp, stomp, stomp!" With a cry, Abigail darted away from the column as the Yeti charged closer. But he was smarter than he looked. He expected her to escape in that direction and countered by dodging the other way to intercept her. The Yeti made a shockingly fast grab. "Let me go!" she screamed, as powerful dark-colored hands grabbed her by the waist and hauled her upward. Her feet flailed uselessly. Instinct kicked in, and her wings sprouted from her back as she shrank to miniature size. Abruptly, she was free. She zipped past the Yeti's startled face and retreated to the shadows. The Yeti swung around and around, scouring the darkness and grumbling in annoyance. After a while, he sighed heavily, threw up his hands, dithered a moment longer, then stomped away. Abigail grinned and watched him go. Then, buzzing quietly, she set off after him. The fearsome giant ducked under a low section. After that, the tunnel grew utterly black, before the soft light of glowworms returned. It seemed the little creatures only operated when surrounded by complete darkness. Maybe they felt a little pointless amid other sources of light. The Yeti marched for quite a way, deeper and deeper into the mountain, down a slope, around bends, ducking from time to time. But at least it was one route, easy to find the way out again. Abigail hoped he'd lead the way to her friends. Bright lights shone ahead. Abigail squinted, but it was hard to see much of anything. The Yeti entered a dazzling chamber of ice, then disappeared from sight. When Abigail peered in, the first thing she noticed was a room full of Yetis sitting around the perimeter on surprisingly intricate benches carved out of ice. In the center, a circular pool bubbled gently, steam rising off the surface. She paused, hovering out of sight. Some kind of hot spring bath. It struck her as both amusing and oddly comforting that these giants socialized in such a way. They seemed so human-like. Abigail sucked in a breath at the sight of her friends. Emily and Lauren sat on one of the benches, huddled together, sandwiched between a couple of Yetis. They were dwarfed by the creatures. Lauren kept glancing from side to side as if wondering what was happening, and Emily had the look of someone who feared her limbs would be pulled off any minute now. So, were they prisoners or not? Watching from afar, Abigail felt a little dumbstruck. She'd expected to rescue her friends from a prison cell. But this? It seemed more like a Yeti's cozy gathering for afternoon tea while dipping their toes in the pool. She reverted to full size and retracted her wings. Then, taking a deep breath, she stepped into view and trotted over to join Emily and Lauren. They stared at her in amazement as she squeezed between them on the seat. Most of the Yetis barely glanced her way. They continued their mumbled conversations as if everything was normal. "You should have got away while you could," Emily hissed. "And missed the party?" Abigail smiled. "Isn't this place beautiful? A hot spring as well. I never would have pegged Yetis as liking hot water." "Everyone's got to bathe sometime," Lauren muttered. "All of this must have been constructed from magic ice," Abigail went on, patting the seat she sat on. "You remember that six-headed water dragon we bumped into once? The Hydra? Instead of fire, it shot out jets of water which turned into ice. That monster formed an entire Winter Wonderland under the river." "That's right," Lauren exclaimed a little too loudly. She dropped to a whisper. "Are you saying these caves and tunnels could have been formed by a Hydra as well? Including these comfortable seats." "Did you see the blue geo rocks in the gathering hall?" Abigail asked, breaking the momentary silence. "Weren't they pretty?" "Didn't notice," Lauren grumbled. "I was too busy being slung around like a sack of potatoes." They fell silent and listened to the gentle rumblings around them. There seemed to be 3 conversations going on at once. Abigail tried to tune in to the Yeti who'd captured her earlier, but his words were hard to decipher. "What are they saying?" Lauren asked. "Well," Abigail said slowly, "that one over there has the clearest voice. He's the one who captured me. I swear he told the others there's going to be trouble, and she'll put them in their place. Don't quote me on that, though." The three continued to listen intently for a minute, but most of what they heard was gibberish. Abigail heard a dragon and death, but the context was completely lost. "They're not as dumb as they look," Emily muttered. Lauren agreed. "I think they're smarter than ogres, actually. No offense to Robbie." "And they're civilized," Abigail said. "I honestly can't believe a hydra created everything around us, but that's more likely than an ice wonderland existing on its own. The level floors, the perfectly sized doorways, the seating—" "Don't forget the staircase," Emily added. "Exactly, I guess the hydra did most of the work, and the Yetis carved out what they needed." After another minute of listening, Abigail felt a tingle of excitement and anxiety as she stood up and walked calmly around the pool to sit next to her captor. Yetis broke off from their conversation and stared at her. "Hello," she said, twisting to peer up at the giant by her side. "I ran off before we could introduce ourselves. I'm Abigail." She held out a shaky hand. The Yeti gently took her hand in his own. One finger was almost as thick as her arm, and a quick squeeze would cripple her, but he barely put any pressure on her hand.
I am Krennel.
Abigail fought to hide her surprise. "Well, Krennel, I'm pleased to meet you." A sort of huffing, snorting noise rippled around the chamber. The Yeti's shoulders seemed to be jerking up and down. Their faces were set in grimaces, and their teeth were bared. Then Abigail thought about the goblins and how they wore an almost permanent scowl even when in a good mood. She checked again, then grinned. "You guys are laughing!" The snorting increased, and Krennel threw back his head and roared so loud that frost trickled down from the ceiling. He released Abigail's hand and put an arm around her. When he pulled her in for a hug, it was like being crushed between a tree trunk and a slab of rock, only with long white hair that almost suffocated her. She laughed nervously and was relieved when the giant released her. "Whew," she said. Well, it's great to be here. We came because we were certain you'd been spying on the Bigfoots, but now I'm not so sure." Krennel grunted and shook his head. Much of what he said next was lost on her, but she caught a few worthy snippets like forest fools and nothing to do with. Something or other, and also care less. She listened hard, and finally summed it up the best she could. "Basically, you think the Bigfoots are idiots, and that you had nothing to do with whatever happened over there, and you couldn't care less about them, meaning there's no reason whatsoever for the Yetis to attack their camp. Is that accurate?" Krennel and the others guffawed softly. Abigail nodded. "Funny how you can understand me so well. Oh, and did you meet my friends? That's Emily and Lauren." More chuffing laughter filled the air as the red-faced girls offered nervous waves. Abigail touched Krennel's arm and said, "This place is amazing. We're guessing you used a hydra? How long did it take to carve stuff? Like these bench seats and the steps?" Krennel peered down at her with his intensely blue eyes beneath a huge, shaggy brow. Then he stood up. Towering over Abigail, he made a follow-me gesture and set off. Abigail made a similar gesture to her friends, and the three of them hurried after the giant, leaving the rest of the Yetis behind. Chapter 10. A Winter Wonderland. It seemed Krennel wanted to give them a tour. He took them on a breathtakingly complex route through a maze of crisscrossing tunnels that wound up and down as well as side to side. After 10 minutes of trying to keep pace with the Yeti, the three girls were ready for a break. But Krennel kept marching, and he made comments along the way. Unfortunately, pretty much everything he said was lost on Abigail. They got their wish soon, though. Yet another vast cavern opened up before them, its walls stretching high above, with more of those vents in the ceiling that let in long, misty shafts of daylight. Krennel paused at the edge of a short cliff, one foot casually resting on a kind of ice fence a few inches thick. It came up to Abigail's waist, which was dangerously low for the Yeti.
Dragon!
He rumbled. That word was clear enough. Not far below lay a gigantic pool, black in places but glittering white in others, depending on how the shafts of light fell. An ice bridge stretched across, and there were several ice islands, each large enough to build a house on. An entrancing, slightly misty aura of blue and green light hung over the water. Movement below the surface caught their eye. The dragon Krenel spoke of swam by at a leisurely pace. It circled an island and headed under the ice bridge, then meandered to another island on the far side of the cavern. Seconds later, 6 heads rose from the water and sniffed at the air. "What are we calling this gorgeous place?" Emily murmured. "Hydra Gorge," Abigail said at once. Lauren frowned. "Why a gorge? I'm not sure that's—" "I like it, and I'm sticking with it." Abigail turned to Krenel. "How do you get a 6-headed dragon to do what you want?" Krenel laughed softly, a huffing, chuffing sound that made Abigail smile. He didn't answer, so she chalked it up as another wonderful mystery. He moved on, this time circling hard to the left and starting down a new series of passages. "If he leaves us down here," Emily muttered, "we'll be so completely lost that it'll be next year before we find a way out." "What a place, though!" Lauren exclaimed. "Better than some dirty camp in the woods," Abigail agreed. "Although, to be fair, we haven't seen the Bigfoot's real home, only some outpost." More tunnels, more slopes, more steps. Glowing fungi seemed to be pretty common in this part of the mountain. It pulsated in different colors, and the bright oranges in particular added a warm, cozy feel, almost like lighted candles. In one passage, they came across plumes of steam from the foot of some very steep steps. Krenel stomped down them, waving his hand in an effort to clear his view, but it made no difference. The girls followed, their eyes fixed on the broad shoulders of the white-haired giant. Once they reached the bottom, all became clear. A large figure stood there, blocking their way. Not a Yeti nor a Bigfoot, but a creature just as tall. His entire body appeared to be formed out of hefty charred boulders of all shapes and sizes, with smaller rocks jammed in between. He glowed orange in several places, as though lava oozed from every joint. His tiny eyes were shrouded by a heavy brow, like he was peering from a cave. The steps Abigail and her friends had descended were square and perfectly formed. Those below were not. The rock creature seemed to be a miniature volcano, and the heat he generated in his hands and feet easily melted and shaped the ice, causing a lot of noisy sizzling and an incredible amount of steam. Slowly, the roughly formed step he worked on melted away in all the right places, leaving angular corners and flat surfaces. "This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen," Emily said simply. "This whole place, it's magical." "It's a Winter Wonderland," Abigail said with a grin. Krenel grew bored and commanded the rock creature to pause so they could get past him and continue. The rest of the steps to the bottom were uneven and slippery. "What was that?" Lauren demanded once they were clear. Krenel said,
Sharoof.
"Cheroof?" Abigail repeated. "Cheroof?" "I think he said Sharoof," Emily whispered. "No, it was Cheroof." The Yeti said it again.
Sharoof.
Abigail made a point to research the creature when she returned home. How many more amazing monsters did they not know about? Their tour continued. They followed more winding tunnels until, at last, they ended up in a very large, very familiar cavern with lots of ice columns. Abigail sucked in a breath and pointed. "The rippling pool! We're back where we started, in the gathering hall." The far end of the cavern was where the leader of the Yetis had been making a speech to a full crowd, and where the shapeshifters had been captured. "What was your meeting about earlier?" Abigail asked the Yeti. Krenel shrugged, as he so often did. His explanation was hard to make out, but it sounded like coming of spring and warmer. None of which helped. "You were discussing the weather?" Abigail demanded. So not plotting to invade the Bigfoots, then? Crenel chortled. Well, Emily said, what a morning. I'm tired out. Is it lunchtime yet? Never mind lunch, Lauren said. I'm ready for a nap. Abigail ran to the rippling pool and knelt by its side. She waited until Crenel drew near, then asked, Where did you get these? The three of them listened closely to his response. He spoke for a while and had to repeat himself several times before the girls fully understood his point. Overall, he didn't say a whole lot. It simply took a while to get the message across. So, Abigail recapped, you have a cave deep down below where you dig for these rocks, and they provide magic. We get that. We have a similar thing, but ours are orange. What do you use these blue geo-rocks for? Emily asked. Crenel's brow furrowed.
Geo-rocks?
That's what we call them. What do you call them?
Rocks, sis.
Emily stifled a laugh. Okay, fair enough. But what do you use the magic for? In answer, the Yeti knelt, dipped his hand into the pool, and extracted one of the rocks. It came up dripping and shiny and glowing a cool, pulsing blue color.
Hold.
He held it out to Abigail. Puzzled, she placed both hands on it, thinking he wanted her to have it. But he didn't let go.
Hold,
he said to the others. Oh, he wants us all to touch it at the same time, Abigail urged. All three girls placed a hand on the cold surface. A flash of light made them blink and let go. They remained kneeling by the rock, with the geo-rock cradled in Crenel's enormous hand. But they were no longer inside the cavern. They were high on its summit. Gasping, they spun around and collided with each other as they scrambled for a grip on the cold, hard rock. They sat on the top of the mountain, its very highest peak, a relatively small mound that jutted far above any other. Icy air whispered around their faces and tickled their cheeks. The late morning sun barely warmed their skin. The view was staggering, the entire landscape in all directions distant and perfect and utterly terrifying and astonishing. Abigail felt like her mind might explode. All the best views in the world combined didn't come close to this. She'd ridden on Hal's back numerous times and flown above the clouds, higher even than this mountain, but somehow that paled in comparison, maybe because she sat on a solid surface without the hard rush of wind she normally experienced in flight. Here it was serene and lonely. She felt very, very small and humbled, and privileged. It had to be impossible for humans to scale this mountain and sit on this tiny peak. She and her friends might be the first. But the Yetis probably popped up here all the time for a lunchtime break. I can't even, Emily cried. Lauren wiped tears from her eyes. This is... Abigail looked down at the neighboring peak. It had a few open spaces of unmarked snow, but most of it was forested. Somewhere down there, the Bigfoots lived among the trees. Hal was with them. She suddenly had an urge to reach out to him using her fairy trick, but it wouldn't work. He needed to be asleep. Still, she had plenty of magic available in the form of blue geo-rocks. Crenel held up the glowing rock and grunted again. His meaning was clear, and the three girls placed their hands on the cold surface. Another flash, and they were back by the rippling pool where they'd started. Oh my, Emily said, shaking her head. I will never forget that. But Abigail's mind was already whirling. It never seemed to sit still. How come Yetis can do that with geo-rocks, but we can't? Are they special rocks? Or do Yetis have some kind of knack? Yeah, we have to split our rocks open, Lauren griped. Very messy and dangerous, and we end up with a smoky black portal. Not half as good as the way Yetis teleport. Crenel shrugged and climbed to his feet.
Come, we eat.
Abigail, Emily, and Lauren settled nicely among the Yetis. The giants weren't all friendly. Some growled, others glared. It seemed Krenel and his cohorts happened to be a peace-loving group, while many of the others were a little more standoffish. Luckily, none of them were outright rude or ugly. The Yetis as a whole had no beef with anyone or anything as long as trouble stayed away. That, Krenel explained in his barely comprehensible way, was why he'd grabbed the girls and brought them to his friends, to discuss whether the humans were a threat or not. In the end, he'd been amused by them. Their meal consisted of vegetables. That surprised Abigail and the others, as they expected a plate of raw meat. In fact, the greens were prepared almost like a salad, along with some kind of soup, which the girls found hilarious. It was pretty tasty, but the idea of Yetis making soup with their huge, clumsy paws. And then they were introduced to the cooks, a few relatively short Yetis who bustled about in an alcove filled with hundreds of live plants and bowls full of aromatic clippings. The place was different from everything else on their tour, completely natural and organic. "Where do they get those knives?" Emily asked. "And the wooden bowls? And the baskets? I don't understand. How can they be so civilized?" Lauren muttered. "Shows how much we know. There's more to this Winter Wonderland that we haven't even seen yet. Probably miles of passages and hundreds of caves where they make stuff, and I don't know, my brain is about to explode." It was actually exhausting, being continually amazed for hours on end. In fact, Abigail grew quite sleepy, even though it couldn't be much past mid-afternoon. "Is there somewhere we can take a nap?" she asked Krenel. "Somewhere warm?" "Good idea," Lauren agreed. "What time is it anyway?" "After lunch," Abigail said with a smile. "But we've had a long, busy morning." The Yetis had no need for blankets. In fact, a couple had commented at some point that it was getting a little stuffy and hot, even though Abigail thought it was like a wintry afternoon. But Krenel wasn't a monster, and he showed them to a group of snoozing Yetis.
Sleep?
He rumbled, pointing. "Sleep there? With them?"
Sleep on them.
He corrected her. To her surprise, he swept her off the floor and approached the group of sleeping giants. Some were on their backs, but most lay on their sides. Krenel deposited Abigail on the hip of one of the female Yetis.
Warm.
He told her in a low voice. Shocked, Abigail remained there for a moment, lounging on the sleeping Yeti's side with her feet near the armpit and her back and head resting against the flare of a hip. The bedding, if it could be called that, was soft and shaggy white hair, a little smelly but not too bad. And of course the Yeti herself put out a lot of heat. With Lauren and Emily giggling like crazy at her, Abigail's first reaction was to jump up the moment Krenel walked away. But she made a play of crossing her feet and placing her hands behind her head. "So comfy," she whispered to her friends. Much to her own surprise, she eventually dozed off. But something woke her. The sound of snoring filled the air, humans and Yetis alike. But it wasn't that. It was more of a nagging feeling. Hal. Carefully, she sat up. Her friends were sound asleep among the Yetis. The group of afternoon nappers had grown. To avoid waking anyone, she sprouted her wings and shrank to miniature size, then buzzed into the air. She headed for the geo-rocks in the rippling pool. Landing by the water's edge, she peered in and frowned. Were there more than before? A few of them were malformed, almost like two joined together. Lying down, she dipped her fingers in. The water was icy, but charged with magic. As soon as she made contact, that nagging feeling increased. "Hal?" Abigail closed her eyes. The magic was abundant, but this was no fairy patch. It would probably work okay, except the magic here was in a raw state rather than a fairy state. She couldn't think of the right way to describe the difference. Maybe fairies refined it somehow. In any case, it seemed like she was trying to fill a bucket under a thundering waterfall instead of dipping it into a gentle stream. It was a little frustrating trying to harness the power and channel it for use with a fairy mind trick. She got there eventually. Riding a wave of energy, she passed through numerous rock walls and emerged into the afternoon sun outside the mountain. Then she soared through the air, her mind stretching across the abyss to Bigfoot Mountain to the forests. The more she searched, the more confused she became. Where was Hal? She felt sure he was asleep somewhere, probably taking an afternoon nap like herself only. Where? Then she found him, and her heart skipped a beat. She floated closer. His physical surroundings weren't incredibly clear. Her vision of him was muted somehow, grayed out, like he was there, but not there. She couldn't figure it out. For a moment, she panicked. Was he dead? Was this some kind of afterlife that she'd touched on? It sure felt weird. She reached for his hand. "I found you!" Hal struggled and squirmed, his face screwed up as though in pain. Strange how she could see him while everything else was blurry. He lay on the ground among twigs and leaves and dirt. Was that a dark hole in the hillside? "Don't try to wake," she urged him. "I'm using some other form of magic and it's hard to control." Hal squinted up at her. "Abby?" he mumbled. Abigail smiled at her success. She'd made contact. Chapter 11. The Elusive Way In. The dream dissolved and Hal frowned. "Whoa, Abby, how long have I been watching that?" "Relax. It's only been about 30 seconds. 30! He gaped at her strangely fuzzy face in the darkness. "Okay, good. Because I'm in trouble. Then you need to wake up." "I can't." He trailed off, caught up in the details of her story. "So you're not in a fairy patch, then? You're lying by a pool of blue geo-rocks." "Right. And normally I'd be inside your head, or you'd be inside mine, but this connection is weird. I guess we're floating somewhere near your body." More questions filled Hal's head. "Didn't you see Fenton or Darcy? They should have found a way in by now. They were coming to find you." "Well, maybe we were too busy hanging out with the Yetis to notice." "Hal, never mind that. Let's get you back on your feet. Wake up." "Yeah, it's not that simple. If it were—" "Wake up!" She screamed so loud that he jerked away from her, and for a moment he caught a flash of daylight behind him. "Abby, wake up!" Again, that brightness. He twisted around. It felt like being underwater, with nothing to stand on. He was slowly sinking. But the slice of daylight was close, and he gradually focused on it. The opening was like a crack in a wall through which he could peer out if he drifted close enough. Frustratingly slow, he approached. Yes, he could see trees. He was looking up through the canopy at the sky above. "Abby, I think—" "Hal, wake up!" Her voice dragged him toward the opening, and the darkness receded into the farthest corners of his vision. Squinting in the glare, he suddenly realized he was awake, lying on his back, his body limp and heavy, the cool air chilling his bones. The dull roar in his ears faded until he could hear the clear chirping of birds and gurgling stream water. "Abby," he croaked, but she was gone. Groaning, Hal slowly rolled onto his side and assessed the damage. After a moment of wiggling fingers and toes, he was surprised to find that he had no injuries. At least, nothing worse than a tender lump on the back of his head. The Bigfoot had knocked him senseless. What if he had a concussion? Never mind a concussion. Where was the Bigfoot who'd attacked him? Suddenly anxious, he darted his gaze about. Seeing no sign of the Bigfoot, he struggled onto his hands and knees and prepared to make a dash for it. But he paused, studying the cave-like opening he'd discovered under the huge slab of rock. A Bigfoot hidey hole? The smell wasn't as bad now, but he could still hear the gurgling stream as it dumped into a hidden pool. Too dark to investigate, though, and too dangerous. He got up and hurried away. He paused only to get his bearings, then continued through the trees until he felt safe enough to call for his friends. "Robbie, Thomas! Dewey! It took a few more calls for someone to answer him. Robbie's voice floated through the woods. Hal, you find something? Hal ran to find him. He caught movement to his right, Dewey, and a scampering to his left, Thomas, and somewhere the larger crashing sounds of a Bigfoot. He hoped it was Willow Stump and not his elusive attacker. Before long, the group came together, 4 shapeshifters and their friendly guide. Leaving out the complicated part about Abigail's fairy trick, Hal hastily explained that he'd found a cave and been whacked around the head. His friends examined the lump, and Dewey said, "You should transform and fix that. It looks painful." "I will when I get space," Hal said, although honestly he hadn't given it much thought. It ached, but it wasn't terrible. "I'm pretty sure the killer is hiding in the cave. We should get a gang of Bigfoots together and surround it." "Well," Robbie said, "first, there might be more than one way in and out, and he might escape before we get a gang together. And second, why did he knock you out and leave you?" "Would you rather he murdered me?" Hal demanded. "No, just wondering." Thomas was still in manticore form. "The beanpole has a point. Why'd he let you live?" Their Bigfoot guide rumbled a few words and Robbie nodded. "Willow Stump's going to round up a gang." "He actually said that?" Thomas asked. Robbie shrugged. "No, I power-phased." "Do you mean paraphrased?" Dewey murmured. Using his orange orb, the Bigfoot abruptly winked out of existence. That left the 4 friends standing together in the woods, alone, in old Earth, with a deadly enemy about. Quietly, they turned back to back and kept a watch for movement. "Quit bumping me with your tail," Robbie grumbled, referring to the large scorpion stinger that kept nudging up against his head. "You're getting poison quills in my hair." Hal's head started to throb. He frowned and squinted. "I think I'm seeing double. Maybe I do have a concussion." "Then transform," Dewey said again. Hal took a time out to get his head right by shifting back and forth a few times. By the time he was back in human form for the 3rd time, his headache, dizziness, and blurred vision had gone. After that, it was a matter of waiting. Hal and his friends agreed that walking into the darkness of the cave to hunt down a hulking killer would be madness. "And it's really not our problem," Thomas pointed out. He had by now reverted to human form. "Nothing to do with us at all." Dewey didn't look so sure. "That's never stopped you in the past. You're normally the first to go leaping into battle." "Shut up, Squirt." Thomas had picked up Fenton's habit of throwing insults around. Only with Fenton, they were more like terms of endearment. They hunkered at a safe distance from the cave until Willow Stump returned. The Bigfoot materialized with his orange geo-rock gripped in one hand. Then 4 more of the creatures appeared alongside, each with their own glowing transporter. The rocks quickly dimmed, but they were already recharging. Without hesitation, the largest of the Bigfoots stomped into the cave, ducking his head as he went. He grumbled something, and the others hurried to catch up. That was Hal's cue, too. Jumping to his feet, he and his friends trailed after the group. Hal was excited but nervous. He kept thinking of the incident in the night when a Bigfoot had been killed. Their quarry was not to be underestimated. It seemed that geo-rocks were multi-purpose. They illuminated every corner of the cave as the Bigfoots searched, muttering and mumbling as they ducked under low-hanging rock and squeezed into narrow spaces. As caves went, this wasn't much of one except for the gushing water. It echoed noisily, sparkling in the orange light. The Bigfoots followed the water, making sure to check every nook and cranny in case they missed something. Deeper and deeper they went, at an annoyingly slow pace, until the group halted. "Why have we stopped?" Dewey whispered. "How should I know?" Thomas retorted. "Shh," Robbie hissed. He strained to listen. "I think they're saying there's nowhere else to go. Yeah, he said it's a dead end. What? Hal said in dismay. It can't be. Sure it can. Maybe whoever or whatever hit you didn't come from in here. It might have been getting a drink when you showed up, and it clobbered you and ran off into the woods. Hal felt a wave of embarrassment. If that were true, then he'd wasted everyone's time. There has to be a way through, he muttered. Tell him to look harder. Robbie turned to him. And get my arms pulled off? You tell him. Get your arms pulled off. There was nothing to do but watch as the Bigfoots grew increasingly annoyed. They searched high and low, to no avail. With grunts that echoed through the tunnels, they stomped past Hal and his friends toward the exit. The shapeshifters jumped back in a hurry, plastering themselves against the rock wall. Willowstump was last, and he paused to say something to Robbie. He said they're leaving, Robbie translated. With that, the Bigfoot went after the others. Hey, Thomas said. Don't leave us in the dark. Robbie, tell him. But Willowstump heard just fine, and he turned back with his geo-rock held high, the orange glow lighting up his grizzled face.
No leaving?
He said. Hal blinked. Finally, words he understood. No, we're going to check again. Any chance we can borrow your rock? To his surprise, Willowstump handed it to Robbie, then turned and departed. Left alone, the shapeshifters suddenly had a lot more room. Without a word, they began a new search. But since they only had one source of light, they had to stick together, which meant they shuffled around as a group peering at the same blank rock. They did this for about 5 minutes until Thomas grumbled, "It's a dead end." Hal stared at the wall in front of him. "It's a roof fall. There was a passage here once. What if the killer has a geo-rock as well, and he transports with it? I mean, he could jump straight through this wall to the other side." After a brief silence, Dewey sighed. If that's true, then he could be anywhere. How would we follow him? And if that's even possible, Thomas said, why didn't Willowstump think of it? Robbie swung around, shining his light back the other way. We need to ask him. Let's hurry before he decides to rush back to New Earth without us. Even as they jogged through the tunnels after the Bigfoots, Hal couldn't help wondering about his friend's comment. Never mind transporting through a wall. If the killer had a geo-rock, he could transport into New Earth. He outlined his idea as they dashed along. The killer could literally be in the same place, but in New Earth. But why didn't Willowstump think of that? It seems obvious now that I think about it. They blinked in the daylight outside and found Willowstump waiting against the trunk of a tree. He blended so well that a passerby might have missed him had the Bigfoot not taken a step and given himself away. Robbie quickly explained their ideas. Willowstump listened, then answered with a lot of arm gestures. He says, Robbie began, that even if the killer had a geo-rock, it would be foolish to transport underground. The risk of miscalculation is too great, an arm's length to the side, and you could end up embedded in the rock, and the same can be said of crossing into New Earth. What if the geography is even a little bit different? We have to face it. The killer has escaped us. But that was a roof fall back there, Hal protested. A passage definitely continues behind it. How thick is the roof fall, though? Robbie went on, quickly paraphrasing Willowstump's argument. What if there's no passage left? Unless we know for certain, it's too risky to transport. Hal sighed. I guess. He asked if we're ready to go back, Robbie added after a few more unintelligible grunts from the Bigfoot. Dewey looked relieved. There's nothing to see here, so... Hal snapped his fingers. If there's a cave with a pool and a bunch of secret passages in Old Earth, then there has to be a similar cave with a pool and a bunch of secret passages in New Earth. We don't have to risk getting embedded in rock. We can transport back to New Earth here and then go hunt for that cave again. Though he was met with a few dubious frowns, nobody questioned him. Willow Stump raised the geo-rock and waited until everyone had grabbed hold of his arm, and then the rock brightened, flashed, and suddenly they were back in New Earth with its familiar, slightly warmer, fresh air. Hal pointed. "Okay, so let's find that cave again. It has to be here. Trees and bushes might be different, but the mountain is the same. The caves and tunnels are the same." "Not necessarily," Dewey said, raising a finger to interject. "If there was, say, an earthquake in—" "Oh, be quiet," Hal said, scowling. "Stop being so logical. Come on, guys." His friends followed him as he set off. When he glanced back, he was pleased to find Willow Stump trailing at a distance. A good thing, too, because the Bigfoot had the only lamp. The woods were definitely different. Far thicker, more advanced in its seasonal growth, and much harder to navigate. The constant thorns annoyed them. Many bushes were impenetrable, and they had to take circuitous routes. They would have gotten completely lost if Robbie didn't have a keen sense of direction. So did the Bigfoot, though. Willow Stump occasionally gestured when Hal floundered with his leadership. It eventually became apparent that this elusive cave, if it existed at all, was impossible to find in New Earth. Stumped, Hal stood and turned in a circle, frowning as he ended up facing a wall of thicket. "It's here," he griped. "I know it. See that slope?" He waved his hand as if that would help make his point. "I swear it's here somewhere." "I don't even see a stream," Thomas said, "or hear one. Maybe in this world the stream goes underground and stays underground." "Well, Hal," Robbie said, "it was a good effort, but let's face facts. We've wasted all morning chasing this stupid cave of yours." In frustration, Hal surprised them all by transforming. As his huge dragon body filled the space, his friends jumped back in alarm. Even Willow Stump hurried to get clear. With wings spread wide and his tail swinging about, Hal lowered his head and roared. And as he roared, a blast of fire leapt forth, setting the thicket alight. He kept the flames coming, burning the tangled branches to a crisp and sending a plume of black smoke rolling into the air. Everything around it turned black, and the charred area started spreading outward. "Hal, stop!" Dewey yelled. "Don't torch the whole forest!" But Hal continued burning until the thicket before him was incinerated, nothing but a wall of fire and a cloud of smoke. Only then did he stop, and without waiting for the smoke to clear, he pushed his way through. For a moment he saw a dark grey fog. Then it cleared to reveal a darkened area. Hal stared and then huffed in delight. It was here. As he'd thought, the cave entrance lay before him, walled off by twisted, criss-crossing vines. He focused on them and started burning again. No wonder the Bigfoots had never found this cave before. If they didn't know it existed, there would be no reason to search for it. As the vines blackened and curled and crumbled away, the opening widened. His flames reached the pool inside. He knew this because of the sharp sizzling noise and the sudden belching steam. Triumphant, he reverted to human form and stumbled back to his friends, who stood outside the smoke-filled burn zone. "It's there," he announced, grinning. "I found the cave, and I'm pretty sure the killer is in there." Chapter 12. The Gaunt Attacker. After running around, stamping out the spreading fire, Hal, Robbie, Dewey, Thomas, and Willow Stump entered the cave. This time, Hal carried the geo-rock. It glowed brightly, and he forged ahead through the same tunnels as before. Or the New Earth version of them, anyway. He tried not to let his excitement get the better of him. It occurred to him that they might lead to a similar roof fall. To his dismay, that was exactly what they did. "No!" he cried. "No way! How is that possible? How can the same roof fall happen in both worlds?" They all stared at the impenetrable rubble. The details might not be absolutely identical, but the result was the same. No way forward. "So," Robbie said, "we wasted the morning twice." Hal spun about, then realized his friend was only giving him a hard time. Robbie had a half smile on his face. "I guess so," Hal muttered. "Plus, you burned half the mountain." "Don't exaggerate." Thomas huffed with annoyance. "So now what? We've managed to get exactly nowhere." Hal turned to Willowstump. "Can't you transport us somehow? Why can't you find a safe place to arrive while you're jumping from one place to another, like vanish from here, have a quick look ahead, make a course correction, and land safely?" Willowstump chuckled and shook his head. "You can't," Hal demanded, "or won't." "Go easy," Robbie said. "There's nothing to see. Let's get out of here." When they emerged into daylight, Willowstump immediately took back his geo-rock. Robbie confirmed that the Bigfoot was done with the search for now. "Well, I'm not," Hal grumbled, "going to sit on a bough that had partially snapped loose and now lay across the ground. I'm the one who was attacked, and I'm telling you, whatever it was came from the cave." Dewey rolled his eyes. "And like we said, it might have been in there having a nice drink of water." They argued quietly for a moment, but Hal had to concede they were probably right. 2 caves, 2 sets of tunnels, 2 identical dead ends, and no elusive killer. With Willowstump growing impatient, the conversation turned to the idea of going home. "We've seen the Bigfoots," Thomas pointed out. "We've seen the Yetis as well, spent time with them, even made a friend out of one." He nodded toward the brooding Bigfoot. "We've done what we came here for. Time to go home." Robbie shook his head. "I don't want to go home until—" "Shh!" 3 of the shapeshifters turned toward Dewey, who was sitting up, his eyes wide. He pointed with a shaking finger, and they slowly twisted around. Through the blackened trees, a figure emerged from the cave. It slowly came into view, peering with obvious surprise at the burned ground and quite a few charcoaled trees. The creature was male. A Bigfoot? No, a Yeti, judging by the curled horns sticking out of his temples. He was very thin and dark-colored, almost certainly a filthy, emaciated shadow of his former self. Willowstump mumbled a few words and Robbie translated. He said Stone Giant was right all along. The killer is a Yeti. "Not a normal one," Hal argued in a low voice. "I doubt this one's been home in a long time." The creature took a few steps out of the cave and stood in the sunlight, studying the ash under his feet. His shaggy hair had the same ashen coloring, but there were a lot of tangled, matted, dirt-streaked patches as well. Willowstump spoke again, this time a single word. "Wendigo?" Robbie repeated. He frowned. "Wait. A Wendigo is a vicious, thin creature that eats people." His eyes widened. "Okay, so yeah, that might describe the killer we're after. But this is a Yeti." "Ask him more," Dewey suggested. After a bit more explanation, Robbie said, "So, a Wendigo is someone who became lost or stranded and had to hunt to survive. And the more they remained in the wild, the more adept and brutal they became, until it didn't matter what they killed as long as they had something to eat. It's someone who's lost their way, turned feral." Robbie had been translating bit by bit, his voice low as they all kept their eyes on the sorry-looking creature not too far away. He slunk back into the cave out of sight, and Hal's mind buzzed with excitement again. "Guys, we're missing something. I first saw that Wendigo in Old Earth, and now he's in New Earth. Know what that means? He must have a geo-rock. He never left the cave. He transported." His reasoning got them thinking. "So how do we catch him?" Robbie asked, turning to Willowstump. "Think you can follow a Wendigo when he transports or switches realms?" The Bigfoot shook his head, a deep frown on his face.
Bad.
He said, "Bad. We know," Thomas interrupted. "Well, we have to do something." Hal stood up and held out his hand. "Give me that rock and teach me how to transport. I'm going after the Wendigo." At first, his friends joined Willowstump in the protests. Robbie said he was nuts, and Thomas flat out called him an idiot. Dewey was a little more restrained, saying only that Hal had lost his ever-loving mind. Still, Hal was insistent. He assured them he had no interest in tackling the creature. He simply wanted to follow him to his lair. It took quite a while for Willowstump to be convinced, but he grudgingly explained the process to Robbie, saying that it took practice to get it right, which was all the more reason not to attempt it inside caves and tunnels. Hal promised to have a go above ground first. "So what do I do?" he urged Robbie. Robbie sighed. "If you really want to try this, then, well, you have to hold it up and think about where you want to go, and feel for it." "Okay, and then what?" "That's it." Hal glared at him. "That's it? Come on, man. If it were that easy, don't you think half the residents of Carter would have done it by now? What about the goblins that mine these rocks?" He hefted the geo-rock in his hand. As tiny as it seemed when the Bigfoot held it, it was actually a good size. It glowed softly, like all the others he'd ever seen. "That's all he said," Robbie grumbled. "There has to be more to it than that." Hal frowned at the rock, as if his fierce gaze might somehow frighten it into action. "Okay, I'm thinking. I want to be over there by that boulder sticking out of the ground." He scrunched up his forehead and ground his teeth. "Over there. Over there." It didn't work. Willowstump laughed softly. He stretched out his hand for it, and Hal huffed and handed it back. As soon as the Bigfoot got hold of the rock, it brightened, and with a flash, he was gone. "How?" Dewey exclaimed. "There he is," Robbie said, pointing. Willowstump had materialized by the boulder Hal had mentioned earlier. He grinned and stomped back to them, the rock now dim. "Thank," he rumbled. He then tapped the side of his head and said a couple more words, which Robbie translated as, "Think ahead like you're there already." Willowstump gave the geo-rock back to Hal. He took it thoughtfully, still doubtful of his ability to use it. Hefting it once more, he stared at it, and... "Wait, don't stare at it! Stare at the boulder!" His gaze shifted to the target destination. "I'm over there," he muttered. "I'm by that rock." In one fluid movement, he swept a hand forward as if rolling a ball across the ground. In his periphery, the geo-rock flashed, and he jerked in surprise. But he didn't transport. The rock had dimmed, but it quickly started glowing softly again. He was puzzled as to how it recharged. Or maybe it didn't need to, because it wasn't really using up its energy. It only appeared that way when it flashed and dimmed. It seemed vibrant enough now. He tried the boulder again. Once more the rock flashed. He felt that was a small victory at least, and his friends gave a bored cheer. After 3 more attempts with no sign of transporting, he began to grow frustrated. "We're getting nowhere," he exclaimed. "Why won't it work?" Willowstump explained, with Robbie's help, that he probably wasn't truly wanting to transport over to the boulder. In the early days of learning the trick, the magic was cold and hard to manage, and the only way to get anywhere was to truly want it, and to believe he wanted it. Hal rolled his eyes. He'd heard that kind of logic before. "When I first became a dragon," he told Willowstump, "I had wings but couldn't fly. It turned out that I could fly after all. I just didn't know I could, and I had no technique, so there was no way for me to get off the ground. It was only when Abigail showed me a tiny fairy ball that I knew. It unlocked some buried dragon instincts. Then I could fly, eventually." "Like riding a bike," Dewey murmured. "And swimming," Thomas added. "Exactly." Robbie nudged him. "So do it again. Believe you want to be over by that boulder." "But I don't," Hal said, growing annoyed again. He stood up and pointed at the cave. "What I want is to follow that Wendigo. I want to be there under the ground with him." "No, you don't," Thomas retorted. "Yes, I do," Hal yelled. "I'm fed up with running around like this. I want to be there." He jabbed a finger in the direction of the cave, and his geo-rock flashed. He sucked in a breath as a strange sensation pulled at his gut. At the same time, he felt a strange void and reached for it, knowing that an empty space had to be better than the awful feeling of smothering within hard rock. For a split second, nothing held him up, but then his feet dropped down on hard rock. Everything was dark except for the rapidly dimming geo-rock. The light held, barely, and he turned in a circle. To his astonishment, he realized he'd made it into the underground tunnels, with walls on both sides, a ceiling overhead, and a smooth floor underfoot. It didn't matter if this was the same tunnel he'd been in earlier or somewhere completely different. He began to tremble with excitement. He'd transported. His mind whirled. This changed everything. If people could jump from place to place this easily using simple geo-rocks, then he imagined Miss Simone smiling with delight, his proud parents at her side, and all his friends gobsmacked that he'd achieved such a thing. The Bigfoots might have mastered the technique, and maybe the Yetis too, but Hal might be the first human to do so. He imagined the shapeshifters going on missions, there and back in mere minutes. No more staying overnight, no more being imprisoned. He could escape from literally anywhere, and not a single person or creature could ever lay their hands on him as long as he had a geo-rock in his pocket. The future of shapeshifter missions was going to be very different thanks to... His rock dimmed, it dulled and went out, and no amount of shaking could bring it back. "Huh?" he muttered. Standing in pitch blackness, he refused to give in to panic. It was just a tunnel, after all, and he could always light up with fire even in human form. He listened for a moment, trying to get his bearings, which way was forward and which way was out. After standing in silence for half a minute, he heard a scuffle and whipped his head that way. He saw nothing, but he caught a nasty scent. He swallowed and remained still. His legs seemed to have lost the ability to move. The smell drifted closer, and with it came the slightest of scuffles, as though someone were attempting to tiptoe, but kept dragging a foot. Preparing to light up with flames, he held off a little longer. Almost gagging with disgust, it was all he could do not to throw up. His eyes watered, and he clamped a hand over his nose and mouth. Scuffle. The Wendigo was close. He couldn't be more than... Scuffle. His chest burned, his nerve broke, and a sheet of fire erupted from his mouth and lit up the passage. It lit up the Wendigo too. Towering over him, the filthy Yeti reacted to the fire by shrieking and throwing up his long, thin arms. The creature lurched away, the scuffles turning into heavy footfalls and the scrapes of toenails, the kind of noise a dog made as it scrambled for purchase on a hard floor. Panting hard, Hal felt a surge of adrenaline. Before it could fade away, he blasted fire ahead and ran after the Wendigo, wanting to yell and shout, maybe even tackle the creature to the ground. But his craziness quickly wore off, and he slowed to a fast walk, then to a more cautious pace. He lit up as he went, short puffs of flame that told him the passage was empty, and using his hands to guide his way. He didn't hear the scuffling now. The Wendigo had outrun him, and now Hal was alone. But, despite being alone, he was on the trail of the killer. He defied his friend's skepticism and not only found the Wendigo, but was well on his way to tracking him to his lair. Then, all he needed to do was find a way back out so he could... He tried not to think about the dead geo-rock in his hand. Was it a coincidence that its magic, its sparkle, was gone? Had Willow Stump used it 99 times out of its 100 available transports, and Hal had been unlucky enough to finish it off? Had he used up too much energy, perhaps? Or was it simply that geo-rocks drew energy from Bigfoots? There was a thought. If that were true, it kind of ruined his ambitious plan to transport all over New Earth. With only one jump per charge, he'd have to carry a sackload of rocks everywhere he went. The tunnel wound down and down. He became acutely aware of this when the floor grew slippery, and he skidded a few times, nearly dropping his depleted rock in the process. Yeah, definitely way underground by now, he thought with a shudder. How deep did this go? What if he arrived at another dead end, and the Wendigo simply transported away? He shivered. The temperature had dropped too. No wonder the floor was getting slick. It was now coated in frost. Or maybe it was pure ice, a tunnel carved through tons of ice. By a hydra. His nerves were beginning to fray. It reminded him how much he hated tunnels, rock or otherwise. Ever since that episode with the nasty faun in the forest who kept turning people into dust and then vanishing underground, he'd vowed to avoid stupid caves and labyrinths for the rest of his life. No such luck. Here I am again, chasing evil monsters through dark places. He slipped once more, this time stumbling so badly that he dropped his geo-rock. It skittered away down the slope ahead of him, and he paused to listen to its progress. Rattle, rattle, scrape, bang, rattle, bounce. It seemed to go on for ages, its echoing noise slowly fading. There was no doubt the tunnel kept on descending. Hal sighed and plodded onward, his fear and anxiety giving way to frustration and a little boredom. If he finally reached a dead end, the walk back up this sloping corridor was going to suck. He lit up with fire less frequently than before. His human throat was beginning to get sore, and he had no room to transform and fix it. Besides, what was there to see? Walls, floor, and ceiling. Funny how neat they are, he thought, as his mind wandered. A regular Bigfoot or Yeti-sized passage that meanders downward. For how long now? 30 minutes? An hour? He'd lost track of time by now. Definitely not natural, though. Since Abigail had mentioned the Hydra, he had no doubt of a connection somehow. The Yeti Wendigo was retreating to his natural habitat within the frozen interior of the mountain. The floor became so slick and steep that his progress slowed to an annoying pace. Every step he took had to be done carefully, or else his feet would shoot out from under him, and he'd land heavily on his backside. In fact, he'd be better off. Pausing, he considered it and smiled. He lowered himself to the smooth, cold floor and felt the cold seeping into his pants. Pushing himself forward, he slid easily, hand over hand, following the bends. Okay, this is better. This is awesome. It's like a slip and slide in the snow, only it's much longer and has walls to... Whoa, he muttered, trying to slow himself down a tad. He bumped against the wall on the bend and tried to get hold of it, but he seemed to be moving faster and faster, and no amount of grappling helped him. Afraid he'd bump his head on the wall, he lay down and tried to spin, hoping that maybe he'd slow his descent by scraping his hands and feet on opposite sides. It didn't help, and lying down only caused him to slide faster. Panicking, he lit up several times, and snapshot images of the slippery chute burned into the backs of his eyes as he went. Terrified of a serious skull injury, he clamped his hands to his head and kept his elbows tucked in. He splayed his legs wide, and though one foot or another scraped the walls, nothing slowed him down. There is no way I'm walking back to the surface. How deep does this go? He imagined sliding to the foot of the mountain and being ejected from a hole in the side to land in a clump of bushes. Maybe he'd find skeletons there, past explorers who'd suffered an untimely death at the end of the ice-cold death chute. With nothing to do but rocket helplessly out of control in utter blackness, Hal squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the inevitable crunch as he smacked into whatever lay below. Chapter 13. World of Ice. To Hal's relief, his plummet down the terrifying ice tunnel ended gracefully. The steep slope leveled off, and he slowed to a gradual halt. "Yes!" he hissed, punching the air and sitting up. "I want to do that again." He didn't really. At least not any time soon. Shakily, he stood up and brushed frost off his pants. The tunnel went a little farther. Soft blue light glowed ahead. He hurried toward it, pleased that his smart shoes now gripped fairly well on the glacial surface. When he emerged into a gigantic space, he hardly knew where to look first. Ignoring the layer of mist, he glanced up and around. The massive domed ceiling was lit by thousands of glowing pinpricks that reminded him of stars. He knew from Abigail's story that these were glowworms. Without them, the place would be totally black. An ice bridge spanned the cavern, thin and precarious, with barely any support except at each end. It started near where he stood and stretched off into the distance. His gaze dropped to the eerie layer of mist that came up to about chest height and petered out where he stood. Hundreds of curious, frost-covered mounds projected from the ice as if someone had labored for weeks building snowmen. There was barely room to walk among them. He headed over to the bridge and took tentative steps at first to test its weight. It definitely seemed strong enough to walk on, but so narrow. He climbed the gentle slope, unnerved by the lack of railings. The higher he went, the more his view of the cavern widened. Literally, hundreds of those curious mounds lay below, their tips poking out of the mist. "Geo-rocks?" he muttered. They had no glows of energy, so maybe they'd been used up. But why so big? He'd never seen geo-rocks as tall as him. Abigail had talked about geo-rocks in a pool, but these weren't submerged in water, nor did they have the bright blue glow she'd described. A cave full of dead giant-sized geo-rocks. Why? He was nowhere near the center of the arcing bridge, yet he felt increasingly nervous about the height, despite being a dragon shapeshifter. If he slipped, he wouldn't have time to transform and fly. What was there to see anyway? He returned to solid ground and wandered into the mist a little way until he stood by one of the protruding geo-rocks. On closer inspection, and after dusting off the layer of frost, he realized they weren't rocks at all. He tried to make sense of it. Scales? A large, narrow-tipped mound covered in dark green, shiny dragon scales? A cold feeling swept through him. Rooted to the spot, he stared open-mouthed at the sea of similar objects before him. Hundreds of... what? Eggs? No, they couldn't be. Could they? Dragon eggs? Remembering the way Abigail had named every place she came across, he quickly decided he stood in the nest. Yes, a nest of dragon eggs. Slowly, he backed away. He kept retreating until he'd left the mist behind, then stood still and struggled to come up with a plan of action. There was no way he could climb that chute he'd slid down. The Wendigo must know an alternative route to the surface, except that the Wendigo had a transporter rock. His way to the surface might be with a series of jumps. And where was the rock Hal had brought with him? Fully discharged of magic and completely lost. Think, this place can't just be one way in and out. It's huge. In fact, now that he thought about it, the gigantic cavern probably stretched under both Bigfoot and Yeti Mountain. Both peaks shared a base, after all. The chute he'd slid down had dropped him a long, long way. And since the chute and the nearby ice bridge were clearly manufactured, he guessed the work had been done by the same Hydra Abigail had talked about. He scanned the rest of the cavern as best he could. It was hard to see in the gloom and over such a distance, but some sort of icy mound stretched from floor to ceiling. He decided the ceiling had collapsed there, spilling tons of rock or ice. The debris was jammed tight against the ceiling. No escape there. Pinpricks of green light shone all around. There had to be hundreds of thousands of them, creating a collective ambient glow. It struck him how eerily silent the cavern was. Only his footsteps broke the peace, and he worried the sound could be heard all the way across the other side. There had to be a way out, though if it were a staircase, climbing it would take forever. He tried to imagine a charoof spending all its energy melting the Hydra's rough framework of ice and creating endless steps. Hal paused when he spotted a darkened area among the angular walls of ice. He started toward it, his excitement rising. Could it be a stairwell? He didn't care how many steps it had, as long as they were climbable. "There's a passage!" He patted himself on the back as he rushed around the corner into a smooth-walled tunnel. It was easily tall and wide enough for Bigfoots to pass through. It curved to the right ahead, and the glowworms were a little more sparse, so lighting was poor. Hal prepared to blast some fire if it got too dark to see. Before he got any farther, a scuffling sound alerted him. He swung around to find a tall, dark figure following him into the tunnel. "The Wendigo!" With a gasp, he put on some extra speed. A flash of light over his shoulder caused him to glance back. To his relief, the creature had gone. He turned to concentrate on his footing, and found the Wendigo standing in front of him. Hal skidded to a halt, his way blocked by the sinister figure. The Yeti held his dimmed geo-rock aloft, and as it slowly brightened again, the orange light illuminated the heavily browed face, the dirty grey hair, and the curled horns. What had probably once been bright blue eyes were now dark and sunken. Hal stared at the creature, who stood 20 paces away and was almost tall enough to scrape his head on the ceiling. He was thinner than most Yetis, making him unusually long-limbed. "You need to let me pass," Hal croaked. "Slowly back up," he told himself. "Get out of this tight passage and into the cavern where you've got room to transform." "I'm warning you," he added as he took a step backward. "I can breathe fire. You don't want to mess with me." The Wendigo tucked his geo-rock into a pouch slung around his neck and advanced on him. Hal turned and ran. The gaunt figure was shockingly fast. Hal barely made it to the cavern before the Wendigo grabbed hold of his shoulder. Yelling and twisting free, Hal lost his footing and went sprawling across the smooth ice floor. The Wendigo skidded and turned to make another grab for him, and Hal abruptly transformed. He expanded into the space occupied by his attacker, knocking him flying. The Wendigo ended up sliding into the mist and crashing against one of the giant eggs, causing a layer of frost to puff into the air and reveal the darker scales beneath. Now that the tables had turned, Hal stood his ground as the Wendigo picked himself up and emerged from the mist. The filthy creature was wary and ready to bolt, but Hal wasn't going to let that happen. He had no plan except to capture the Bigfoot killer. Hal's heavy footfalls crunched on ice as he advanced with a roar, his wings spread wide. The Wendigo cowered and retreated. Glancing at the wall of mist-covered eggs and seeing there was nowhere to run, he fumbled to grab the geo-rock from his pouch, but Hal lunged with snapping jaws and caused the Wendigo to stumble backwards among the eggs once more. To show that he meant business, Hal breathed fire. The flames licked at the white-covered mounds and instantly melted the frost, and suddenly a lot of shiny green scales were visible. His fire also dissipated some of the nearby mist, and he got a better look at the nest while the Wendigo was busy scrambling out of the way. For a moment, Hal was distracted. He didn't know much about dragon eggs, but again, he was amazed at their size. He'd always figured them to be small enough to cradle in his arms. There was no way a mother dragon had laid eggs this size, not unless it was an absolute monster of epic proportions. And if so, where was it? To his dismay, he realized the Wendigo had slipped away. He spun around to find him well out of his range already, making for the bridge. Without pause, the Yeti ran up the narrow, arcing platform and didn't stop until he reached the highest point. There, he hunkered down to watch. Hal seriously considered breathing fire at the base of the bridge. It would melt in an instant and bring the Wendigo crashing down on top of the eggs. But did he really want that? He snuffled around the mist, intrigued by the dark, shiny scales he'd revealed. He leaned closer. One of the eggs shifted. With a grunt of alarm, he jerked backward and watched closely for more movement in case he'd imagined it. He saw nothing more, but he heard dripping as moisture trickled down its surface and pooled around the base. Oops! If these eggs were in some kind of frozen state, then he needed to be careful about thawing them. Then again, dragons' eggs were supposed to be warm, weren't they? How else would they hatch? What am I saying? I don't want them to hatch. What a horrible thought. He tried to imagine being trapped in the nest as hundreds of dragons broke free of their hard shells and sprang to life all at once in a cacophony of screeches and roars. He backed away, then glanced up at the Wendigo, who remained on the highest point of the bridge. His hands were clasped to his head as if appalled at what Hal had done. Why should a wretch of a Yeti care about a bunch of dragon eggs? Was he some kind of guardian? The thought intrigued Hal. What if he watched over the eggs and tried to ensure nobody came down here? Maybe the Bigfoots in the outpost were a little too close for the Wendigo's liking, so he attacked them at night in an attempt to kill them off one by one. Hal congratulated himself. His theory was sound. He'd tracked the killer, figured out its motive, and almost had it trapped. And yet, it didn't add up. Again. Why should a Wendigo care about the eggs? Why would such a creature take on the role as guardian on behalf of a missing mother dragon? After a few minutes of waiting for the Wendigo to make a move, Hal realized the two of them were at an impasse. He could fly around the cavern and wreak havoc, bringing down the ice bridge and melting the ice off all the eggs in the process. But what would that achieve? So he sighed and reverted to human form. Then waited. Standing at the fringes of the mist, near the eggs, he could still hear the dripping, though it had slowed. With no other sign of thawing or movement, Hal figured all was well. He'd probably dislodged or thawed some ice below one of the eggs earlier, and it had shifted. No big deal. The Wendigo remained on the bridge, hunkered down, quiet and watchful. After a while, he stood. Hal tensed. The Wendigo started walking toward him, uncaring of the narrow footing and potentially fatal drop. He must have walked across many times. Half a minute later, he stepped off the bridge and approached Hal. Slowly now, wary, ready to bolt. Funny how I'm the fearsome one now, Hal thought. I wish we could talk, he called. I'd love to know about these eggs and how come you're here instead of the mother dragon. But anyway, what I really need to know is how to get out of this place. He pointed to the nearby passage. Are there stairs in there? Can I get back to the surface that way? Naturally, no answer came. Hal sighed. If only Robbie were here. The Wendigo gestured suddenly. He pointed with a long, thin, shaggy arm and made it clear there was something to see over that way. He uttered a single, unintelligible word. Huh? Hal said. What? He squinted into the gloom, trying to make out what might have the Wendigo so agitated. He saw nothing but a misty field of eggs in the middle of a sparkling, glowing cavern. The Wendigo started moving, and Hal jumped back in alarm. But the creature left him alone and headed around the perimeter of the mist, gesturing as he went, eager that he follow. Mystified, Hal trailed the Wendigo at a safe distance, ready to transform at a moment's notice. His day was getting stranger by the minute. Did you understand me? He called. Are you showing me a way out? That would be great. I don't want to be here anymore, and you don't want me here either, so... The Wendigo walked for some distance. Hal figured they were already a quarter of the way around the massive array of eggs by the time they arrived at their destination. Unfortunately, that destination didn't appear to be a handy flight of golden steps leading to the mountaintop. What are you showing me? Hal demanded, getting annoyed as the Wendigo paused at the edge of the mist. These eggs are identical to every other egg in this place. What's the point of this? Actually, he noticed that the mist seemed thinner here, and at least a dozen eggs had no frosty coating. The dark green scales shone with vibrant color, standing out from the rest. That's weird, he admitted. Is it warmer here? He held up his hands and thought that maybe it was. The Wendigo had somehow edged closer to him and was near enough to lunge if he wanted to. Instead, he grunted and gestured. While the subject of his discontent was plain, the reason was not. "The eggs are thawing," Hal said. "You're worried about that? I mean, sure, I guess that's bad if you happen to live in a dragon's nest. Why not move someplace else? You know how to get out of here, don't you?" With another grunt, the Wendigo gestured even wider than before, encompassing the entire nest in his frantic, wordless plea. His vocalizations were impossible to decipher, far worse than any Bigfoot. "Are you protecting these eggs?" Hal asked. The Wendigo emphatically nodded. Then, with a frown, he shook his head. Hal sighed. "Well, that's helpful. Okay, why are you showing me these ones? Because they're thawing?" A nod. "Is that bad?" Another nod. That sent a shiver down Hal's spine. He already knew it would be foolish to be around hatchling dragons, but one thing confused him. Is the mother dragon likely to come back? To his relief, the Wendigo shook his head. "Did the mother dragon die?" A nod. Hal felt a tingle of excitement. He was actually getting somewhere, and surprisingly, the Wendigo wasn't trying to tear his head off. "Okay. So you live here now?" Nod. "And you watch over the eggs?" Nod. "To protect them?" The Wendigo shook his head. "No? So, you're worried they're thawing?" Vigorous nodding. Hal paused. A picture was beginning to emerge. He found it bizarre that an emaciated Yeti would take it upon himself to watch over hundreds of dragon eggs deep under the mountain. In fact, it was so bizarre that a terrible fear began to gnaw at him. Would it be really bad if the dragons hatched? The Wendigo leapt toward him and grabbed his shoulders. Instead of attacking, he nodded vigorously again, his gaze boring into Hal's. Feeling very small in the grip of such a tall creature, Hal tried to refrain from transforming. Even though the creature could have ripped his throat out by now, or torn off his arms and legs, he hadn't. "I mean," he reasoned, "yeah, they're dragons, and it'd be bad, I guess, if you lived down here. But seriously, why don't you just leave this place?" "Okay, you can't answer that. Okay, answer me this. These eggs are huge. Does that mean the dragons will be huge as well once they're older?" To his surprise, the Wendigo slowly shook his head, then shrugged. "Well, you're a big old mystery," Hal said with a huff of annoyance. "I wish Robbie were here to translate. Or maybe Abigail. She could get inside your head, and—" The Wendigo didn't seem to be listening. Suddenly, gripped by a notion, he urged Hal to follow and stepped into the mist among the large reptilian eggs. He didn't go far. Planting his gnarly hands on the top, he began to push, gently but firmly, rocking the egg back and forth and straining with the effort. Hal watched in amazement. "Why are you—" The egg was clearly too heavy, or it was embedded too firmly in the ice to break it free. The Wendigo paused and gestured again, his intent clear. You want me to pull that dragon's egg out of the ice? But why?" The frantic nods didn't help explain the Wendigo's grand plan, and it was no use trying to guess. Hal sighed and spread his hands. "I'm small. I can't do much to help." But even as he said it, he realized he could, if he transformed. Chapter 14. Escape Route. Hal transformed and loomed over the Wendigo. Rather than sprint to the safety of the ice bridge, the creature grew even more excited and moved back out of the way, weaving between other eggs to give Hal room with the one at the edge of the nest. He gently hooked his front claws onto its hard shell and tugged. It broke free of the ice and tilted toward him. Once he'd eased the egg onto its side, he rolled it away from the mist and across the hard floor. With a toothless grin, the Wendigo jumped around with a renewed energy. He beat his chest, then eagerly took over the egg rolling. Hal watched with amazement before reverting to human form. "Okay, you have to tell me what's going on," he demanded. "Come on, use hand signals or something." Pausing, the Wendigo pointed at him, mimed some more egg rolling, pointed at Hal again, and finally jabbed a finger upward. Slowly, the meaning came clear, and it wasn't good. "Are you crazy?" Hal gasped. "You want me to take this egg to the surface? First of all, how am I supposed to roll this thing up 1,000,000,000 steps? Second, why would I? Third, what if I drop it and break it open? Fourth, no way, forget it." But the Wendigo was already rolling the egg. Hal followed, bemused. "Yeah, you can try, buddy. I bet you can't get that egg up the first step." The hard-scaled object made a continuous crunching sound as it rolled across the ice. Its shiny surface gleamed in the light from the walls as they entered the passage, and then it dulled as the glowworms faded somewhat. The passage wound around a bend and kept going on level ground, and the Wendigo had no trouble keeping the momentum going. After a few minutes more, they arrived at the foot of... Hal blinked. Not a staircase, then. It was a narrow shaft, and it whistled like a gale blowing down a chimney. No, not down. Up. As he drew near, he could feel a powerful suction dragging him even closer. His shirt lifted, and the Wendigo's hair seemed to stand on end. "No way," Hal breathed. Without pause, the Wendigo pushed the egg into the shaft. The narrow space had no bottom, so the scaly object should have dropped out of sight. Instead, it bounced and bobbed on a cushion of whistling air, and both the Wendigo and Hal watched with bated breath as it slowly began to rise. "No way!" As it drifted upward, the Wendigo grabbed Hal's arm and jabbered urgently, pointing at the egg and back down the passage toward the vast dragon's nest. Hal got it. "You want me to warn everyone? Is that it?" The Wendigo nodded. "But why can't you? Why'd you keep going up there and attacking the Bigfoots instead of trying to talk to them? Why kill one?" The response was a series of frantic moans. The Wendigo pulled at his hair and squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head and mumbling something over and over. Hal studied him, and realization dawned. "You didn't mean to, did you? Was it an accident?" The Wendigo nodded again. "But why couldn't you just say something? Explain the situation?" As if his patience had suddenly worn thin, the dirty creature gave Hal a violent shove toward the shaft. Hal felt a moment of terror as he toppled backward and lost his footing, but instead of falling to his death below, the powerful draft swept him upward. "Whoa!" His clothes rippled and flapped like a flag in a hurricane, and it felt like his hair was being torn from his scalp. After a bit of twisting and knocking against the walls, he managed to get situated, lying on his back with his arms and legs out straight, and the wind pushing him skyward. 4 walls closed in on him as he ascended. There wasn't much light at all. He really felt like he was floating up a chimney, except that the wind was noisy. The moment he looked up to check how far it was to the surface, he banged into the egg. Being much heavier, the scaly object rose slower, gently rotating as it went. If he squeezed past the egg, he'd probably shoot to the top in no time. Or would he? If he were above, wouldn't the egg block the draft and slow his progress? He puzzled over the physics of his situation as he pressed up against the underside of the egg. Since it continued rotating, he rotated with it, and he got his wish. He rolled all the way to the top side of the egg and floated free. As expected, he didn't rise much faster after that. Still, it didn't make sense. How did the wind remain so powerful even though he'd risen far? Its force should weaken the higher he climbed. He settled in for a long, long ride. Weightless and facing down, he pushed himself off the walls and swam as if in a lake, then rolled onto his back and put his hands behind his head like he were lounging on his bed. Oddly, the noise of the gale died away. It hardly tugged at his shirt now, and he could hear himself when he spoke alone. "This is the weirdest day ever," he shouted up the shaft. He was a little surprised when a pinprick of light shone far above. Already? But distance could be deceiving. He had a long way to go yet. Maybe 10 minutes later, he was bored of the slow rise to the surface. The physics of it no longer interested him. It was simply magic. He faced downward and studied the egg. The scales were similar to a dragon's hide, only more intricately laid out, smaller and perfectly contoured around the oblong surface. And glowing. Hal squinted. No way. Was he imagining it? No, it seemed like a faint, pulsing redness inside, a dim light inside what must be a thick, glass-like shell. He tapped on the surface, and for a second he thought the pulsing paused. "Oh no," he whispered. It wasn't a huge surprise that whatever lay inside the egg was still alive. He'd half hoped that a long freeze had killed it years ago and merely preserved the remains, but apparently not. The Wendigo had guarded the eggs because the dragons were still alive. "Don't hatch, don't hatch," he muttered. In a sudden panic, he tried to swim away from the egg. Maybe he could wave his arms about and rise a little faster, put some distance between them in case the hard shell broke open. He even planted his feet on the egg and pushed away. That helped, but then he bumped into the wall, and that spoiled his momentum. It pulsed red again. The color was easier to see from what little distance he'd gained. The dragon was definitely alive. The pinprick high above had grown. "Not long now. Stay calm. I'll be out soon." But the slowly rotating egg had him wigged out, and he kept a wary eye on it as they rose together. His ascent was silent by now. It still made no sense. What had started as a gale-force wind pushing him up the shaft had become nothing at all. He simply floated. Maybe there was some draft, but nowhere near enough to keep him aloft. Quit worrying about it, he told himself. Finally, he reached the exit. It was a square patch of bright daylight, and he grew excited at the prospect of being back on the mountainside. But it quickly became apparent it wasn't simply an opening. It had branches across, rather like bars, only they were spaced far enough apart that he could easily climb through. It was only when he arrived and pressed up against those branches that he truly appreciated how bizarre his situation was. The mysterious force continued to lift him, and he ended up floating on his back. Then the egg arrived and smacked into him, and he was squashed even harder against the branches. He gasped. What the heck? He stayed that way for a moment, assessing the situation. First of all, he'd arrived in a forested section of the mountain under the cover of a thicket. Second, the branches that acted as bars were wedged tightly in place at both ends. Otherwise, they'd have flown apart when he banged into them. Third, he was still floating. He began to squirm out from between the branches and the egg, then paused as a shocking thought hit him. What if he kept rising? What if he floated off into the sky? I can always transform. But what if, even in dragon form, he rose higher and higher against his will? So he gripped the makeshift bars and refused to squeeze through until it was safe to do so. But when would it be safe? The answer came soon enough. He could feel it. The magic's wearing off. That was an equally terrifying thought. The only thing worse than floating off into the sky was dropping like a stone into the shaft. He scrambled through the branches in a hurry and breathed a sigh of relief once he floated topside, still gripping the branches so he wouldn't drift away. But what about the egg? What if it too grew heavy and dropped back into the shaft? Hal dragged himself to the edge of the shaft to see if he could dislodge a branch. All the ends were buried deep. While he worked at clearing one, he decided that if the egg did drop back down, it would probably only get so far, because the floating magic or the gale force wind would start to work again, and the egg would once more rise to the surface. This calmed his fears. Still, better to get the egg now while he could. After some work, he yanked the branch free from the dirt and pulled it aside. The egg bobbed and bumped, then slowly lifted clear. As soon as it was out, floating above the shaft, Hal pushed it aside, then replaced the branch. By the time he was done, the egg had started to sink to the ground. It touched down, and when Hal gave it a nudge, it spun off in slow motion across the leaf-covered forest floor. Hal wasn't sure exactly where he'd emerged in relation to the Bigfoot camp. He stared back at the thicket, thinking it was exactly like every other. It would be nigh impossible to find this magical shaft unless he marked it. Then again, why bother? It was a one-way exit only. Besides, the egg was busy rolling off down the hill. He went after it, and at first it was fairly easy to get in front and stop its bouncing. But it quickly returned to its normal weight, like himself, and became harder to stop once it picked up momentum. Gasping, he got it under control and jammed it against a boulder so it couldn't roll anymore. Then he sat for a rest. Birds chirped as he gazed up at the darkening sky. His friends would be worried about him. He peered around, trying to make sense of his whereabouts. If he had more room to fly into the sky, he could get his bearings that way. But no, the trees pressed in around him. He had an idea. Getting to his feet, he started scouting around. If the Bigfoots could communicate by banging sticks, then so could he. He found a sturdy, sizable length and began whacking it against a tree trunk. The dull sound it made wasn't much, but it did echo off into the woods. "Hey!" he yelled. "Where are you all? I'm lost! Come and find me!" He banged and banged until he was too tired to continue. Throwing the stick down, he stood with his hands on his hips, listening for a response. To his amazement, a Bigfoot stepped into view. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "Hello!" It wasn't Willow Stump. The Bigfoot frowned at him, then picked up the stick Hal had discarded and banged it vigorously on the same tree, only in some kind of decisive, coded pattern. Once he was done, he threw it down and spotted the egg. He made a grunting noise and approached with caution. "Yeah, it's an egg," Hal said. Is Willow Stump coming? And my friends? I'm getting tired of one-way conversations." The Bigfoot ignored him, but he prodded the egg with suspicion. All of a sudden, a group of figures appeared out of nowhere. They winked into existence, and there stood Willow Stump, Robbie, Thomas, and Dewey. "Guys!" Hal exclaimed, hurrying toward them. "That's so cool! All I did was bang my stick on the tree, and you came." Robbie stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, well, you said the elbow is a bonfire of despair, so we had to see what kind of moron would shout something like that for everyone to hear." Hal blinked. "I really said that? Your stick did." "And what did the Bigfoot say when he banged on the tree?" Robbie grinned. "He gave precise directions to your location, like any decent Bigfoot would." He clapped Hal on the back. "Good to see you again." Thomas sighed. "We thought you died." "Yeah," Dewey agreed. "You had us worried. We thought you'd merged with the rocks somewhere underground. Willow Stump warned you about that. What happened?" Hal noticed that their guide had joined the other Bigfoot by the egg. It was only then that his friends noticed the large, scaly object, and they all went quiet. 5 more Bigfoots appeared. Chief Stone Giant was among them. The gray-haired leader scowled at Hal as he stomped closer. He scowled even more when he spotted the egg. He pointed and roared, and everyone flinched. "He's angry," Robbie explained. "We can see that, idiot!" Thomas hissed, giving him a jab. After the chief barked a few more words and swung around to face the shapeshifters, Robbie went pale and began stuttering. He said that you've brought doom upon us all and that you should be roasted over a spit. Is he talking about all four of us? Thomas whispered. Only Hal. Phew. Hal grew a little angry then. Why's he getting annoyed at me? I found his killer and uncovered an even more serious danger to his people. He should be thanking me. He stepped forward and squared up to the chief, and then realized he felt ridiculously small. A silence fell as Chief Stone Giant glared down at him. His nostrils flared, his mouth stretched into a snarl, and muscles flexed beneath thick, shaggy hair. Then he growled a single word.
Talk.
Hal's temper ebbed. Fine. He raised his voice so his friends, the chief, and all the other Bigfoots could hear. I found your killer. He's an old Yeti and— The moment he said that, all the Bigfoots roared and beat their chests. Robbie leaned toward Hal. They're saying they were right all along and Yes, I get it. Hal waited for the noise to die down before continuing. We call him a Wendigo, but he's really just a Yeti that doesn't live with his kind anymore. I'm guessing he's been underground for some time. I don't know the full story because we have a communication problem. Robbie drew himself up. Let me talk to him. You will soon. Raising his voice again, Hal said, Listen, he's guarding something deep down under the ground, far below, in a massive ice cavern. It's a nest. He's guarding dragon eggs, not one or two, but hundreds. Dewey let out a gasp. Thomas growled, Are you serious? Yup. Hal pointed. That's one of them. The Wendigo insisted I bring it up to show you, to warn you what's down there. I guess he's been trying to warn you all along, but somehow—
Pa!
The chief snorted. He roared a few more words at Hal, and the other Bigfoots roared with him, again beating their chests. Hal looked at Robbie. Well? The chief says the Wendigo is a killer. Why should we trust a word he says or even anything you say? Fair point. Hal realized the fearsome chief was close to losing his patience and lashing out. He was bristling with fury, his fists clenched and eyes blazing. Well, I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, there's a dragon's egg, and it's alive inside, maybe about to hatch. I think they've been kept cold for a reason, to stop them from hatching. When the chief roared again, Robbie said, Then why not destroy them? Hal shrugged. I don't know. Like I said, it's hard for me to get the full story from an old Yeti. But it's worth investigating, surely. A giant nest of dragon eggs under the mountain? He trailed off. Chief Stone Giant drew himself up straight and glanced around at his tribe. When he rumbled a few words, the Bigfoots chortled. Even Willow Stump seemed to find it mildly amusing, though he might have been putting on a front. What did he say? Hal asked, suddenly tired of the chief's complete lack of gratitude. Robbie scratched his head. He said it's quite the coincidence, a dragon shapeshifter finding a dragon's egg. He says it's very strange you brought a dangerous egg to the surface instead of the killer. It's almost like you're not on our side at all. The Bigfoot's side, I mean, Robbie added. How is that funny? It was the way he said it, really sarcastic, like he— Yeah, all right, never mind. Hal shook his head in disgust. I'm done with this. You hear me, Chief? I'm done with this. If you don't care what's going on under your stupid big feet, then why should I? We're leaving. Maybe the Yetis will listen to reason if you're too stupid to. He knew, as the words left his mouth, that he'd crossed the line, and when he turned and saw the wide-eyed looks on his friends' faces, he wished he could take back what he'd said and try to be a little more tactful. But it was too late, and all he could think of now was to move, quickly. Let's go, he urged his friends. But Chief Stone Giant bellowed so loud that birds took to the air in fright, Trees seemed to shiver and shake, and even his fellow Bigfoots retreated. A hideous stench washed over Hal and his friends as the muscle-bound, grey-haired Bigfoot scooped up a boulder the size of a human's head and lobbed it toward him. It missed by inches, and only because Hal threw himself sideways with a yell. With one bound, the chief was upon him, picking him up by the scruff of the neck and holding him high without any effort. Hal hung helplessly and faced a gigantic fist that drew back slowly, ready to cave his head in. He could have transformed, but in his panic he shouted instead, "Stop! Whoa! Hey! Hang on!" It all happened so fast, and even his friends seemed to have lost the ability to transform in those precious seconds. The chief's thunderous presence overpowered everyone else's to the point that they forgot who and what they were. Seeing those blazing yellow eyes, that snarl, and that massive fist, Hal's instinct finally kicked into gear, and he started to transform. But then a Bigfoot gasped, and everyone was distracted. Seeing him back away, all eyes turned toward the egg. The chief forgot about Hal and dropped him like he was nothing. Hal and his friends retreated to the safety of some trees and then peered around the trunks to see what was happening. "Oh no," Hal said. "The egg's hatching." Chapter 15. The Hatchling. Starting at the top, the shiny, scaly egg cracked in two until a narrow gap appeared between its two halves. That gap was filled with a slick, grey goo, which oozed out of the crack and onto the ground. Movement within suggested the hatchling was very much alive. As Bigfoots and shapeshifters eased backward, the egg opened wider in sporadic jerks, as if the occupant were fidgeting and twisting around. Then a paw appeared, sticking outward, its digits twitching. Under the grey slime, it appeared to be a deep red color. Hal and his friends watched in amazement. None of them had seen an egg this size hatching, let alone a dragon. The creature jerkily extracted itself, falling sideways out of the egg amid a pool of stringy sludge. The tail thrashed about as the young dragon got up on four legs and glanced around. The wings were underdeveloped, limp and feeble at first, but already beginning to wiggle and flap. The grey slime dripped off its body to reveal its beautiful, glistening, deep red scales. It had the nubs of a crested spine and surprisingly well-formed teeth. The hatchling's eyes gleamed, already focusing on the group that surrounded it. "Do all dragons come out ready to start murdering?" Robbie whispered. Hal shrugged. "I saw a few hatchlings in the labyrinth of fire, but I don't know how old they were. This is the first one I've seen straight out of an egg." "Do they normally grow that fast?" Dewey asked in a nervous voice. Hal looked again. What? But Dewey was right. The hatchling seemed to be expanding in size by the second. It kept adjusting its feet to a wider stance, and a curious creaking sound filled the air as scales enlarged. Then a translucent layer of skin dried up and shucked off, revealing even deeper red scales with none of the grey slime. Thomas muttered. "This isn't possible, is it?" The Bigfoots backed off a little farther, grumbling to each other. Chief Stone Giant held his ground, but only because he seemed to be in a fascinated trance. The dragon, now standing taller than Hal and his friends, crouched as if ready to pounce. Its wings grew fastest of all, the slender bones lengthening while the leathery membranes stretched. An orange glow appeared in its chest, and when Hal saw that, red flags went off in his head. "Watch out!" he yelled. "It's going to burn us!" His shout galvanized the entire group into action. Shapeshifters and Bigfoots alike turned and ran in all directions, and just in time, because the dragon drew back its head, opened its mouth, and let out a blast of fire. "No, not fire! Lava!" Hal yelled in terror as a stream of molten liquid arced through the air and splashed down where he'd been standing. Moisture on the leaves and grass sizzled, and a mixture of steam and smoke billowed upward. A river of lava streaked down the hillside, zigzagging its way around obstacles and burning a path through the vegetation. "What the heck?" Robbie cried, stumbling down the hill alongside Hal. "That's not fair." The woods were filled with crashing and cracking noises as Bigfoots charged through thickets. The hatchling screeched, and then another stream of lava spewed from its mouth, aiming high to reach farther. The sizzling splashes drew cries of horror from the shapeshifters. Luckily, the white steam blocked the young dragon's view, so it could only shoot blind, and by this time the group had dispersed to a safe distance. Or safer anyway. Hal, Robbie, Thomas, and Dewey paused to catch their breath. Up the hillside, the dragon burst into view. It rose above the cloud of steam and spat more lava while flapping its fully developed wings and hovering effortlessly. It turned in a circle, burning a wide arc all around. Even in midair, it was already shucking off another layer of skin. The dried pieces dropped away. "This isn't right," Hal said, his heart hammering. "Dragons can't do this. Nothing can grow that fast. This is—" "I'd say it's doing it just fine," Thomas growled. "Why'd you bring this monster here, you moron?" "To show you what's down below," Hal yelled. "There are hundreds of these things underground, and if they all hatch and escape—" It didn't bear thinking about. One alone was worse than a regular fire-breathing dragon. Fire didn't drop to the ground like lava. The red-hot liquid spilled from the air and drenched whatever lay below. Hal imagined the dragon flying over a village and spewing its molten death as it went, all from a safe height. A normal dragon would have to get close to do any damage. Not this creature, though. "We can't let this lava dragon escape," Hal said. "It's too dangerous." "I don't even know if any others exist." "And you plan to catch it how?" Thomas demanded. Dewey grabbed Hal's arm. "Fly above it! That lava! It's heavy and—" "So the dragon won't be able to shoot upwards as easily," Hal said. He smacked Dewey so hard on the shoulder that the boy stumbled. "Nice! I'll try it." Before the others could react to the idea, he moved to a clearer spot and transformed. The problem, he realized straight away, was the lack of space for someone his size to fly around. Even as he launched, he could see he had very little room to tear free of the forest. Meanwhile, even amid clusters of trees, the much smaller dragon flapped and hovered around in circles, hunting for its prey and shooting off streams of sizzling lava. All Hal could think of was to fly straight upward and burst through the canopy of leaves. He aimed for the biggest patch of sky and flapped his way through, taking out the tips of branches as he went. Leaves flew up with him, and he soared for a moment, noting that the sun was descending over the horizon. And then he began a dive, aiming for the glimmer of orange light somewhere beneath the trees. He crashed down through the canopy, bringing branches with him. The red dragon immediately shot up to meet him, spewing its molten death. But, as Dewey had predicted, the lava fell well short, dropping away in a sizzling orange spray. Hal collided with the tenacious hatchling. He far outweighed it, and he had downward momentum, so he easily won the round. The small dragon tumbled wildly and crash-landed. Hal thudded to the ground nearby. Before the hatchling had a chance to recover, Hal stomped over and threw himself across its back, almost crushing the newly formed wings under his bulk. He grappled with the squirming creature, digging his claws in and biting into the red-scaled neck. The dragon's mouth came dangerously close to his face at one point, and lava splashed across his muzzle. It hurt. His tough hide could withstand a lot of damage, but the molten liquid seemed to linger like candle wax on his skin, and it sizzled and burned its way through his scales to the tender flesh beneath. He gripped the dragon's neck even tighter to stop it from doing that again. The hatchling roared and thrashed, but was unable to wriggle loose. But now what? Hal held on while Bigfoots approached. Chief Stone Giant pointed at one of the others and barked a few words. The unlucky Bigfoot nodded and approached, holding aloft his geo-rock. Robbie suddenly shouted, "Hal! Willow Stump said you need to get clear." While Hal was processing that warning, the Bigfoot's geo-rock brightened considerably. Then he lobbed it. With a roar, Hal sprang upward and beat his wings once, twice, to give him a little extra lift. It was like an assisted jump, enough to remove all contact between him and the hatchling. At the same time, the lobbed geo-rock flew straight into the red dragon's mouth. It probably would have lodged there or bounced off, but the split-second contact was enough, and both the rock and hatchling promptly vanished. Hal thumped down on the vacated spot and checked under his claws to make sure he wasn't imagining things. The dragon had winked out of existence. As Bigfoots and shapeshifters moved to join him, Hal slowly reverted to human form, half expecting the hatchling to reappear. "Where'd you send it?" he urged the chief. "There's no point sending it off over that way or down the hill if it's going to keep throwing lava everywhere. We need to catch it somehow." Robbie plucked at his sleeve. "Hey, all taken care of." "Huh? What do you mean?" Sheepishly, Robbie shifted his gaze to Willow Stump and said, "The dragon's, underground." Hal glared at him. "He sent it back down to the nest?" "No, he sent it under the ground, like to some random place in the mountainside. It's merged with the rock." Appalled, Hal's mouth fell open. He killed it?" He turned his anger toward the Bigfoot who'd done the deed, then to Chief Stone Giant, who glowered at him. "You murdered a poor innocent dragon." "Seriously, Hal," Thomas grumbled. "It was a ruthless, lava-spitting monster that would have burned us all in a second, and probably plenty more if it hadn't been stopped." Flustered, Hal stared at him, then at Dewey and Robbie, and then the chief again. Though he felt sickened at the idea of the dragon merging with the rock, he at least understood why the Bigfoots had done it. While well done and thank you were off the table, he felt that some necessary dirty work had been needed, and the Bigfoots had been courageous enough to get the job done. Hal shook his head and stomped away before he said something he'd regret later. Thudding footsteps behind him caused him to flinch and swing around. Chief Stone Giant bore down on him, his face a mask of anger. The Bigfoot came to a halt before him and bent to roar in his face. The stench of his breath nearly melted Hal's skin. The meaning was lost, but Robbie quickly hurried over to translate. He's asking why you brought that dragon here. He thinks you're trying to get us all killed." "I already told you," Hal yelled into the Bigfoot's face, "because there are hundreds more, and if they hatch and find a way out, then we're all in serious trouble." When the chief started to retort with the same thunderous expression, Hal rolled his eyes and threw up his hands in despair. "Okay," he said, grinding his teeth. "I'll say this one more time. There are hundreds of eggs just like that one far below the mountain. They're guarded by a Wendigo, an old Yeti hermit, who's worried they're about to hatch. There's a section that's starting to thaw, and that's where this egg came from. The Wendigo wanted me to bring this egg up to warn you what's coming. Obviously nobody wanted it to hatch, but if it hadn't, then we wouldn't know what we were dealing with. And if I hadn't brought the egg to you, would you have believed a word of it?" The chief slowly straightened up, thoughtful for a change. Hal felt like he might be getting through. "I think he would have brought it up himself, but he wasn't strong enough to yank it out of the ice. They're all pretty firmly wedged in there. I transformed so I could manage it, and the reason he's been up here, snooping around in your camp, is because he was trying to find a way to warn you, but because he's a filthy old Yeti, you kept chasing him off, and then he ended up in a fight, and one of yours was killed by accident." The other Bigfoots and shapeshifters had crowded around by now. Robbie moved closer, ready to interpret anything the chief said, but still, Stone Giant remained silent as he digested the information. "I think," Hal went on, "that it would be really useful if someone could go down there and talk to the Wendigo properly." Chief Stone Giant snarled. He said he'd sooner rip the Wendigo's arms off, Robbie murmured. I can go down there, though. I'll hear what the Wendigo has to say. Then let's go before... Chief Stone Giant slammed a fist into the palm of his hand, shouted something, and set off past Hal, marching with purpose. His fellow Bigfoots started to follow, except Willow Stump, who lingered. Hal spread his hands. Now what? Where's he going? Robbie shrugged. I think he's going over to Yeti Mountain again to give them a piece of his mind. Oh, great, that'll help, Hal snorted as the Bigfoots shuffled past. Hey, we need geo-rocks to transport with. Willow Stump, I lost yours, sorry. Got any more? That was something Willow Stump could easily help with. He accosted his friends and persuaded some of them to give up their precious devices before they headed off after the chief. He ended up with a collection of 3. Well, that should do, Hal said. So, the difficult part is getting into the mountain. I did it before, but... well, I don't know how close I came to being merged with the ground. Willow Stump mumbled a few words. We can try, Robbie repeated. Doing it once is the hard part. Now that you've done it, we know it can be done. Hal grimaced. That didn't make him feel much better. Well, okay, I guess we'll head back to the cave and go in as far as we can, and then... We'll see. Willow Stump, can you lead the way? I'm all turned around and have no idea where we are. Willow Stump knew exactly where to go. It was some way uphill and quite a trek across. About the same distance Hal had walked with the Wendigo around the nest. When they arrived, Hal felt a growing sense of trepidation. Transporting through the ground was dangerous. If he missed the target by a yard on either side, he'd end up like the poor red-scaled dragon, embedded in the rock. So how do we do this? Dewey asked. Hal blinked at him. We? Well, yeah, we're all coming with you, obviously. Thomas nodded. You think you and Robbie are going to have all the fun? Guys, we could literally kill ourselves in a second, Hal said. Better get it right then, Thomas retorted. If I die, I'm going to make you pay. Willow Stump grunted and held up the 3 geo-rocks. Hal took one and Robbie took another. They'd carried bulky rocks like these before. While the pockets of their adaptive clothing easily expanded to accommodate them, the size and weight of the rocks tended to be a little annoying. That left one more for the Bigfoot to grip tightly in his large hand. He grumbled under his breath and closed his eyes. He said we should link up and stick with him, save the other rocks in case we need them later. So, the group came together and linked hands. Standing in a circle, as Willow Stump's geo-rock slowly brightened, Hal likened their mission to taking a dive off a cliff to the rocks below. Only great skill would allow them to splash down in a safe spot. Willow Stump was skilled for sure, but he was going on faith. How do you even know what to aim for? Hal muttered. Robbie repeated Willow Stump's whispered response. Knowing for sure there's a safe destination is a good starting point. Beyond that, you have to feel for it. Like when you drop something in the dark and have to grope around. It's impossible unless you know roughly where to start. Okay, but... A flash made Hal blink. It felt like the ground dropped out from under him, but rather than falling, it was more like climbing a staircase and mistakenly thinking there was an extra step at the top. They all stood in silence. The darkness was so complete that it was suffocating. Then Hal and Robbie fumbled for their geo-rocks, and once held aloft, they glowed enough to light up the walls around them. After a pause, they all let out shuddering sighs of relief, except Willow Stump, who simply nodded with satisfaction. Nice work, Hal said. Okay. Dewey gasped, and they all turned to him. His smart shirt was snagged on the wall. No, not on the wall, but in it. He'd materialized in the passage with half an inch of fabric merged into the rock. They all gaped in amazement and horror as Dewey tugged on it. It ended up tearing, and a small piece was left behind. Naturally, his shirt knitted together to fill the gap, but the small amount of silk fabric left behind seemed to wither and die. "I never want to speak of this again," Dewey said in a shaky voice. Nobody did. Hal took the lead and moved onward along the passage, starting to recognize some of the turns. "Yeah, we're in the right place," he announced. "It's all downhill from here." He was excited now. The immediate danger had passed. He couldn't remember how far it was to the icy part, but they were safe for now, winding their way down, having survived a near-fatal transportation. Willowstump's navigation skills were impressive. While they walked, he asked about the geo-rock and how it remained charged for the Bigfoots, but went dead when Hal had used it to leap. Robbie translated soon after Willowstump started talking. "He's never known one to go dead like that. The rocks last forever unless they're lost or broken. The ones we're borrowing need to be returned, and Willowstump wants his own back if we can find it down there. You've got him worried now. He's wondering if you've ruined it forever." Hal didn't respond. It annoyed him that he'd somehow managed to drain it of energy after years of use by the Bigfoot. "Are blue ones different?" he asked instead. Willowstump explained that the blue rocks were similar, but purer. They were hard to find, and came from deep within the neighboring mountain, and they were the reason the Yetis had migrated to these mountains in the first place. For want of a peaceful existence away from humans, elves, and other inquisitive beings, the Bigfoots had migrated with the Yetis, only they chose the forests, where the sun warmed the trees. Cold was good, but not that cold. "But what do you mean by purer?" Dewey piped up. This was a question Willowstump was unable to fully answer. "More powerful than the orange ones," Robbie repeated. "So they make bigger portals when you crack 'em open?" Robbie frowned. "Actually, he said they don't make portals at all. The magic disperses another way. He said you'd have to ask the Yetis for more information." "I will," Hal muttered, vowing to tell Abigail about this when he got the chance. "I want to know all about this Winter Wonderland place, the Hydra, those dragons' eggs, and how that hatchling grew so fast." "We're only supposed to be here to confirm the existence of Bigfoots and Yetis," Thomas muttered. "Job done. Now we're up to our eyeballs in dragons' eggs, and Dewey nearly became part of the mountain." "Nobody said you had to come along," Robbie pointed out. "I'm looking forward to seeing these mysterious eggs. Is it far, Hal?" "Once we reach the ice, it will be quick," Hal promised. When they arrived, he warned his friends that the slippery slope would be a terrifying but fun ride to the bottom. "Terrifying but fun," Thomas repeated. "Those two words don't go together. There's no such thing." Hal grinned. "Want to bet?" It had become too steep to stay upright. They went as far as they could on 2 feet, and then Hal sat down and waited for the others to do the same. "Put the geo-rocks away," he warned, "and hold on to your stomachs. It's going to be fast, but it'll slow down at the end. Trust me." The fun ride started, and 5 screeches of terror echoed off the walls. Chapter 16. Return to the Nest. The 4 shapeshifters and Bigfoot picked themselves up and walked the rest of the way to the gigantic cavern. Thomas and Dewey couldn't stop laughing. Robbie squawked about how he wanted to do it 10 more times. Even Willowstump guffawed softly. Hal suddenly spotted an object lying on the ice floor in the shadows at the tunnel's exit. The light from 3 geo-rocks lit it up as he passed, and he pounced on it at once. "Look!" he cried in delight. Triumphantly, he handed the drained rock to Willowstump. "Sorry it's dead." The Bigfoot took it with a puzzled frown. The moment he grasped it in his palm, the rock started to glow, feebly at first, but quickly brightening. His frown turned into a grin, and he quickly swapped out the rock with the one he'd borrowed. After stashing it in its rightful place around his neck, he handed the spare to Dewey. "Hey, why does he get it and not me?" Thomas complained. "I'm the only one without a geo-rock now." Hal shushed him. "I'm more interested in how you got it working again," he said to Willowstump. "I thought it was dead." The Bigfoot shrugged. Robbie turned and sucked in a breath. Whoa! You weren't kidding! This place is incredible! They all took a moment to study their surroundings. Hal decided the hundreds of silent, motionless eggs resembled a landscape of headless snowmen even more than before. Dewey pointed out that the mist glowed. Thomas commented on how the bridge didn't appear strong enough to remain standing, let alone support any weight. Robbie thought the cavern might have started out as a natural cavity inside the mountain, but had a lot of work done for the floor to be so flat and regular. Hal stomped a few times. Yeah, the floor's crazy flat. It must have been a lake, and then the Hydra came along and froze it. It might not be very deep. The eggs could have been sitting in the water and got stuck there when it froze. So, Dewey said, you're saying the Yetis sent the Hydra down here to do this? Was it because there were eggs here and they wanted them frozen? Sounds likely to me, Hal agreed, and they left a guard behind. Robbie shook his head. So why is this guard, the Wendigo, running around on the surface attacking Bigfoots? If he's worried about the eggs thawing, why not report to his own people? That was a good question. Hal led the group to the edge of the mist-covered dragon's nest. Wading into the waist-high mist, he gestured around him as if he were a tour guide. I haven't counted, but there are hundreds of eggs, maybe 1,000. They're pretty well wedged into the ice. Look. He put his hands on the top of the nearest and tried to wiggle it. It refused to budge an inch. See? Stuck solid. But you pulled one out after you transformed, Robbie said. Bet I could too. Yeah, it was all the way over there, Hal said, pointing, and near to that is a shaft that leads directly up. Last one across the bridge is a loser, Thomas said, suddenly breaking into a sprint. He ran for the narrow slope. Nobody went after him. Idiot, Hal muttered. He literally just said the bridge might be too weak to support anyone. Where's the Wendigo? Robbie asked. Is he shy? Hal peered into every darkened corner of the cavern, expecting to find a lonesome Yeti lurking in the shadows. He cupped his hands to his mouth to shout for him, then realized he had no idea what name to call. He couldn't say, Hey, Wendigo! That would be weird, wouldn't it? Willow Stump was busy sniffing the air, turning in a slow circle. He stopped suddenly and pointed.
That way,
he growled. He said, I know what he said, Robbie. Hal grinned. Come on, let's go. He's probably close to where I saw him last. Leaving Thomas to continue up the narrow bridge, the rest of them set off for the side of the cavern where Hal had taken an egg. As they drew near, he pointed out the passage leading to the exit shaft. Both Robbie and Dewey said they wanted to take a peek, but Hal veered toward the nest instead. Here it is, he said, indicating the mist where an egg was conspicuously missing, and where a group of others stood out green in an otherwise frosted white landscape. Does it feel warmer here? They moved closer. Yeah, Robbie muttered. He stepped down into the small crater where the egg had stood. It's still mostly frozen on the ground, but maybe a bit mushy. But why? Dewey asked. Why here? Hal shrugged. Because it's on the edge. He licked a finger and held it to the air. Maybe there's a warm breeze from somewhere. As it happened, his friends agreed. What do you think, Willow Stump? Robbie asked, but the Bigfoot shrugged. Probably too much insulation in his hands. They were built for colder weather, after all. There is a warm breeze, Dewey said, his face a mask of concentration. Not much of one, but maybe from over that way? But where he pointed looked exactly like the rest of the cavern's dome-like walls. The only difference was the lack of glowworms, which created an oddly darkened area. Well, a lack of glowworms wouldn't make the air warm, Robbie said. At that moment, Thomas yelled to them from afar. Hey! His tiny figure was hard to see on the distant ice bridge, but his high-pitched voice floated easily toward them. 944. What's he talking about? Hal grumbled. He raised his voice and shouted back. What are you talking about? There are 944 eggs. I counted them. There's no way he counted that many eggs, Robbie said quietly. I don't think he can count to 20. Ignore him. Wait a minute, Hal said, snapping his fingers. He glanced up and around, then slapped a hand to his mouth. I just thought of something. Let's go. He headed off toward the outer cavern wall. Hey, wait for me, Thomas called. Ignoring him, Hal led his friends farther around the nest's perimeter to where the cavern wall was a little darker. As they approached, a notable warmth breezed toward them, and they stopped. Hal's mouth dropped open. At the heart of the shadowed area was a crack in the wall, and the breeze came from there. The glowworms, he gasped, hurrying toward it. They like the dark. This crack lets in daylight, so they've moved away from it. Daylight? Robbie exclaimed. I don't see any daylight. Because it's nighttime now, doofus. Not that I noticed any daylight when I was here earlier. They explored the anomaly. The crack started at the ground and rose high in the wall, zigzagging as it went, like a giant bolt of lightning etched into the rock. The opening varied dramatically, but at its widest, Hal figured even a Bigfoot could squeeze through. That part of the crack was pretty high, well out of reach. He hadn't seen daylight earlier because, after all, this was a mountain, not a thin temple roof. The wall could be dozens or even hundreds of feet deep, but there was no doubt a way through existed. The warm breeze proved it. Hal felt like they were solving a mystery, one step at a time. Okay, so we've figured out what's causing the eggs to thaw. It starts here, and I guess over time the thaw is going to spread across the whole nest. Why now? Because it's not winter anymore, Dewey offered. He was right. Spring had arrived, and with it, warmer weather. So this nest is fairly new, Robbie said. Otherwise it would have thawed last summer. Either that or the crack is new. Dewey had a point. Hal liked how they were putting their heads together. Thomas came scampering up then, his scorpion tail swinging from side to side. He reverted to human form and grinned. 944, he said again, in case they hadn't heard the first time. Hal quickly got him caught up on the conversation, then said, So how warm do the eggs have to be before they start hatching? How long do we have? And what can we do to stop it happening? Burn them all, Robbie muttered. Sorry, Hal, but you saw that lava-breathing dragon. We can't let 944 more of those out. We just can't. Hal bit his lip. I couldn't burn them even if I wanted to. My fire would never be hot enough to make a difference. He thought for a moment. That's probably why they were frozen in the first place. If you can't incinerate them but have an ice-breathing hydra on hand, I guess you'd freeze them instead. Should have buried them under tons of rock, Dewey said. He looked grim and worried. But how? I guess bringing down that much rock might collapse the rest of the mountain. Hal doubted that, but he agreed to some extent. It would take some pretty big explosives to collapse this ceiling. I guess Yetis don't deal with explosives. Dewey snapped his fingers. But they do have geo-rocks. We have 4 here with us. Well, 3 spares, he corrected himself when Willowstump glowered at him. We could break them open? And create portals to old Earth? Hal said, aghast. Are you nuts? Yeah, we might bring some of the ceiling down on us, but what if we don't? The dragons will hatch and fly through 3 handy portals and destroy cities. And anyway, how would we crack them open? Even if we stood on the bridge and lobbed them, I doubt they'd fall hard enough to break. Robbie and Dewey both stared at him with narrowed eyes. Sounds like you don't want to bury these eggs, Robbie said. Do you want them to hatch? Hal shook his head. No, seriously, I really don't. They need to stay frozen. Or destroyed some other way. Again, Hal bit his lip. It was strange. He couldn't bring himself to see the eggs destroyed, but he also didn't want them to hatch. I guess I want the problem to be somebody else's in the future, he muttered. Is that bad? He sighed and closed his eyes. Yeah, it's bad. I'm such a coward. Dewey gazed off into the distance. I guess this was how Gratic felt. Huh? Robbie demanded. The old centaur Khan who released the virus into old Earth. Hal and Robbie glanced at each other and said nothing. The small boy went on. I mean, he was wrong to do it. But he wanted what was best for the centaurs in New Earth. He figured it was a matter of time before humans found their way here, and they'd mess it up the way they'd already messed up their own world. So he tried to wipe them out. And you're saying we should do the same here? Hal said, in a gentle voice. Destroy the eggs before they wreak havoc on our world. I'm not saying we should, Dewey argued, but I don't know. It's a choice, right? Who makes it? That was a heavy question. Not us, Hal said firmly, his mind now made up. We tell Miss Simone, and she gets with all the leaders in the land, and they make the choice. The grown-ups? Robbie shook his head. We'll be 14 soon. We're nearly grown up ourselves. Maybe we should be making the decision. Nope, Hal said. What we need to do is block this crack in the wall and refreeze the eggs. We need that Hydra down here. It could do both jobs in no time. He frowned. Actually, why hasn't that been done already? This was now the big question of the day. If the Wendigo was the appointed Yeti Guardian, why hadn't he done the obvious and brought the ice-breathing Hydra down to take care of business? That's what we need to find out, Hal said, smacking a fist into his palm, and it's something Abigail can investigate while she's up there on Yeti Mountain. So, guys, I need to go to sleep so she can contact me. He didn't need to explain how her fairy trick worked. Of course, she had to be asleep and actively searching for him. All he could do was allow himself to be contacted. I'm going to sleep, he announced, hunting for a good spot to lie down. Since the entire floor of the cavern was made of ice, he doubted it would be comfortable, let alone warm. He heard a low growl, and everyone spun around. There, lurking in the shadows of a recess in the wall, stood the Wendigo. Willow Stump immediately stepped forward, his fists clenching and a growl of his own rumbling from his throat. Hal hurried to intervene. No, Willow Stump, this is our friend, remember? I know someone in your group was killed, but that's something you'll have to talk about another time. We have dragon eggs to deal with first. We're all on the same side here. The gaunt figure emerged from the shadows and approached. He moved with an alertness about him, like a coiled spring ready to flee, or maybe attack. His attention remained fixed on Willow Stump. A long silence followed, and the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife, as the saying went. But eventually, Willow Stump huffed a sigh and gave a curt nod. After that, the Wendigo turned his attention to Hal. He gestured and started back toward the darkened recess he'd come from. Hal urged his friends to come along. Where are we going? He asked the Wendigo. Yet another passage appeared in the gloom as they held up their geo-rocks and followed the gaunt figure inside. It twisted a few times, then opened into a small but cozy chamber. What is this place? Robbie gasped. It's his home! That much was obvious. Hal had imagined the Wendigo's life to be curled up on the ice floor, plucking raw meat from dead rodents. But the truth was very different. He ate at a roughly hewn table, lounged in a sturdy wicker armchair, studied books from a rickety bookshelf, toiled away at weaving rugs, spent his time painting tapestries that hung from the rock walls, and slept on a giant bed of blankets. Or at least he had lived that way. Some of the books were torn apart, and the rug weaving seemed to have been abandoned. The Wendigo had gone stir-crazy. Ask him how long he's been here, Dewey whispered. It was Willow Stump who asked that question. The Wendigo glanced sideways at him and shrugged. I'm going to guess quite a long time, Robbie said. Hal nodded toward the bed. So can I sleep on it for a bit? The Wendigo nodded vigorously, gesturing for Hal to make himself at home. Moving closer, Hal tried not to grimace. The bedding smelled awful. Maybe the cold floor would have been better after all. He realized there was no chance of sleep with everyone loitering. How about you all find something useful to do? Maybe try plugging that crack with blocks of ice or something? Robbie scoffed. It would take forever, and there's nowhere near enough loose bits of ice or rock to use. And anyway, I'm sure the Wendigo would have done that by now if he could have. And we can't climb that high, Dewey said. Hal shooed them from the cave. So find something else to do. See if there are any other warm areas where the eggs are thawing. There aren't, Thomas said. Or maybe check around to see if there's a way up to the Yeti Mountain. I mean, there has to be. The Wendigo firmly shook his head. There isn't, Robbie said. Was there ever a way up? The Wendigo nodded. But there isn't now? The Wendigo shook his head again. Robbie's eyes shone. So the way out is blocked? Could it be that huge mound of ice at the other end of the cavern? Well, that explains why he's never been up to fetch the Hydra. Okay, Hal said, growing impatient. Go do your detective work someplace else. I need to sleep. Once his friends and Willow Stump had left, Hal perched on the edge of the bed, trying to breathe through his mouth because the stink was so bad. The Wendigo remained. He seemed a little out of sorts, unwilling to leave Hal alone for some reason. He hunkered in the corner, watchful. The penetrating gaze sent a shudder down Hal's spine, but he squeezed his eyes shut and lay down, trying to block everything out. One thing that could be said about the Wendigo's cave, it was super quiet. Cozy, too, with the Wendigo's softly glowing geo-rock. The place was a little colder than Hal liked, but he refused to wrap up beneath the thick blankets. Had they ever been washed? Gross! He huddled into a ball, trying not to shiver. After a while, to his surprise, the Wendigo gently laid a heavy blanket over him. Hal remained still, partly appalled at the smell, but at the same time grateful for the warmth. He eventually dozed off. Chapter 17. Beneath the Winter Wonderland. Hey, Abby, Hal said. Abigail's presence reminded him of his mom barging into his room early on a Saturday morning when he was trying to sleep in, and she wanted to grab his laundry. He was asleep, but aware. She was there but out of sight, a noise in the darkness. "Hello," she said a little too loudly. "It's me again, hijacking your brain. We must be connected in more ways than one, you and I." He tried to focus. Was she inside his head, or he inside hers? Did it even matter? All he saw was darkness, because his eyes were closed, and he was asleep. "A lot has happened," he said. "There are dragon's eggs down here under the mountain, and these dragons are, well, they're not normal. One hatched and breathed lava. We have to—" Whoa, slow down. Start from the beginning. So he told her everything, in detail, from the moment he'd woken up outside the cave on the hillside after being knocked unconscious by the Wendigo. She urged him to use pictures instead of words, and he did so. Clumsily at first, then with a little more finesse, until the images in his head spoke volumes, and his words were few and far between. When he got her caught up, she was silent for a while, digesting the story. "Okay, so that's a lot," she admitted, "but I've had a pretty exciting day as well. It's not a competition. Well, let me show you what's happened over here on Yeti Mountain." It started when Darcy and Fenton finally made an appearance. He let her images flash through his mind, and her story unfolded. After telling him to wake up back on the hillside sometime in the early afternoon, she'd woken next to the pool of blue geo-rocks and realized her hand, which she'd dangled in the ice-cold water for far too long, was freezing. She had to transform a few times to ward off the onset of frostbite. She went to find Lauren and Emily and had a hard time waking them from their deep slumber. They appeared ridiculously comfortable, laid out next to the Yetis. "Get up," she urged. Finally, the three of them had gone to find Krennel. Abigail was curious about the blue geo rocks and wanted to interrogate him some more. It pleased her that she felt comfortable wandering about the network of tunnels now, though she had no idea how Elder Frostback would treat the shapeshifters if they bumped into her. "We already know about the blue geo rocks," Lauren said with a yawn. Emily looked equally tired and disgruntled. "They're so the Yetis can go sit on the peak of the mountain and enjoy the view." "But why keep them in water?" Abigail said. When they found Krennel, he was deep in conversation with a couple of concerned Yetis. They spoke in turn, jabbering in gravelly voices, while Krennel listened in silence. Eventually, he nodded and ushered them away. "Trouble?" Abigail asked him. Krennel turned his steely, blue-eyed gaze on her. He didn't speak for a moment, and when he did, he sounded annoyed.
Intruders,
he rumbled. Abigail blinked at him. "Intruders?" The Yeti didn't say anything about it. Instead, he stomped away along a tunnel. Running to catch up, Abigail called out to him, "Krennel, wait! Can we come with you?" "Abby," Lauren said, tagging along behind with Emily. "He doesn't sound very happy. Maybe we should—" Krennel spoke again, his voice echoing off the walls. The words weren't clear at first, so he had to repeat them, louder and more angrily this time. "I think he said you're friends or something like that," Emily said. "Wait, our friends? Does he mean Fenton and Darcy?" Eagerly, the three of them kept pace with the Yeti, making sure to stay back a little in case he swung around and lashed out. He probably wouldn't, but they didn't know him all that well. He seemed nice enough when in a good mood, but who knew how he'd act when irritated? They arrived at a place Abigail and her friends hadn't been before, a circular shaft spanning the width of a house. They peered into it from a round aperture in the side. Daylight flooded in, not far above, and darkness lay far, far below. But what caught the girls' attention was the 10-foot black lizard clinging to the vertical wall on the far side. "Fenton!" Abigail exclaimed. His tail hung straight down, and his red eyes glowed when he twisted his head around to stare at her. "What is this place?" Abigail asked Krennel. The Yeti grumbled a single word.
well,
"What? Did you say well?" She immediately looked for a bucket on a rope, but there was no evidence of that. "Biggest well I've ever seen," she muttered. "And the deepest," Emily agreed. The Yeti was busy glaring at the lizard on the wall directly opposite him. He uttered a few more words, and the girls glanced at one another. "Did he say there's a lake below?" Lauren asked. "No clue," Abigail said, huffing with annoyance. She called across the enormous shaft to the other side. "Fenton, why are you hanging around annoying the residents? And where's Darcy?" Fenton flicked his tail, his only response. "The Yetis have spotted you now," Emily said, "so you might as well come over and join us. Krennel's quite nice when you get to know him." For a moment, it seemed like the girls were talking to themselves. Then, slowly, Fenton began to move. The ease with which he scurried about a vertical rock wall caused a lot of consternation among the Yetis. They murmured and pointed as Fenton made his way around the shaft to where Abigail and the others waited. Krennel moved back a little as the giant lizard approached. As soon as Fenton made it to the floor, he reverted to human form and stood up straight. "I'm trusting you," he warned Abigail. "If you say it's safe—" "It is," she said, smiling. "You see, Krennel? This is Fenton, our friend. I'm sorry he snuck in, but you already know we don't mean any harm." Krennel barked something at her. Abigail frowned and looked at Emily. "Did you catch that?" I think he said, 'Who's the mummy now?' or 'Hail Manny the Shrew,' or something like that." Fenton rolled his eyes. He said, "How many are you? I guess we keep popping up everywhere." Abigail smiled. "That makes much more sense." A voice spoke from her left side where nobody stood. "I guess there's 5 of us." At that moment, Darcy appeared out of nowhere. The Yeti jerked and backstepped, his eyes widening.
what?
He gasped, pointing. Lauren slid her arm through Darcy's. Yes, this is our dryad friend, Darcy. So yes, 5 of us. The other 4 are over on Bigfoot Mountain. The Yeti eased closer, then jabbed Darcy on the shoulder so hard that she stumbled sideways. Ouch! Fenton muscled his way in front of Krenel and glared up at him, an impressive gesture even if completely unrealistic. The Yeti glowered down at him in response. Fenton, Abigail said, taking his arm and gently pulling him back a little. Where have you been all this time? We came in up there, Fenton said, jerking a thumb skyward while continuing to eyeball the Yeti, and Darcy's been invisible ever since, walking about this place. Doing what? Emily asked. Darcy kept glancing over her shoulder at Krenel. Yeah, so I've been spying on you all and listening to your conversations. She lowered her voice. I know some of the Yetis aren't all that bad, but others are. The leader's fierce. I don't think I'd want to mess with her. Have you found anything useful since you got here? Abigail asked. I mean, we're all pitching in, and you're wandering about doing nothing. She smiled. Kidding. But anything to report? Flushing red, Darcy flicked her hair and feigned indignation. I'll have you know I found a place where they mine blue geo-rocks. A child Yeti went down this really narrow crack in the ground, carrying a bag and a rope, and he came up with a geo-rock. Does he mine them himself? Lauren said with a gasp. He had a pickaxe, so yeah, I guess. Well, we knew the rocks came from beneath this Winter Wonderland, Abigail mused. She paused. Just one geo-rock? Yes, and it wore him out. Darcy raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, did you all enjoy your nap? Lauren laughed. Ooh, she got us there, Abby. Abigail rolled her eyes and turned to Fenton. What about you? Have you been hanging around on this wall all afternoon? He glowered at her. Nope. I went down there. He jabbed a finger into the depths of the shaft. The 4 girls peered over the edge. Abigail was intrigued to find a giant-sized ladder carved into the ice below the aperture they leaned out of, and horrified at the idea of a wingless person climbing up and down such a distance. And what did you find? Emily asked. It's deep, Fenton said. Very deep. I went as far as I could, but it ends with a huge pile of ice like the walls collapsed. Oh, well, that's boring. But, Fenton said. He grinned, suddenly smug. I found something incredible. Abigail felt a flutter of excitement. Like what? Bones, Emily gasped. Bones? Like human bones? No, much bigger, massive bones stuck in the pile of ice. The walls must have collapsed on something huge. Like what? Lauren demanded. Abigail turned to Krenel. What bones is he talking about? The Yeti still refused to say anything, but he listened closely to all that was being said. Fenton crossed his arms and stuck his chin out. Down there, half buried in tons of rock and ice at the foot of this shaft, is the biggest skeleton I've ever seen. He frowned. Well, nearly the biggest. Do you remember that giant skeleton when we went to Haven in the Sea of Legends? It isn't that big, but it's still big. But a skeleton of what? Abigail urged. Don't know. Something big. You keep saying that. Sorry. I guess it got into the mountain down this shaft. Came in from up top like I did. But it's dead now, buried under tons of rock and ice. I saw the bones of what I think is a tail, and if so, well, it's from something big? Emily repeated with a smile. Yeah. Fenton shrugged. Can't tell you much more. There are some gaps to crawl through, but I couldn't fit. He nodded toward Abigail. You could, though. Maybe you can get farther in and see a bit more. Abigail turned to Krenel. What's down there? She demanded. The Yeti growled at her, and she suddenly remembered who she was talking to. She was a guest here. Plus, he was a little surly this morning. What I mean is... Abigail swallowed and put on her sweetest, most respectful voice. I'm sorry. It's really frightening to think there might be a giant beneath our feet. Is it really dead? Crenel's growling softened, and he humphed instead. He muttered a few words, and the girls took turns to figure out how to translate it. Did he say it's a long story? Lauren suggested. Abigail snapped her fingers. That has to be it. Not exactly useful, though. Crenel, would you mind if I looked for myself? The Yeti peered down the shaft and thought long and hard. Then he shrugged. With that, he stomped past the group and headed off along the passage. The shapeshifters were suddenly alone. I'm going to explore, Abigail announced. It's really deep, Fenton warned. It'll take ages to get all the way down there and back. She sprouted her wings. You think I'm going to use that ladder? I have wings, Fent. Still a long way. So don't wait for me. See ya. She spiraled off down the giant well, her wings buzzing noisily in the creepy, echoing space. So it had once been used to draw up water from an underground lake, but was now blocked by rubble, possibly caused by a giant creature that had ended up being buried. The shaft walls were smooth and carved from ice. Only Hydra magic could create such a massive, uniform, frozen structure that lasted so long without melting. She imagined the Sharoof had carved out the ladder step by step. Up above, daylight flooded the opening. The deeper she went, the darker it grew. Would she have the strength to buzz all the way back up again? That was a horrible thought. She could get stuck down here like whatever was buried in the rubble. She could spend eternity alone with a skeleton. Stop worrying, she told herself. Fenton knows I'm here. If I don't make it back, he'll come looking. When she finally made it to the bottom, she landed on a mass of rubble, huge chunks of ice that she couldn't ever imagine being cleared. As Fenton had said, the shaft walls had collapsed. It was impossible to say how deep the shaft went beyond this point. She searched for gaps in the rubble. There were several, and she tried a few and got nowhere. No wonder Fenton had been thwarted. Smiling, she shrank down to her tiny fairy size. Then it was easy to find gaps to squeeze through. Partway in, she stared in amazement at a jagged, ivory-colored bone jammed in among the blocks of ice. Part of a tail. The creature had to be enormous. There were lots of similar bones in close sequence, and the deeper she went, the larger they became. I think you might be right, Fent, she muttered. It's a tail. She passed easily through the smallest of cracks, sliding here and there, stepping and crawling and squeezing into tight spaces. Her enhanced vision picked out details even in the darkness. Yeah, definitely a job for a fairy. She found bigger bones soon after, which made sense if she'd been following a tail from its tip to the body. Now, she'd reached the rear legs. The monster had been facing downward, descending the shaft, when the walls had collapsed. It had fallen along with the rubble, but then everything had jammed together at the bottom. Her journey became more difficult. The ice was packed tighter, the gaps smaller, and she had to keep backing up and trying different ways. She came across a number of long, curved bones, thicker than her arms. A rib cage, she thought with a shudder. I'm literally passing through a skeleton. I'll be at the head in no time. That moment came soon after. Sweating and panting and thoroughly exhausted by now, she was busy fretting about how she'd ever make the climb to the top when suddenly she bumped up against a massive skull. She couldn't see the skull in its entirety, but there was no doubt in her mind what this was. The teeth, the jaws, the various horns projecting from its head. This is a dragon. She'd suspected as much. Fenton probably had too. But what in New Earth was a dragon doing, climbing down a shaft like this? Searching for water? An awful half-hour later, when she thought the shaft would never end, she hit bottom. There may have been a lake once, but it was frozen over now. A flat, even very cold floor. The question of the shaft's depth had been answered. But the dragon had climbed down for a reason. Maybe the underground lake hadn't been frozen then. She imagined it had crawled down the shaft, hoping to bathe in the water and rest, as well as drink. That meant the well emerged from a ceiling in a cavern, which in turn meant the rubble had spilled outward at its base. There had to be a way out somewhere. She searched, but was too tired to do a thorough job. There were endless nooks and crannies to crawl through, but one direction in particular seemed marginally brighter, so she aimed for that. "Where's the exit?" she groaned, lying on her belly and staring at the blank wall in front of her. Yet another dead end. She started to reverse, then paused for a rest. "I can't do this anymore." She rolled onto her back, careful not to break her wings. She would have liked to put them away, but she'd never mastered the art of being as small as a fairy without actually being a fairy, wings and all. And now was not the time to experiment with her shape-shifting. What a horrible thought. As she lay there, resting her weary limbs, she felt that strange, nagging feeling again. "Hal?" she muttered. Stilling her body and mind, she gathered every ounce of magic within and reached for him. Something about this mountain made her extra sensitive to her fairy abilities. The Hydra ice, perhaps? Or maybe the mountain itself. "Hal?" she whispered again. And just like that, she connected with him. Chapter 18. The Wendigo's Tale. "And here you are," Hal said, worried. Abigail's voice floated in his head. "Yep, I'll be okay. I got down here, so I can get back up again." "Yeah, but—" "Abby, you're at the bottom of the shaft. Having a rest, yes. But the bottom of the well is here in this cavern." "I gathered that from your story. The dragon crawled down the shaft and laid her eggs. She must have been in and out a few times, and then she got unlucky and the walls collapsed on her. That's pretty tragic." "It's something," Hal muttered. "Okay," she said. "So how about you wake up and come find me?" "On it!" He sat bolt upright. In the corner, the Wendigo snored noisily. How long had they both been out? His conversation with Abigail had felt like an all-night dream, but it might have been a mere half-hour. Jumping to his feet, he hurried along the passage and emerged into the cavern. His friends were 1,000,000 miles away on the far side of the nest, exactly where he wanted to be himself. He grinned and transformed. The cavern was huge. He had plenty of room to fly. Launching off the ice floor, he flapped his way over the sea of frozen eggs and past the narrow bridge. He caught up to his 3 friends and the Bigfoot in no time, and they all turned when he bore down on them and landed on the hard ice. Reverting to human form, he quickly explained the gist of his conversation with Abigail while hurrying onward. "And she's resting somewhere in that rubble," he finished, jabbing his finger toward the giant mound. The gigantic pile of ice had spilled from the bottom of the shaft and spread wide, but the bulk of it was floor to ceiling and extremely hard-packed. Hal picked his way over the loose debris until he reached a steep wall of blocks. "She's under that?" Thomas gasped. "Seriously?" "Seriously, she's tiny, and she made her way down through gaps, but now she's stuck, so we have to be really careful, guys." He glared at his friends and Willowstump in turn. "And I mean super careful." "Got it," Robbie said, transforming into his full-grown ogre form. Thomas and Dewey remained as they were, looking doubtful. Willowstump joined Robbie, 2 giant, shaggy beasts, ready to lend their muscle to handling a pile of heavy ice chunks. Hal transformed again. If it was simply a case of clearing the rubble, he'd blast it with fire and melt it away. But that would be incredibly dangerous for a trapped fairy, so he used his claws and brute strength to help the Bigfoot and ogre. It took ages. Every block they moved, they did so with the utmost care, starting high up and working their way down, knowing that the slightest shift in the pile could easily crush Abigail. While the 3 of them worked, Thomas and Dewey shouted to get her attention. Since she was tiny, they couldn't expect to hear her reply, but shouting at her would at least give her updates about their excavation work. Maybe she could wriggle around and find a way toward the noise. And suddenly, there she was. She popped out from a gap exactly where Robbie tipped a block of ice aside. There was a startled moment when she appeared, and everyone froze, and then Abigail expanded to full size and, with wings buzzing, burst into the air with her arms outstretched. "I'm out!" she shrieked with a delighted laugh. "Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, guys. You're all my heroes right now. Even you, Thomas. I could hear you yelling at me the whole time, and I followed your voice, and—" Hal reverted to human form and ran to hug her. "Good to see you. I can't believe you did that. What were you thinking?" She grinned and went to give Thomas a hug, then Robbie as soon as he shrank down to her size. Finally, she gazed up at Willow Stump. Thank you." The Bigfoot simply gave a nod. "Okay," Robbie said, rubbing his hands. "Now it's time to get that Wendigo Yeti to talk." They woke the Wendigo. He blinked awake and sat up, scowling at the group that had him cornered. Robbie took charge. "It's time you told us everything. I know it's been a while since you had a conversation with anyone, but enough messing about. We have to know exactly what happened here so we can figure out what we're going to do about these eggs." "Yeah," Thomas growled. As if to make their point, the 5 shapeshifters knelt in a semicircle in front of him, and Willow Stump hunkered down as well. All stared expectantly at the Wendigo. Slowly the grimy, gaunt Yeti composed himself. He opened his mouth, faltered, then began to speak. He stared at the floor the whole time, mumbling, while Robbie moved closer and started to translate. "It happened early last winter. I was a lowly researcher, nobody special. We had an intruder one day, and the entire Mahala went into a panic. Elder Frostback appointed me, to oversee and deal with the problem. What was I supposed to do?" Hal's head was already buzzing with questions. Early last winter? So not that long ago then? A lowly researcher? Mahala? He leaned against Abigail, and together they let the story flow over them. It was so nice to hear Robbie refraining from exaggeration. He spoke evenly, his face screwed up in concentration, and Hal closed his eyes so he could better visualize the story unfolding. The Yeti walked along the ice passage. Others nodded to him, and he couldn't help noticing the respect on their faces now that he'd been tasked to deal with the problem. A lowly researcher by the name of Greyhair leading the charge against the intruder, and it was happening at this very moment. Greyhair, Hal thought, suits him. A dragon was perched on the mountainside. It loitered at the top of the well. This would be its 6th visit, and its last. Greyhair peered up the well to the large circle of daylight above. Once in a while, he caught a glimpse of a tail flicking around, or the tip of a wing swinging into view. He cast his gaze downward, knowing that what he was about to do would seal off the well for a long time. But it hardly mattered. The crystal-clear lake far, far below wasn't used very often. They had plenty of water trickling into other parts of the sprawling Mahala. The underground lake was a place of passing interest and nothing more, and frankly too warm for comfort. If the well were closed, then so be it. Better than the alternative. The dragon appeared, dipping its massive head into the well and beginning its crawling descent. One clawed foot after another, giant wings pressed against its back, squeezing down the shaft as if it owned the mountain. With its shimmering red and yellow scales and a mouthful of fangs, the dragon evoked a sense of horror throughout the Mahala. The shock of its first visit 15 days ago had resulted in chaos and fear, a dragon in their midst. But it had ignored the small aperture leading into the Mahala. It had crawled straight to the bottom of the immense shaft, descending to the freshwater lake in the depths of the mountain. Some swore the dragon was pregnant. Later that evening it had crawled back up and flown away. Everyone hoped the dragon was gone forever, but it returned a couple of days later, stayed a while, and left again. Many more Yetis confirmed that the dragon was indeed pregnant and probably looking for a nest. The third and fourth visits occurred over the next week. The dragon came and went, still pregnant. She remained heavily pregnant on her fifth arrival 2 days ago. But when the evening came, she moved fast up the well, clambering with a lightness she hadn't experienced in some time. The dragon was no longer pregnant. She'd laid her eggs in the heart of the mountain at the bottom of the well. Greyhair understood why. He'd studied dragons. With its plentiful supply of water, the cavern offered safety and solitude, perfect for a nest. The dragon had scouted around for weeks, probably found numerous caves on other peaks, and deemed them unsuitable. She'd chosen a place far below the Yeti's home, and there was nothing they could do about it. Dragons were ornery creatures at the best of times. A mother protecting her eggs would be deadly. And even if the mother couldn't get at the Yetis herself, it was a matter of time before those eggs hatched, and then numerous smaller dragons would come swarming up the well and into the mahala. How many were there? Half a dozen? Using the carved ladder, Greyhair had descended into the well in the middle of the night to see for himself. 8 dragon eggs, he'd announced to Elder Frostback and the council. The sense of terror had been palpable. The elder called for suggestions on how to deal with the problem. Most ideas were scoffed at. Using the hydra to form a protective roof over the well might have worked before the dragon had laid eggs. She might have gone away to seek another lair. Now it was too late, and she would stop at nothing to return to her nest. Constructing a roof at this late stage would keep the mother out, but the hatchlings in, compounding the problem. They would lay waste to the mahala, hunting Yetis until they were all dead. Block the well lower down, then? That suggestion had received the heartiest approval. Stop the hatchlings from rising out of the depths. Keep them well away from the mahala. But what about the mother? An obstacle between her and the eggs would make her furious enough to melt even the most resilient hydra ice. One way or another, the mahala would fall. The only solution was to trap the dragon below with her eggs. That meant collapsing the shaft walls on top of her once she was inside. She could breathe fire all she wanted. She would never melt her way through tons of fallen hydra ice, and if she were killed during the collapse, then so be it. But the elder had a prior mission for Greyhair. "You will go down there," the elder told him, "and destroy those eggs before the dragon returns." Greyhair tried to explain that dragons' eggs were very difficult to destroy, but the elder had said her piece, and he had his orders. So he descended the well again. When he reached the bottom, Greyhair moved into the cavern with a sense of dread. What if the eggs had already hatched? All seemed quiet. The eggs floated in the shallow lake. Greyhair stared in amazement. He counted, and counted again. There had been 8 before. Now there were 16. And were they bigger? How could that be? They clustered together near the center of the cavern, bumping against each other, even though the water should be almost completely still. The movement had to be caused by the eggs themselves, as though they were still growing, throbbing with energy. How would he destroy them? Could he destroy them? He tried for the next several days, first by manhandling one out of the shallow lake and trying to pick it up so he could throw it down with force. The egg was already too heavy to shift and too tough to crack open. Though the elder had told him not to return until he dealt with the problem, she'd meant it figuratively. He returned to the mahala to fetch tools, equipment, bedding, and other items so he could set up a more permanent base. He saw this as his job now, a personal mission to destroy the eggs. And with each passing hour, more eggs appeared. The mother wasn't laying more. The eggs were simply multiplying. He witnessed it with his own eyes, the way they bulged, then formed into two and split apart, doubling and quadrupling, in the exact same way that the blue rocks did in the pool within the Mahala. Mining for rocks was dangerous, but there was no need when they multiplied if left alone in a pool. Unfortunately, it appeared the same phenomenon was occurring with the dragon eggs. 32 eggs. Then 64. 128. And by nightfall on his first day, well over 200. Or thereabouts. He counted very carefully and decided the duplication wasn't as precise as that. But certainly they were multiplying fast. Did the mother dragon even realize? She hadn't been back in a while. It also alarmed him how large the eggs had grown in such a small amount of time, in addition to multiplying. The mountain magic was powerful indeed. Wading through the water, Greyhair tried setting fire to an egg. It merely glowed red, and at first he thought the scales were superheated, but then he realized the glow came from within, an eerie pulsing. He quickly rolled the egg back into the lake to cool it. The last thing he wanted was to speed up a hatching, and then it occurred to him that keeping the eggs cool might be the answer. They were still growing at the moment, but he expected the mother dragon would later heat them for incubation, maybe blast the lake with fire to warm the water. He'd never heard of eggs being laid in water for an initial period of growth, but clearly the dragon had carefully selected this cavern for its lake. The eggs continued to grow that day until, all of a sudden, many of them stopped bobbing and bumping. They were so large and plentiful now that they spread across a much wider area, and because the water was shallow in places, the eggs had bottomed out and now stood still and upright. The speedy growth slowed after that. Greyhair shook his head in wonder. They numbered over 900 and had doubled in size as well as taken on a shinier, more vibrant green, the scales glistening in the ambient light of the glowworms. Then, all at once, the eggs began to pulse with color. Many were red, some green, some blue, but all showed signs of life preparing to enter the world. Greyhair panicked. He couldn't destroy them, couldn't crack them open prematurely, had no means to bury them deep in the ice. He considered using his rock to transport each egg to the outside of the mountain and dump them off the side, but he couldn't tell how thick the walls were and how far he'd have to leap. Too dangerous. He returned to his earlier notion. If the eggs needed to incubate, then he'd deprive them of warmth. He'd turn this entire cavern into an icy tomb. He traveled once more up the well to the surface and made his urgent plea to the elder. She didn't fully believe his tale of the rapid growth, but she did agree to dispatch the Hydra. That evening, with no time to waste, handlers lured the six-headed water dragon out of her habitat and urged her to descend the well. She wasn't very big and could slink through most of the tunnels, so the wide shaft was easy. But it took some persuasion to get her to climb down such a height. She clung to the walls with her tail dangling, backing down the shaft so she could dig her claws in and maintain a firm grip. Her 6 heads swayed in mild panic as she went. It might have been a comical sight except for the imminent return of the mother dragon. The descent took a while. Greyhair urged the handlers to make haste. They scoffed at him, saying that a hydra couldn't simply be hurried along. Despite that, she did speed up a little, and as soon as they all arrived at the bottom, Greyhair wasted no time laying out his plan. See this cavern of rock? Make it a cavern of ice. Coat every surface with a thick layer of frost, including the ground. And most importantly, freeze that lake at once. I want those eggs firmly entrenched, their temperatures reduced so far that they form a natural layer of ice. This cavern is warm. Make it cold. The work took half a day. The Hydra enjoyed it, using the lake water as her source of magic and wielding her powers throughout. The walls and ceiling turned white. The floor became slick. The lake froze over, taking the eggs with it. Frost formed on the scaly surfaces. The overall temperature dropped rapidly. The Hydra finished up by building an ice bridge that spanned the lake. Greyhair and other Yetis watched in awe as the Hydra sprayed water and froze it in midair, then built on it, refined the edges, manipulated the liquid, bent it to her will, and slowly crafted a slender but incredibly strong platform. It was a work of art, and useful too. From there, he could keep an eye on the eggs. Finally, the task was done. As the Hydra climbed the well and returned to her own pool in the darkness of her cave system, Greyhair explored the cavern one last time before leaving it behind. He found a vent tucked away in a passage. A warm gale blasted upwards so hard that he almost got himself sent to the surface. He'd heard about this vent. It led to the forested mountainside and was no good to him. There was a way down from there somewhere, too. A commotion from the well alerted him. The dragon! When he rushed to the base of the shaft and looked up, he was appalled to see the distant circle of daylight blocked by the descending dragon. He was too late. He'd dallied too long, and now he was stuck. He ran. Finding a place to hide, he crouched there to wait. He could imagine a team of Yetis near the top of the well, waiting for the dragon to pass them by. They would continue waiting until she'd crawled almost to the bottom, and then they'd attack. When it eventually happened, the noise was shocking. Greyhair thought of the Yetis throwing blue rocks straight down the well. The precious glowing orbs would plummet in a swirling aura of light. Everyone knew that an object dropped into the well would hit the bottom on the count of 11 or 12. That was a long way down. This time, Greyhair guessed they would only count as far as 8 before the projectiles slammed into the slowly descending dragon. Though stable enough to carry around, the magical rocks were deadly when dropped from a height like this. The impact cracked them open, and the rapid-fire explosive release of energy rocked the mountain. Greyhair cringed as the shockwave blasted out the bottom of the well. The ground and walls rumbled all around, and from the shaft came the screeching of the dragon as debris tumbled and crashed. The noise continued for some time after, dying away gradually until all was quiet. The task was done, and the Mahala was saved from a siege of dragons. But now, Greyhair was trapped. I explored this cavern over the next few days, Robbie said, his voice as calm and even as ever. I walked from end to end. Eventually, the temptation to rise to the surface was too great, and I used the vent. But it wasn't safe being among my forest cousins. They have a tendency to overreact. Hal opened his eyes to find the Wendigo, Greyhair, eyeballing Willow Stump at this point. I didn't stay long. I sought the way back down. This was risky, but I am a skilled transporter after so many years of research away from the safety of our mountains. So I was able to travel in and out of this cavern, but I felt unable to return to my people because... Greyhair dropped his gaze. Because what? Abigail whispered. Because I am ashamed. I have been unable to destroy the eggs or fathom a way to do so. I remain vigilant, but there's a crack in the wall. I don't know if it was caused by the explosions, but it's there. It was not a problem during the winter months, but as spring approaches, the air becomes warmer. A little at a time. The eggs are thawing. They will certainly hatch when summer arrives. Everyone gazed at him as he finally slumped and fell silent. He seemed broken. Not a wild thing running around trying to cause mischief, but a lonely Yeti trying to reach out. "Why didn't you ask for help?" Dewey said. "Why did you attack the Bigfoots?" "I did not attack them," Greyhair said bitterly. That bitterness was transferred to Robbie's translation. "I approached in an effort to talk several times, but they see me as an infiltrator, an enemy, and now I've killed one. It was a mistake. I tried to talk, and he attacked me, and I had to defend myself, but the rock he hit his head on. Tears welled up in Greyhair's deep-set eyes. He looked directly at Willowstump, placed a hand over his heart, and mumbled a few words. "Why did you attack Hal?" Abigail asked, her tone hard and even. Greyhair seemed to shrivel up at the reminder. He hung his head, then spread his hands beseechingly while speaking. Robbie listened, then translated. "He saw you transform. As much as he wanted the Yetis and Bigfoots to know about the nest, he knew you were a dragon and feared you'd tried to thaw the eggs instead of helping to keep them frozen. He regrets not trusting you." Hal sighed. "Turns out he was right. I did thaw them." Once again, Greyhair spoke. I am deeply sorry," Robbie repeated. "Not only have I ended the life of a cousin, I have failed to destroy these eggs, and now I'm failing to keep them frozen. My life is worthless." He bowed his head and said no more. After a long, long silence, Hal cleared his throat and spoke softly. "Well, in case anyone's interested, I have a plan." Chapter 19. A Plan to Die For. "Okay," Hal said, leading the group to the giant crack in the cavern wall. No light shone in because it was night outside. "So the biggest gap is up there somewhere. I can easily fit through that. So can Greyhair." Nobody had a comment to make. There was an element of risk to Hal's plan, but mostly it just seemed unlikely to work. Then again, they'd cooked up plenty of silly plans in the past. "I'll carry you," Abigail said, sprouting her wings. She stood behind Hal and wrapped her arms around his chest, then buzzed off the ground. He dangled uselessly, feeling a little silly, but being carried was definitely better than trying to climb. Moments later, she deposited him within the zigzagging fissure in a section where the opening ran horizontally. The rock was jagged, which dug into his knees and hands as he clambered farther in. Abigail hovered nearby, watching. "Nearly through," he called, loud enough to be heard by the others below. They looked so small down there. In fact, he still had quite a way to crawl. The mountain wall at this end of the cavern was the thickness of a house. He moved slowly through the tight space, ducking his head the whole way. A strong breeze ruffled his hair and clothes. It felt warm compared to the cavern interior and would be warmer still in the daytime, especially with the spring season moving towards summer. Like Greyhair had said, the eggs would be waking one way or another. Behind him, he heard scuffling as Greyhair appeared. He hadn't needed Abigail to carry him up. He'd climbed quite easily on his own. "How are you doing up there?" a distant someone called. It was Robbie, who couldn't see him anymore. "All okay," Hal yelled. "I'm about there." It was hard to believe that he'd crawled through a crack to the outside of the mountain. He carefully stood up, fearful of the powerful wind and the potential for being swept off the cliff. To his delight, a gentle slope of rock offered plenty of room to transform. This was easier than he'd expected. He slid down onto the slanting plateau as wind gusted around him. Okay? So it was easy, but that didn't mean it wasn't scary. He stood on one of many bumps jutting from the cliff. It curved away from him, and he couldn't get close enough to look down. But it had to be quite the drop. He was almost glad the night had fallen. The less he could see, the better. Greyhair clambered down next to him, and they stood together for a moment, perched on the mountainside under a starry sky. "I'm out," Hal yelled, cupping his hands to his mouth. "We're good." "Okay," Abigail yelled back, her voice distant. Hal turned to Greyhair. "Well, here we go. I'll change, and you climb on my back and get comfortable." Without waiting for an answer, he transformed. His 4 clawed paws gripped the rock better than his human feet, but he took up far more space. He hunkered down and waited for the nervous Yeti to clamber aboard. Then he launched and headed up the mountain, making a note of where he'd come from so he could return later. The flight to the Yeti's cave entrance The mouth was short and swift. Hal landed on the familiar platform and folded his wings. Grey hair slowly climbed down, and then the reason he was so nervous became clear. He hadn't been here in months. He saw himself as a failure. He was coming to ask for help to solve a problem he'd been tasked with by Elder Frostback herself. Hal felt for him. None of this was the Yeti's fault. He'd ended up being the unfortunate individual sent to do something impossible. Nearly 1,000 dragon eggs couldn't easily be destroyed. They could, however, be refrozen. Hal reverted to human form and stepped up close to Grey hair. "You've got this, but don't take too long. It would be better to do this during the night." Grey hair nodded and headed inside. A number of Yetis had materialized out of the darkness, and they made no move to stop him, nor did they greet him with excitement. It seemed they recognized him at least. Curiosity was written all over their white-haired faces. Left alone, Hal thought about going inside and hunting around for Fenton, Darcy, Emily, and Lauren, but he had no idea where they would be. Instead, he transformed again and flew off into the night sky. He remembered quite clearly where he dropped off Fenton and Darcy higher on the slopes, the giant shaft, or the well, as the Yetis called it. If he could find that, then he might find his friends a little more easily. It took quite a bit of scouting, but he spotted the well eventually. He felt a sense of awe as he landed by its edge. Perched once more on a steep, rocky slope under the stars, he peered down into the shaft. Darkness. Well, that wasn't surprising. He crawled over the rim and started edging down. It was quite a squeeze, but he could fit, which suggested he had to be the same size as the mother dragon, whose skeleton lay at the very bottom amid a pile of debris. What a horrible thought. Hal found the climb, head first, straight down, a little easier than expected. His rear paws gripped the ice, and since it was a tight fit, he had only to arch his back and straighten his legs to jam himself in place and take a rest. He kept moving. Seeing very little, he coughed up a small flash of fire to light his way for a moment. In that split second, he spotted an opening in the side wall below. As he drew nearer, he heard scrambling footsteps and deep, guttural voices. Then a higher-pitched voice, one of his friends. He speeded up, eager to be done with this dangerous climb. He gave another quick blast of fire, and this time several figures recoiled from where they stood in the round opening in the wall. One of them called, "Hal, is that you?" Hal rumbled a reply, the best he could do, and flashed up another blast of fire. He was upon the opening now. It led into a tunnel, and his friends stood there surrounded by Yetis. He stuck his head into the gap and forced them all backward. Gripping the edge of the aperture with his front paws, he paused. The rest would be difficult. He couldn't squeeze any farther into the passage until he reverted to human form. "We've got you!" Fenton shouted. He and the three girls rushed to take hold of his paws. Though their presence barely registered in any useful way while he was a dragon, at least they would be ready for him. And when he morphed into his human form, he ended up with his upper half laying across the ice and his legs dangling into the shaft. Then his friends were able to help. With almost no effort, the four of them pulled him to safety. "Thanks," he said, stepping away from the abyss. "Whoa, that's dangerous." "No guardrails or anything." "Abby's gone missing," Darcy said without preamble. "She went down the shaft," Emily said. "To check out the pile of rubble at the bottom where there are giant bones," Fenton went on. "She hasn't been back since," Lauren finished. Hal held up his hands. "Hey, it's okay, she's safe. She made it down okay and we dug her out." "Wait, what?" Fenton exclaimed. "That doesn't make sense. You were over on Bigfoot Mountain the last time we saw you, not running around at the bottom of this one." Aware that Yetis lurked in the shadows, Hal quickly filled his friends in on everything. They stared in silence until he got to the end. "And now Grey Hair is here, trying to persuade Elder Frostback if we can borrow the Hydra. Fenton frowned and shook his head. You're seriously thinking of, what, carrying a six-headed dragon? Well, it can't get in this way, Hal said, nodding toward the shaft. It's blocked. We know that, but carrying it? Hal said no more about the plan because privately he was pretty anxious about that part himself. The alternative he'd suggested to Greyhair was using blue geo-rock magic. Simply transport the Hydra straight down through the mountain to the egg nest. But Greyhair had vehemently shaken his head, saying it was impossible, that the distance was too great and the Hydra too large for such a finely tuned skill. In the end, the Yeti had agreed on a safer use of the geo-rocks, but it still meant Hal needed to carry the squirming, six-headed dragon. This is Crennel, Emily said, introducing him to the surly Yeti. Hal studied the giant. He was taller and bulkier than Greyhair, and much cleaner. All of them were. Nice to meet you, he mumbled. Crennel growled at him, then turned and headed off, gesturing sharply for them to follow. Where are we going? Lauren asked. She looked back at Hal. We're never sure if we're in a heap of trouble or being invited for dinner. Maybe both, Hal said. Maybe we're in a heap of trouble and therefore we are dinner. Though his joke didn't elicit much of a reaction from his friends, Crennel unexpectedly guffawed. That made all of them feel better. A laughing Yeti was better than an angry one. Crennel led them through what seemed like miles of icy passages and ended up at a place Hal recognized from a strange dream, where Abigail had fed him images during one of her fairy tricks. It was the cavern she'd called Hydra Gorge. He'd been in a state of unconsciousness at the time, and he'd wondered exactly how much of what he remembered was true. Now he knew. Oh, wow, he mumbled. It's even better in real life. The vast cavern's walls stretched high above. Glowworms illuminated the place in a soft light. As in Hal's dream, Crennel paused at the edge of a short cliff, protected by ice fencing. They all gazed down into a gigantic pool. Several islands protruded from the calm, black water. They were connected by thin ice bridges. An entrancing, slightly misty aura of blue and green light swirled across the water. On one of those islands, a group of Yetis stood watching, Greyhair along with 4 others. One wore a long blue cloak and somehow commanded attention. Elder Frostback, Hal thought. Another of the Yetis called to the Hydra using a slender instrument. The sound it produced was surprisingly deep and reverberated across the water, causing ripples on the calm, black surface. Is he like a Pied Piper? Hal whispered. Darcy giggled. Yep, and that's one huge rat he's luring from the water. The sound worked. The lake rippled as several heads rose from the blackness. Then more heads until there were 6, all swaying on long necks. The Hydra was a silver-grey color, and Hal thought it was small compared to the one he and some of his friends had seen in a valley river one time. How old is it? He asked Crennel, peering up at the giant standing beside him. Crennel shrugged and mumbled what sounded like older than all of us, though it wasn't completely clear. Maybe it was small due to old age rather than youth. Either way, the creature had done an incredible amount of work throughout the Yeti Mountain. As it moved toward the island, the water not only rippled outward, it parted, forming a shallow channel along which it stomped on 4 short legs. Its body was long and sinewy, with a jagged crest down its spine. So cool, Lauren commented. The Hydra stepped onto the island before the group of Yetis. None of them flinched from the dragon, whose body weight was probably about half of Hal's dragon form, as Greyhair had assured him. Those 6 heads, though. They swayed on long necks like a nest of giant snakes. To everyone's surprise, the dragon appeared pretty docile. It had to be for Elder Frostback to be present. The 6 heads dipped lower, bobbing up and down. The Yeti with the pipe-like instrument spoke in a low murmur, and whatever he said seemed to get through to the Hydra. He raised a hand, and two of the heads nuzzled against it like a couple of puppies. "Oh, wow," Emily gasped. "Okay, that's a really tame Hydra." Hal felt much better about the plan now. He hadn't truly believed grey hair until now. It did seem that the dragon was completely happy in its environment. The evidence of that was in the masterpiece it had created over the years, a Winter Wonderland, as Abigail had called it. "Now for the fun part," Hal said. The Yetis turned and started across the bridge. Too big to follow, the Hydra sank into the black water and eagerly swam alongside. Krenel seemed to lose interest. He pointed past the group of shapeshifters and headed off. "What did he say?" Hal asked. Fenton frowned. "I think he said, 'This way,' or whatever. Let's follow." Hoping the silent giant was taking them where they actually needed to go, the shapeshifters trailed behind. Emily gave Hal a nudge as they walked. "This plan of yours, what if it doesn't work?" "You mean if we can't get the Hydra to the eggs?" "That, or if refreezing the eggs doesn't do the job. What if these dragons hatch and escape?" Hal glanced sideways at her. "Then we're in trouble." She rolled her eyes. "Yes, I know that. Stop being dramatic. I mean, what exactly do you think they'll do? Where will they go? How do we stop them?" Fenton, who was behind them with Darcy, said, "There's no point thinking about that, Em. One thing at a time, yes? Let's try this stupid plan of Hal's and see what happens. Unless you have a better idea." "You could try covering them with glue," Emily suggested. Hal blinked. "That's actually a good idea. But no way. Fenton doesn't have that much spit, and even if he kept drinking water and letting it stew and then covered all the eggs—" "It's temporary," Fenton finished. "Yeah, that won't work." Emily counted off on her fingers. "All right. Scratch that idea. I have others, though. What about grabbing each egg and taking them outside and dropping them from a great height?" Again, Hal was impressed. "We could try it. Thing is, you're talking about killing the dragon. You want to smash the egg apart on the ground. Do you have the stomach for that? There are 944 eggs. Lauren covered her mouth. "That's a gross idea." "But it's a possibility?" Emily persisted. Hal shrugged. "I don't know how tough the eggs are. What if they bounce off down the hill and roll into a village? The locals won't be very happy." Darcy snorted, then stifled her laugh. "Sorry, this is serious." "Yes, it is," Emily admonished her. "Next on my list is destroying them where they are. Burning, burying, that kind of thing." "Yeah, already had that discussion with the others." Hal shook his head. "What if the dragon that hatched was, well, a bad egg? What if all those dragons are really special and smart and friendly, and the one that hatched happened to be a really nasty one? How would you feel then about killing them all before they even have a chance?" He knew it was unlikely, but it was also possible. Who were they to judge? Emily sighed and threw up her hands in defeat. "Fine, so we're going to refreeze them for now and leave the bigger decisions up to other people." "Or Yetis," Fenton reminded her. "Maybe after this, they'll do a better job of keeping the eggs frozen." Krenel, followed by the group of shapeshifters, finally made it to a familiar place, the rippling pool. The Yeti reached in and grabbed a few of the blue geo-rocks, then passed them around. Fenton, Darcy, and Emily each ended up with one clutched in their hands. I don't know how to use this," Darcy muttered. "Hold on to it in case Greyhair needs it," Hal advised. "What about me?" Thomas complained. "I still don't have one." Hal couldn't help laughing. He, Robbie, and Dewey had orange rocks stashed awkwardly in pockets. Now Fenton, Darcy, and Emily had blue ones. They moved on and eventually wound their way out to the mouth. Hal breathed in the fresh air, glad it was so cool. It would make their task a little safer. He and his friends looked across the night sky to the nearby Bigfoot Mountain, a smudge in the darkness. Below, somewhere under the layer of mist, the two mountains converged, and below that lay the enormous cavern spanning the width of both peaks. "Ready for this?" Fenton asked Hal as footsteps sounded from the passage behind them. "I guess," Hal said. Fenton grinned. "It's a squirmy, six-headed dragon half your size. No problem. Unless it bites me 6 times or freezes my wings mid-flight." A party of Yetis came into view. Elder Frostback led the procession. Greyhair was back there somewhere. And then came the Hydra, stomping out of the narrow passage and immediately spreading its heads in all directions the moment it could do so. They sniffed at the cool air, and hot breath blasted from multiple nostrils. It was an odd moment as the Yetis stood and conversed. Odd because the shapeshifters couldn't understand a word of it. The elder seemed to be talking sternly to Greyhair, but perhaps words of encouragement as well, and maybe even a touch of praise and gratitude, judging by the way Greyhair bowed his head and placed a hand across his heart. Then the moment passed, and the Hydra's master, or trainer, brought the monster over to the group of shapeshifters. He spoke to Krenel, who turned to Hal and nodded. There was no mistaking the meaning. Eyeing the Hydra warily, Hal transformed as slowly as possible to avoid startling it. Even so, the silver-grey dragon reared back and snorted, its heads jerking from side to side and clashing. One shot out a blast of cold water, almost like an overexcited dog having an accident on the rug, and that water instantly turned into a vicious spear that thudded into the ground at Hal's feet. It was clear the attack was unintentional. Even the other heads hissed their warning, and their trainer barked a few angry words. Hal continued transforming until he was done. He raised his wings, then waited until his friends climbed up onto his back. Greyhair joined them, gripping a geo-rock. The rest of the Yetis moved out of the way. Now or never, Hal thought. He beat his wings hard and sprang upwards. The Hydra reacted strongly, cowering and then retreating. Once in the air, Hal tried hovering a little closer, but the Hydra screeched and began firing off more of those deadly ice spears, all aimed at Hal's underbelly. They harmlessly bounced off, but the Hydra's trainer roared in fury, shaking his fist at the 6-headed dragon and then pointing and shouting some more. Like a scolded hound, the Hydra whimpered and hunkered down, then shuffled forward with all 6 heads low to the ground. Hal felt sorry for the creature. He felt even more sorry when he reached down with his massive paws and, as gently as possible, grabbed hold of it. The Hydra screeched again, but Hal had it in his grasp now, and he lifted off with his precious load, hoping his frightened cargo wouldn't fire off more icy projectiles. The hardest part was over. Well, almost. Now they simply had to find a way into the nest. Chapter 20. Temperature Change. With a Hydra hanging from his paws, Hal located the zigzagging crack in the wall far down the mountainside. The starry night sky and the bright moon helped. He made a few passes, waiting for a signal to go ahead. This part was up to Greyhair. All their lives were in his hairy hands. Hal could imagine the Yeti sitting back there with the shapeshifters, holding aloft a blue-glowing geo-rock and muttering under his breath, maybe even praying to his gods that he'd get this exactly right. If anyone can transport us safely, Greyhair can, Hal told himself, thinking of all the tight passages the Yeti had managed to navigate. The target they aimed for now was much bigger and far easier. The only difficulty was the massive, squirming load gripped in Hal's paws. The Hydra was not happy. "Ready, Hal?" Lauren yelled. He almost jumped out of his skin at her voice. She flew alongside, acting as a go-between to relay instructions. He nodded and started a new approach. Lauren flew in closer. "Head straight at it. Not too fast, not too slow." He nodded again, imagining with horror what would happen if he flew too low and became embedded with the ice floor, or too high and merged with the ceiling. What if he and his passengers half materialized inside the domed cavern ceiling and left their bodies dangling? Ugh! As he came around and aimed at the zigzagging crack, the Hydra started to panic. It screeched and struggled, and Hal clung on harder and harder, unable to prevent his claws digging in, which caused the Hydra to screech even louder. 3! Lauren shouted. 2! 1! Now! Her countdown was accurate. He gritted his teeth and flew straight at the mountainside, aiming for the widest part of the crack as if he planned to squeeze through by force of momentum. A second before he slammed face first into solid rock, he caught a dazzling flash of light above him. And suddenly, he was inside the cavern. Still flying at speed, he reared up and spread his wings. Hundreds of eggs zipped by below as he flapped hard and tried to slow himself down. He came upon the ice bridge before he knew it and plowed straight through. It shattered into 1,000 pieces and flew in all directions, and the Hydra screeched again. Pulling to one side, he opened his wings like giant sails as soon as he cleared the eggs. The sudden drop in speed allowed him to dump his cargo before he crashed down nearby. After that, a chorus of cheers swept across the cavern from Fenton, Darcy, and Emily on his back, from Abigail, Robbie, Thomas, and Dewey somewhere farther away, and from Lauren, who had crawled in through the crack in the wall and was now circling above the eggs. The Hydra, getting up and shaking itself, growled and grumbled with obvious resentment. Hal reverted to human form as soon as his friends and Greyhair dismounted. Before long, all 9 shapeshifters clustered together, reunited at last. Willowstump and Greyhair faced each other with steely, wary glares. But then Willowstump nodded and waved a hand, as if to say, "Well, get on with it then." Inwardly, Hal felt enormous relief. He felt his part was done. He and his passengers had taken a huge risk, but they were safe. Now it was all up to Greyhair to instruct the Hydra. The silvery dragon seemed to remember the cavern. Its heads jabbed back and forth toward the sea of eggs, sniffing, tongues flicking out, tail curling back and forth. Greyhair approached and began speaking in smooth, rumbling tones, and the Hydra reacted with a jerk, then calmed down and listened. "So," Robbie said, "the dragon can understand Yeti better than we can." "It has 6 heads," Thomas pointed out. 6 heads are better than 1. "Greyhair might be talking in the dragon language," Lauren said. Hal shook his head. "He's not." Abigail nudged up next to him. "Good to see you again," she whispered. "That was pretty spectacular, you know, bursting through the wall like that and flying across the room, and smashing that ice bridge to smithereens." "You liked that, huh?" he said with a smile. "It was pretty cool, wasn't it?" "Ooh, look," Darcy said. "I think something's happening." Greyhair started to walk, leading the Hydra alongside the mist-covered eggs. The entire nest had the same haze throughout, except for that one corner over by the crack in the wall. That was where Greyhair led the 6-headed dragon. It trotted along after him on its short legs, the long tail swishing back and forth. "Oh, it's like a giant pet," Emily said with a smile. "Can you believe that?" "This one is," Dewey piped up. "The last one you met wasn't." The shapeshifters hurried after them, their feet pounding on the hard ice. As they approached the warmer corner of the cavern, Hal's heart almost quit beating for a second. He gasped and pointed. "Those eggs are glowing!" Where the mist was non-existent, and several of the large eggs had lost their coating of frost, the orange glow from within suggested the dragons were about to wake up. "Hurry, Greyhair!" Hal shouted. "Let's get this done!" The Yeti had already noticed. He urged the Hydra to get to work, and the dragon turned to face the eggs, sniffing and growling. Then, All 6 heads reared back and squirted water, drenching the warming eggs and sending up a spray of droplets. The water froze almost before it had stopped splashing, and the result was a jagged mass of icicles sticking out in all directions from at least 10 eggs. The shapeshifters cheered. The orange glows within the eggs slowly faded, and Hal's excitement grew. It was rather like red-hot embers falling loose from a campfire and cooling off in the grass. Before long, the eggs had refrozen. The hatching had been prevented. "Well, that was easy," he said, rubbing his hands. "Guys, we did it. Crisis averted." They all spent a moment high-fiving, then watched in glee as the Hydra laid on another deluge of water and froze it, to be sure. Greyhair nodded with approval, pointing here and there to make sure some of the other eggs were covered. "That is one efficient machine," Robbie remarked. Fenton seemed a little less certain. "Where does it get its water from? If it's anything like me, it can't generate water out of nowhere. I can store some for later, but once I run out, I need a fresh supply." "Yeah, the one we met before lived in a river," Hal agreed. "It had plenty." Almost as he finished saying that, the Hydra's seemingly endless supply of water ran dry. It literally petered out, and the 6 heads began searching for a pool to draw from. "All of this used to be a lake," Abigail said. "Now that it's not, I don't know where we're going to get more water." "Are you kidding?" Hal said with a laugh. "We have all the water we need." With that, he stepped away from his friends and transformed, then stomped off across the cavern, circling the massive nest and heading for the roof fall in the distance. "All the water we need," he thought with glee. "We just need to melt it." A nagging worry gnawed at the back of his mind, telling him he was about to make a mistake. But his concern was far outweighed by the strength of a louder voice in his head. "It'll be fine. Melt the ice so the Hydra can redistribute it." Hal reached the massive pile of ice rubble long before his friends did. Earlier, they'd struggled to move blocks aside, being extra careful not to crush Abigail. Now he had no reason to be careful. He could melt the lot and let it flow. Opening fire on it, his flames blasted the base of the pile. The huge block should have melted in seconds, but they stubbornly resisted his heat and merely glistened a little bit. Hal frowned and intensified his flames. He'd forgotten that Hydra ice wasn't quite the same as normal ice. It was tougher and longer lasting. It might take more work than he'd thought. Still, he'd get it eventually. He blasted over and over, keeping the fire going as long as he could. Blocks shone, wet, jagged edges rounded off, and water started dribbling. A stream ran free and a few blocks shifted. As they shifted, others moved above. Yes, keep going." It occurred to him that he might cause a bit of a landslide if he melted too much. But was that a bad thing? What if the entire well emptied itself out, spreading the rubble far and wide? "It does not matter. Maintain the fire, my friend." Hal frowned. As he took a break from breathing fire, he heard his friends yelling, "Stop! What are you doing?" He swung around to find them running toward him, pointing as they went. He looked and jerked with shock. The eggs on the outer edge of the mist, nearest to him, were glowing red. Well, of course they were. He mentally kicked himself for generating an inferno that produced a far hotter ambient temperature than the crack in the wall ever did. Dewey was already in centaur form and galloping back to fetch Greyhair and the Hydra. The others continued toward Hal, still shouting. "You idiot!" Thomas roared. "Stop that!" Emily cried. "What are you doing?" Hal reverted to human form again. I was trying to get the Hydra some more water to use," he stammered. "Sorry, I wasn't thinking." "Moron," Fenton growled. They all came to a halt and stared in horror at the red, pulsing glows within the nest. There had to be a dozen of them, all on the outer edge nearest to where Hal had been blasting fire at the mound of ice blocks. "Oh, Hal," Abigail murmured, her hand over her mouth. He felt so ashamed he wanted the frozen ground to open up and swallow him. Sorry, I... Out of the frying pan, Thomas griped, and into the fire. Nice one, Hal. Lauren held up her hands. Okay, the air here is definitely warmer, like much warmer.
We need more water. Melt the ice.
Hal stared at the glowing eggs, then returned his attention to the massive pile of frozen rubble. We need more water, he said. I have to melt the ice. Have you lost your mind? Robbie exclaimed. Forget the water. We need these eggs refrozen, like now. Yes, and we need more water to do that. Hal stepped away from his friends. Let me melt some more ice, so the Hydra has something to work with. Hal! Abigail yelled. He jumped and blinked at her. What? Why are you yelling at me? We need more water. Why can't you see that? Grey Hair, Willow Stump, and the Hydra were still some distance away. The dragon moved slowly, a ponderous beast, when out of its natural aquatic habitat. Abigail approached Hal and stared at him with a frown. Hal, when you're melting the ice with your fire, you're heating up the air, and that's thawing the eggs. Do you get that? She spoke as if he were an idiot, and he grew annoyed. The voice in his head spoke softly, logically, and he phrased the argument aloud. And don't you see that these eggs are going to wake up anyway, unless the Hydra has tons of water to work with? He jabbed his finger at the rubble. This is our water supply. I can melt it. We can be ankle deep in water in no time, and the Hydra can freeze it all and bury the eggs even deeper. But you'll wake the eggs before... He brought a hand up to shush her. That's enough. I'm doing this. But before he could transform, some of the others jumped on him and pinned him to the cold ground. Thomas and Fenton pressed their knees to his chest, and the girls held his arms down. He struggled, but couldn't get free, and though sorely tempted to transform anyway, he was afraid of hurting them in the process. Abigail leaned over him. Hal, this isn't you. What's going on? It was stupid blasting all that fire earlier. Now it's like you're trying to wake the dragons. Thomas gasped. Is that it? Hal, are you secretly on their side? You are, aren't you? Right from the beginning. Get off me, Hal growled. Feeling his chest heat up, he belched a flame or two straight upward, and his friends leapt back in a hurry. Eager to be free of them, he struggled loose and was about to fight his way out from between them when they renewed their grip and brought him back down. This time, so he ended up on his belly. Need water, he growled, squirming under their fierce grip. Gotta melt the ice. Need flames. Need heat. It has to be hot. At that moment, Fenton, suddenly in his black lizard form, belched up a gift of his own, in his case a deluge of disgusting stomach water that drenched Hal's neck and shoulders. Ugh! He gasped. Fenton breathed hard on him, and the water quickly solidified, forming a spongy but tough substance around his neck rather like a collar. Hal, don't try to transform, Robbie warned. You'll strangle yourself. What is wrong with him? Darcy whispered. Oh no. Lauren's exclamation shut everyone up. All of them, including Hal, twisted around to see what she was pointing at. The eggs still glowed, but they'd all started pulsing. Worse, one was cracking open. It opened slowly, and grey slime oozed from the crack. The creature inside moved, wriggled, squirmed, and started to push its way out. Claws appeared. More slime poured down the sides. The two halves of the shell opened wider. Hal, like his friends, was mesmerized. Oddly, he felt strangely calm. His friends, however, started to panic. They jumped up and began yelling at each other, trying to decide what to do. Fenton could blast it with water. Thomas could shoot quills into the egg before the dragon climbed out. Maybe Dewey could kick at it. Lauren and Emily could pick it up and carry it to the crack in the wall and throw it off the mountain's side. Hal, of course, could burn it, but nobody asked him, and he would have refused anyway. The egg was hatching. This was exactly what he wanted to happen. Another egg cracked open. The first newborn dragon was busy struggling free of its shell. It turned toward the shapeshifters and focused on them even before it was fully out. It seemed to sense the nearby danger, and its glare suggested it had already switched to self-defense mode, or more likely, attack mode. It screeched. A stream of lava erupted from its throat. The shapeshifters yelled and ducked, but instead of the red-hot molten droplets burning their skin, the heavy spray fell on the surrounding eggs. It splashed everywhere, sending up sizzling plumes of steam and quickly enveloping the area in a thick mist. More lava, more sizzling, more red glows from within nearby eggs. Sharp cracks boomed, the sound of the frozen ice lake splitting apart. In the mist, eggs tilted and wobbled. They began to open. The squelching and dripping of grey slime filled the air. Young dragons growled and screeched. More lava erupted and sprayed, as though miniature volcanoes were hidden in the mist. "It's too late," Emily wailed. "This is your fault, Hal," Thomas roared. "We gotta run," Robbie squawked. Hal struggled up on his knees, fighting to break free of Fenton's sticky throat restraint. The urge to breathe fire and melt the ice had faded, and now he couldn't imagine why he'd wanted to do so in the first place. Greyhair and Willowstump arrived, panting. Though the Hydra was close behind, it balked at the idea of getting involved. The Yeti growled at it, jabbing his fingers toward the hatching eggs. But the Hydra still needed a water supply. Suddenly determined, it skirted the Yeti, and the Bigfoot, stampeded past the shapeshifters, gave the eggs a wide berth, and made a beeline for the giant pile of ice blocks that Hal had foolishly started to melt. To Hal's relief, the Hydra could repurpose ice without it melting first. It clambered onto some of the loose rubble and turned to face the steaming, lava-spitting enemy, then let loose with 6 screeches in perfect harmony. As it did so, large chunks of ice moved, lifted off the ground, floated in mid-air, spun slowly, and began to stretch horizontally, becoming long icicles. Instead of shooting through the air like spears, they simply grew longer until their tips disappeared into the thick, rolling mist. The constant sizzling from within increased tenfold, only now the roles had reversed. Instead of lava melting ice, the Hydra icicle cooled the lava. At least, that was what it seemed like to Hal, who watched in amazement while still on his knees. Dragons screamed from the mist. The noise was deafening, and as some of the mist cleared, it revealed a nightmarish vision. Maybe 20 dragons covered in slime, half out of their eggs, a mixture of smoking lava and steaming ice all around. The elements fought each other, and the dragons felt the turmoil and roared with anger. But Hal noticed something else too. The dragons were different colors. Over half were red, and those ones constantly sprayed lava from their gaping, fanged jaws. But others were pale green, blue, yellow, black. One struck him as particularly unnerving. While the rest writhed and struggled to be free, a pure white hatchling remained completely still, standing free of its egg, staring straight at him through the haze. With its steely eyes fixated on him, he found himself unable to look away.
"Burn!"
A voice whispered.
"Fight with us, brother. Use your fire as you did before."
Hal had paused from trying to claw himself loose from Fenton's restraint. After hearing the hatchling's words, he nodded and resumed his work, slowly picking away at the annoying, sticky collar. "I'll burn," he promised. "It's time to wake up. Give me a moment." His friends were a blur as they ran about. Abigail came to him and yelled, trying to get him to stand, but he ignored her and worked at the collar, his full attention on getting loose so he could transform and turn the cavern into an inferno.
"The time has come,"
the white dragon whispered.
"The hatch is ready. We have risen, and we will conquer. We will not stop until this land has been purged.
Yes, purged, Hal agreed. He battered at Abigail as she again tried to pull him to his feet. Her incessant screaming was getting on his nerves. No more delays, no more ice. It's time for fire. Finally, the collar around his throat came loose. He tossed the rubbery material aside and climbed to his feet. With the Hydra throwing ice into the nest and hatchlings retaliating with lava and a billowing cloud spreading across the cavern, the white dragon remained still, its gaze fixed on Hal.
Kill the ice dragon.
I'm on it, Hal said, and transformed. Chapter 21. Burn them all. In dragon form, Hal stomped past his friends, past Grey Hair and Willow Stump, and headed for the Hydra. It was busy shooting streams of ice into the nest and didn't notice Hal until he was upon it. Its 6 heads spotted him just as he opened his mouth and blasted it with fire. Instinctively, the Hydra swung around and threw up a glass-like shield that deflected Hal's fire. Flames shot off in all directions, and the shield began melting around the edges and dripping onto the floor, rapidly shrinking in size as Hal continued his advance. He was dimly aware of his friends shouting at him, but he couldn't imagine what their problem was. They acted like the Hydra was on their side. Didn't they want the eggs to crack open and release 1,000 dragons? Maybe they were confused. He leaned into his attack, taking another breath and blasting even hotter fire than before. The Hydra shrank back, its 6 heads clustered together behind the diminishing ice shield. The glassy surface glistened as water poured off, but that water, pooling around the Hydra's stumpy legs, began to reform. Suddenly, a new shield swung upward to take the place of the old, and this one was even bigger and thicker. Ooh, clever, Hal thought with grudging admiration. He wasn't worried. The creature might be matching him in a face-to-face elemental battle, but while the Hydra was distracted, the eggs were busy hatching without interruption. He watched with glee out of the corner of his eye as more young dragons squirmed out of their shells and wriggled free. And as they stood up and shot lava far and wide, yet more eggs lost their frosty coating and began to thaw. Abigail buzzed overhead. At full size, her voice was piercing and loud. "Hal, stop this! You're fighting for the wrong team. You're on our side. Don't let that white dragon get in your head." Ah, yes, the white dragon. Still breathing fire, Hal glanced over to locate that unique creature. It was bigger now, standing still among the rest, its pure white scales hard to miss in a sea of reds, greens, and other colors. Its gaze remained fixed on him. Unlike the other dragons, its sole mission was to... Abigail dropped slightly to block his view. "Focus on me, Hal." He blinked and cut off his fire for a moment. In the background, the air was filled with shouting, sizzling, roaring, and cracking. But all he could think about was Abigail and the constant buzzing of her wings. "That's it, Hal," she said, lowering her voice and floating closer. She still blocked his view of the white dragon. "It's you and me and the others," she went on. "We're shapeshifters, remember? We're fighting the dragons, not helping them. The Hydra's on our side." Well, obviously. His jaw hung open. Why would she think otherwise? But as he glanced over at the 6-headed dragon, he felt a pang of guilt. The poor thing stood there glaring at him through a huge shield of ice. All the heads were swaying, and a dozen eyes eyeballed him in wary silence. Hal abruptly reverted to human form. What have I done?" he cried. Abigail dropped to the ground and hugged him tight. "It's not your fault. But don't look at that dragon." He was already peering over her shoulder, and as soon as the white dragon's gaze locked onto his, he wondered why he'd stopped attacking the Hydra. Anger boiled up. But then Abigail swung him around so he could no longer see the eerie hatchling, and the feeling evaporated. "Get me out of here," he gasped. "I'm making it worse." She swept an arm around his shoulders, and they ran. He was hunched over as if running in a rainstorm, staring only at the ice floor. "I've ruined everything," he moaned when they were at a safe distance. "Oh no, they're out of control." Standing well back, they surveyed the scene with dread. The other shapeshifters, along with Willowstump and Greyhair, had retreated. The Hydra had resumed its ice attack, but it seemed less enthusiastic now, like it had lost momentum and hope. The thaw had spread fast across the nest. An entire third of the eggs were already warmed up and cracked open, the dragons on their feet and beginning their rapid growth. Most of them were red, and they spewed lava as far as they could, advancing among the frozen and showering them with bright orange molten droplets. "I see 3 whites," Abigail said. She was right. 3 white dragons. Each stood apart, eerily still, while the rest wriggled and stomped about. Luckily, the chaos prevented them from locking gazes with Hal. "Quite a few greens," Hal said, trying his best to stay with her and not let his mind wander. "Blues and yellows, too. And blacks over there." "How are they growing so fast?" Abigail gripped his hand. "Hal, you're a dragon. You must have some idea about this. Those that hatched first are already twice as big as the new ones." "I don't know anything about this," he muttered. The shapeshifters, Bigfoot and Yeti, came running. "We need to get out of here," Robbie yelled. Hal and Abigail waited for them to get close, then joined them in the frantic dash for the other end of the cavern, where the eggs were still coated in frost. But that wouldn't be the case for long, because the sizzling, steaming thaw swept after them. "Are we going to leave the poor Hydra?" Emily cried. Everyone slowed, but Greyhair roared at them to keep moving. It was only when Robbie translated that they understood. He said the Hydra's about to bring tons of ice down on them. They kept moving, glancing back the whole time. As they ran, the commotion receded into the distance. But the layer of smoke and steam rolled ever closer, and if they stood around too long, the thaw would catch them up again. Panting, they circled the massive nest until they reached the zigzagging crack in the wall. The Hydra's work held up. The eggs here remained under a hard freeze. "All I can think to do," Robbie said, again translating Greyhair's incomprehensible utterances, "is to seal off the cavern forever. We block this crack in the wall, and we get out." "It's a good plan," Emily agreed. "So how do we block that crack?" "The Hydra does it for us," Thomas said. "It fills it up with ice." Dewey shook his head. "Those lava dragons will melt their way through in no time. We need to block it with rock." "We don't have rock to—" Lauren broke off. "Wait, we could use the geo-rocks and blow things up around here, maybe bring the ceiling down." Hal felt like arguing against that, but he bit his lip. He'd done enough damage. He'd literally started this whole mess, and the last thing anyone needed from him was his opinion. As it happened, Abigail said what he'd been thinking. "Hand them over," she demanded. 6 of the group fished out their geo-rocks and created a small pile on the ice floor, 3 orange and 3 blue. Willowstump had another slung around his neck, but he kept that to himself. "Okay," Abigail went on, "if we blow these up, we'll open new portals, and if those portals are inside this cavern, it'll make it really easy for the dragons to escape into old Earth." "Better than new Earth," Thomas muttered. "No way," Abigail said, shaking her head. "We can't do that." Dewey raised a finger. "It's possible the portals will open up inside the same mountain in old Earth, and they might not be able to escape from that version of the mountain." "Possibly, but we can't be certain, so it's not good enough." "Who put you in charge?" Thomas griped. "No, she's right," Darcy said. "There has to be a better way, a safer way to seal them inside this cavern." "Better think of an idea quickly," Lauren said. "They'll be free soon." The thaw covered half the nest now, and many of the larger red dragons were launching and making short flights to the icy half where they could deliver their molten payloads more effectively. The shapeshifters retreated into the shadows against the cavern wall near to the zigzagging fissure. "Okay, so we only use the blue geo-rocks," Abigail said. "Those ones don't create portals, right, grey hair?" The Yeti mumbled something. Robbie's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" "So that's why." He swung around to face the others. "Grey hair says the blue rocks are purer than the orange ones." "We know that," Abigail retorted. "Yes, but don't you see? Grey hair thinks it's the pure blue magic that caused the eggs to mutate. The Yetis lobbed a bunch of rocks down the well, which exploded and brought the walls down, and all that magic spread across the newly laid eggs and changed them." Everyone stared open-mouthed. "There's nothing we can do," Robbie moaned. "We're all dead." "Oh, shut up," Abigail snapped. "Willow Stump, any ideas?" The Bigfoot had been quiet the whole time, staying with the group but not contributing. He grabbed an orange geo-rock from the pile and stared at it for a moment, then began marching toward the nest. "Wait, what are you doing?" Fenton called after him. "Robbie, what's he doing?" "How should I know? I'm not a mind reader." The Bigfoot covered the distance to the frost-covered rim of the nest and plunged into the mist. He waded deeper, then pulled back his arm and launched his geo-rock as high as he could. Everyone sucked in a collective breath. The rock arced, then began its descent. None of the dragons appeared to have noticed, but the geo-rock sailed toward them at the center of the nest. The tiny object dropped into the heart of a cluster of red dragons who were spraying lava. As soon as it hit, it exploded with a tremendous flash and a double crack. For a split second, Hal glimpsed dozens of dragons tumbling outward from the explosion. But then another flash blinded him, and he had to shut his eyes. More thundering cracks and rumbles rocked the cavern. Hal felt the hairs on his arms prickle and stand up as a powerful energy charged the air. Dragons screeched and roared. When he opened his eyes, he gaped at the sight of a massive smoky portal in the center of the nest. Unusually, it had popped into existence in the exact same place as it had exploded, instead of in some random nearby location. Only the top half was visible, so it resembled a dome, a giant, perfectly black, pulsing dome, with inky tendrils leaking off its surface all around. Many dragons lay motionless around it, others continued to screech and roar, and like a nest of angry wasps, a horde flapped around in the air, snapping their jaws and shooting off gobs of lava. There was no doubt that the explosion had killed a bunch of newborn dragons and obliterated unhatched eggs. Others may have fallen into the portal and ended up where? Inside the same mountain in old Earth? Were they trapped in the same cavern? Maybe there wasn't a cavern, and they'd landed on dense rock. Hal felt sick, but he also had to admire the Bigfoot's bold attack. Even now, Willow Stump stood and analyzed the destruction he'd wrought with an almost casual interest. When dragons spotted him and roared, he turned and trotted back to the group of shapeshifters. The red dragons weren't about to let him off lightly. 4 of them converged on him, and he paused, grabbed a second geo-rock from around his neck, his own, and promptly vanished with a flash. A deluge of lava splashed down on the spot he'd been standing, and a large section of the ice floor sizzled and collapsed. Hal and the rest of the group crouched in the darkness. The glowworms throughout the cavern seemed to have taken their leave. On the far side, the Hydra had repurposed enough ice that the massive pile of rubble under the well suddenly collapsed, and like any stopped-up pipe being unblocked, whatever was in the shaft came crashing down and spilled everywhere. A deluge of ice poured onto the fringes of the nest, blanketing eggs and crushing dragons. The Hydra, standing in the middle of it all, avoided injury thanks to an extra thick dome of ice it had hastily constructed. Hal and his friends cheered, but in hushed voices. The collapse had come at a great time for them. The 4 red dragons were no longer interested in the huddled shapeshifters. But now an army of angry dragons bore down on the Hydra. "No!" Darcy gasped, a hand to her mouth. Greyhair stood up, growling softly, his fists clenching and muscles tightening. In the distance, the brave 6-headed Hydra vanished from sight under a mass of red, lava-spitting dragons. The snapping jaws and furious screeches masked the Hydra's cries. Hal closed his eyes. He'd caused this. He'd let a young white dragon into his mind. It had taken him over even before it had hatched. His feeble-minded weakness had allowed the nest to come alive. Ashamed and furious, he wanted to do something drastic and heroic to save the day. The Hydra had shown more courage than he ever had. Hal owed it to that 6-headed dragon and his friends and everyone outside the cavern walls to do whatever it took to end this. But what? "We have to blow them all up," Lauren said in a fierce, tearful voice. "We have 5 geo-rocks left. I'll fly around up high and lob them down like Willowstump did." "Yeah, it's the only way," Thomas agreed. "Not the blue ones," Dewey warned. Fenton spoke up. "Why not? It's not like the dragons can be any worse." "If only Blair were here," Robbie muttered. "A phoenix could wipe out all the magic in no time, and I bet those dragons wouldn't be able to fly or spit lava without magic." "I wish Molly were here," Emily countered. "She'd turn them all to stone." Hal wished for that too, but mostly he wished he could turn back time and undo the whole incident. "We can't refreeze them," Dewey said, "and I don't see how we can trap them in this cavern. I agree with Lauren. We blow them up, bring the ceiling down on them." He bit his lip. "And maybe on us." "Abby," Lauren said. "Darcy, Em, Robbie." The 4 of them slowly nodded. "Okay, then, it's decided." "Hey," Thomas complained. "Am I invisible?" Lauren sighed. "Are you with us or not?" "Well, yeah, but it's nice to be asked." So it was decided. Emily insisted on helping, and she collected up the 2 orange rocks while Lauren grabbed the 3 blue ones. Hal wanted to help as well, but a dragon throwing tiny rocks seemed like overkill. Feeling glum and useless, he watched as the girls transformed and flew off. Emily buzzed noisily, her serpent tail hanging down in an S shape. Lauren flapped hard, putting on speed. The rest of the group watched anxiously. The nest of eggs had reached full thaw by now. At one end, across the other side of the cavern, rapidly growing dragons squirmed and hopped over one another as they shed layers of skin and left grey sludge behind. At the other end, the most recent hatchlings clambered from their shells, squawking and screeching. In the center, they avoided getting too close to the eerie, pulsing dome of black smoke. "Ready?" Lauren screeched. Emily yelled back, "Ready!" Multiple dragons looked upward, but it was too late. 5 glowing geo-rocks shot down into the nest, a couple at a time from a great height. The girls immediately fled the scene as fast as their wings could take them. Explosions rocked the cavern. The noise was deafening, far louder than Hal expected. They all clapped their hands over their ears and cowered on the floor as the mountain went baboom and crack, and a giant wave of magical energy blasted outward from the target sites. Everyone's hair stood fully on end, charged with static. Their clothes crackled and snapped. Their stomachs flip-flopped. Hal realized with a shock that he'd lost his hearing. Everything had gone eerily quiet, no more than a high-pitched whine, and he could tell the others suffered the same problem because they each waggled fingers in their ears and shook their heads. The carnage was spectacular. Amid a hazy cloud of mist and debris, 2 new portals had popped into existence, one high above, near the cavern's ceiling, and the other embedded in a wall. The 3 blue geo-rocks hadn't created new portals. They'd simply exploded. It was impossible to say how many dragons had been caught up in the blasts, but they might not have died. They were tough. The tremors had likely been felt far above in the Yeti's Mahala. The domed ceiling remained intact, though. Abigail was busy shouting to Hal, but his ears still rang. She pointed toward the zigzagging crack in the wall, her meaning clear even if her words were muted. "Gotta go!" Sound began to rush back into Hal's ears. He and the others got up off the floor and hurried toward the fissure in the wall, eager to escape into the starry night beyond. Lauren pumped her wings and almost flew out without stopping. Emily followed, her silvery form shining in the light of all the sizzling lava in the nest. The rest of them needed Hal to get them out of there. He transformed. As his friends and grey hair climbed aboard, Willowstump suddenly reappeared, and in the nick of time. He took one look at the chaos and hurried to join Hal's passengers. After launching, Hal got a better view of the nest. He almost felt sorry for the dragons. It was impossible to count the survivors, but he figured a good many had been lost to the explosions. Dead or alive, they were out of the picture, but that still left hundreds to deal with. The hatchlings began to fly, hovering above the nest in some sort of formation, as if waiting for a command to escape. It seemed they were sticking together, and that meant waiting a little longer for the rapidly growing stragglers to lose their outer shell and take to the air. A sea of reds, plus blues, greens, yellows, blacks, and 3 whites. Why were they different? Hal couldn't figure it out, and he probably never would. He flew toward the zigzagging crack. On the count of 3, Willowstump flashed his geo-rock and transported them through the wall and outside. Hal headed into the much cooler air of the night sky. Everything seemed better outside, calmer and safer, not as noisy and chaotic, and far less smoky. But when he circled around and passed by the cavern again, the crack in the rocky slope glowed bright red and looked like a river of lava oozing from a volcano. "What have I done?" Hal moaned to himself. "They'll be escaping any moment now, and then we're done for." Chapter 22. A Desperate Act. Hal flew straight up to the Yeti's Mahala entrance and landed. Impatiently, he reverted to human form and made them all tumble from his back in a chorus of shouts and yelps. Lauren and Emily came flying in separately, joining the disheveled group half a minute later. "Seriously, Hal," Thomas griped, "you couldn't—" Hal cut him off. "Everyone, listen!" His commanding tone shut all of them up in a heartbeat. He took a deep breath and avoided Abigail's gaze. "Go home. I have a plan, and it's the worst plan ever. But I have to do something. I caused this, and I have to make it right." "But," Abigail started, "no time to talk." He gave each of them a final glance. "You're the best friends I ever had. Well, the only friends I ever had, but still the best. Willowstump, go home and tell your leader what's been going on. Greyhair, tell your elder that the Hydra was brave and—" He broke off and swallowed. Tears filled Abigail's eyes, and she hurried forward. "Hal, please, whatever you're thinking about doing—" Backing away, he held up his hand and stopped her in her tracks. "I love you," he said quietly. Then he transformed and launched, flapping his wings hard and diving away from the icy plateau. The sounds of his yelling friends echoed into the night. "Don't think about it. Don't think about it," he thought, with gritted fangs as he flew down the mountainside. Seeing the glowing red fissure, he tore toward it and landed. He wasted no time and reverted to human form so he could scramble through to the cavern. There, he threw himself into the air and transformed again, immediately taking flight. The heat was intense. He could hardly believe they'd all been here a short while ago. The ice floor had a wet sheen to it now, and when he hovered high over the nest amid a few hundred angry screeches, he had to wonder how long it would be before the entire cavern returned to the shallow lake it had once been. Except maybe it wouldn't. The water would pour into the giant portal in the center of the nest and cascade down into whatever lay in the old Earth version of the mountain. Dragons came at him. He knew they would. Like angry hornets, the Reds shot toward him with heavy sprays of lava spewing from their jaws. He waited until the last second, then rammed his way through, sending them tumbling. Molten liquid seared his body and he grimaced. A dozen black dragons joined forces and attacked from his rear. Unlike the screaming Reds, they flew in silence. They seemed bigger than the rest. He led them on a chase around the cavern, curious to know what they would do, and they pursued him. Though he got the sense he could outpace them, despite the confines of the cavern. Still, he could only fly in a large circle, and they were smart enough to cut across that circle to intercept him. They rammed him. As he'd done to the Reds, the two in the lead dipped their heads and slammed against his side. He expected a powerful shove, but the force of their impact took him by surprise, and he tumbled and flapped out of control. He caught himself before crunching down on the glistening ice, but he felt winded, knocked off his game. The black dragons came around again, clearly wanting to pummel him to death. It took only a few beats of his wings to plunge at a shallow angle into the massive dome-like portal in the middle of the nest. He half expected to collide with solid rock the moment he arrived in old Earth. But instead he found himself in sudden solitude, an immense cavern, very like the one he'd left only without the ice. Breathing fire, he lit up the rock walls as he flew around the perimeter. If anything, this place was even bigger and darker. It felt empty and devoid of life, despite several red dragons and streams of lava. There was no ice lake in this reality, only pools of water here and there, so the portal hung above an uneven rock floor. There was no zigzagging crack in the wall, no long, winding chute to slide down from far above, only a deadly drop. There was, however, a blast of hot air escaping from a narrow fissure somewhere over to the side, the raw state of the exit shaft Hal had escaped by with the first egg. This was likely how the New Earth cavern had started out. The Hydra had built it up, constructed walls and chambers around its edge, built a chute, formed a well, and sealed up gaps so the water level rose and became a lake. It had... Screeches broke him out of his amazement. Red dragons came at him, and he returned to business. Maybe they didn't understand where they were, but Hal did, and he shot toward the smoky black portal, which was barely visible in the darkness. He crashed through to New Earth amid another mass of red dragons. He received another painful stinging from their lava eruptions and decided enough was enough. It was time to do what he'd come to do. He sought out the first of the white dragons and dropped down on it. It roared and tried to squirm free, but Hal gripped it between his powerful claws and flapped upward away from the nest and splashes of lava. Sizzling smoke poured off his hide as he took his prisoner high. The chaos he caused almost made him smile. Red dragons milled about in the air. Black dragons raced past him, unwilling to ram him, while he held their precious white leader.
What are you doing?
A surprisingly loud voice hissed in his head. Nothing safe, Hal growled. He closed his eyes and aimed for the smaller portal embedded in the outside wall of the cavern. It wasn't far from the zigzagging fissure, only higher up. He shot through without pause. When he didn't slam into a solid surface, he cracked his eyes open and found himself outside in the night air. A quick glance behind confirmed it. The portal protruded from the mountainside, and the absence of the zigzagging crack told him he was again in old Earth. Letting out a roar of triumph, he breathed fire and began to climb. The white dragon wriggled to free itself from his grasp, but he grimly held on.
The brood will not abandon me.
The whispery voice boomed in his head.
They will pursue you until the ends of the earth.
Hal refrained from answering or even thinking about his crazy idea. The less the white dragon knew, the better. Behind him, red dragons spilled from the portal. It gave him a shiver to see them. They almost looked like blood cascading from the mountain, an eruption from a gigantic black boil on the rocky surface. He shuddered at the idea and returned his attention to the front. He had a destination in mind, and it would take him a minute to get his bearings. He kept up a good pace. His far larger size might not be as nimble as those smaller dragons, but once he built up speed, he could outpace them. Not that he wanted to leave them behind. He stayed well ahead, but not so far that they would give up.
You are leading them somewhere,
the white dragon said.
You are using me as bait. Where are we going?
Somewhere safe, Hal muttered in dragon speak.
Safe for whom?
For everyone, you included. The white dragon scoffed in his head.
Nobody is safe from our kind. We will destroy those who stand in our way. There is no safe from us, and we are strong. We are a hive mind with one purpose, and that purpose is your extinction.
Hal could almost hear the hate in its voice. No, not hate. It was worse than that. It spoke with the kind of indifference one might feel toward squashing an annoying fly. But why? He asked.
Why would we not?
That's no answer. When the white dragon said nothing further, Hal glanced back. He gasped at the stream of red dragons trailing him, or mostly red anyway. It was impossible to count them all. Old Earth had plenty of large towns, but was sparsely populated. He passed by a small town of brick and concrete, then another, making sure to give them a wide berth in case any red dragons spewed lava. To his right were tall buildings in the heart of a sprawling city. Electric lights pricked the darkness. The world was getting back on its feet after 13 years underground. The last thing Old Earthers needed was an invasion of deadly dragons. But then, neither did New Earthers. How many of you are left? He asked.
You and your kind dispatched 111.
That's all? Hal blurted.
We remain 834 strong, but that will change. We are maturing, Hal. In 14 days from now, our numbers will double. And then we will double again.
What? Even though Hal grunted his words, he still managed to stammer. How is that
possible? Because we are infused with the lifeblood of the mountain itself.
Hal took a moment to figure that out. The lifeblood of... Do you mean the blue georocks? The white dragon didn't answer. Is that it? When you say lifeblood, you mean the magic deep inside the mountain? The mother dragon who found a way in was just an ordinary dragon searching for a nesting place, and she... He trailed off, unable to find the words. Grey Hair had been right. The dragon had stumbled upon the strongest source of energy in New Earth, the blue magic under Yeti Mountain. While he already knew the answer, he couldn't help blurting, "But how come she laid so many eggs?" His prisoner chuckled.
She didn't, Hal. But we doubled our number, then doubled again and again, until we were frozen.
How do you know my name?
Enough of your inane questions. Where are you leading the brood?
Well, if you're so smart and clever, why don't you tell me? Hal mentally punched the air. If you're so super strong, why don't you wriggle free of my claws and escape, huh? If your brood is so amazing, why don't they catch up to me and help you? Answer me that! But the white dragon fell silent. And brood's a stupid word, Hal added. Glancing back, he was a little shocked at how the 834 dragons had closed the gap a little. They flew tirelessly, full of anger and determination, yet their smaller wings simply couldn't match his, although maybe if they keep growing. With a shock, he realized that might actually be the case. Could it be they'd shucked off another layer of skin since leaving the mountain, grown some more, lengthened their wings? He gently increased his cruising speed from comfortable to slightly urgent. He hadn't yet tapped into panic stations or fly for your very life. This made him smile. According to Robbie, there was another level he'd never reached, known as ludicrous speed. In any case, he was okay for the moment. Maintaining his deathly grip on the white dragon, he realized it too had grown, heavier and wider. That alarmed him. What if it grew so big that he couldn't hold it? "I'm surprised you're not trying to bite me anymore," he said, in an attempt to engage the dragon in conversation. Maybe he could somehow distract it from growing. "You must have realized how weak you are against a full-sized monster like me." As hoped, the white dragon took the bait.
Weak? I may be incapacitated at this moment, but the situation will reverse itself in due course. I am patient, as is the brood.
Hal scoffed again at the dumb word. Brood! It sounded so pompous. "Didn't you call your dragons a hatch before?"
They are not my dragons, Hal. I am simply one of them. We belong to the slain mother. She laid a clutch of eggs, and the eggs became a hatch of newborns, and that hatch became a brood. Soon, we will be fully grown.
"And then you'll be what?"
A thunder.
Hal scoffed again. "Where do you get all this? These are words made up by humans. Why are you so keen to talk like a human when all you want to do is slaughter us all?"
Hal, I am unlike any dragon you have ever known. I have inherited the knowledge of all those who set foot in the mountains over the centuries. The walls are filled with conversations. Emotions taint the ice. Tears and laughter have soaked through the cracks. The magic embedded in the rock, which has now passed to me, holds more knowledge than you can imagine. Knowledge of you and your people, Hal, and it's why the brood must rid this world of the blight that is humankind.
Hal sighed. This was beginning to sound like another crazy centaur leader bent on the extinction of humans before they overpopulated and ruined the planet. Only this time, instead of a sneaky virus, it was a gang of lava-breathing dragons. "Yeah, not today," he said. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take you to a place I know where you can all land and hang out, and then we're going to work this through before things get awkward. Because if you make us fight," he warned, "we will win." The white dragon's laughter echoed in his head.
Mark my words, Hal. Before dawn breaks, you will be dead.
"Stop calling me by my name," he snapped. "It's freaky and weird." The journey was coming to an end. Ahead lay the coast. He recognized the old Earth city and its tall buildings. Despite the late hour, plenty of lights lit up windows and streets. He was glad of the night, because a huge dragon followed by 834 smaller dragons would have given residents heart attacks. As before, he made sure to give the city a wide berth. Nothing would stop the dragons from veering off and attacking, but it seemed their sole interest was sticking with their leader, like bees to their queen. Although being hatched from the same clutch of eggs, she was more like a big sister than a queen. He made it to the sea at last. Ahead lay his destination, and he angled toward it, suddenly anxious. He couldn't let a single dragon escape, and that meant keeping them together and getting them down on the ground as fast as possible. With that in mind, he put on some extra speed, as if suddenly eager to be rid of his followers. The brood screeched in anger. The night was filled with the noise, and Hal prayed anyone on the ground would be suitably warned and take cover.
I am curious,
the white dragon said.
What is this place?
Hal said nothing, Spotting a lighthouse poking from a thick layer of fog, he shot over the top and scoured the island for a place to land. Not in black woods, not among the houses, not too close to the docks or cliffs, but maybe somewhere inland, a meadow large enough to accommodate a massive fleet of dragons. Seeing the school building's white spire, he circled around and dropped like a rock. He knew the neighboring meadow was plenty big enough. It was down there under that blanket of fog. He plummeted into the gloom and leveled off. Still cruising low to the ground, he let go of his prisoner. The white dragon tumbled and flopped until it rolled to a stop and sprang angrily to its feet. By this time, Hal had cruised to the far end of the meadow. There, his flight ended abruptly and he crashed down. When he righted himself, he peered through the fog and saw an eerie black mass descending on the meadow, 834 dragons coming in for a crash landing alongside their big sister. Endless thuds and screeches swept across the grassy slopes, and it took a full minute before they petered out. After that came a strange silence, and Hal could almost hear the brood's confusion.
Why are we here?
They were probably asking.
What does the human hope to gain from this foolishness?
But with the fog at full thickness across the island, the dragons would soon be asking a new question.
Why are we unable to fly?
Since the fog contained an agent designed to hamper flight, Hal reverted to human form and set off across the meadow, heading for Black Woods. He imagined it wouldn't be long before the white dragon figured out his ploy, that landing on this foggy island was a one-way ticket. The dragons could flap about close to the ground, but they'd never be able to soar out of the fog into the clear sky above. Nor could they escape by staying close to sea level. They would drop into water and end up floundering. They could swim, but they wouldn't get far with a sea serpent patrolling the bay as it used to. And that was exactly what Hal needed to arrange as fast as possible. He ran, aware of the distant screeches and roars. It wasn't long before some of the dragons caught up to him. As he'd feared, the brood flapped about low to the ground, spreading in all directions to find him. They flew much faster than he ran, and he had red dragons on his tail when Blackwoods was still a mere smudge on the crest of the hill. They spotted him and roared. He moaned with fear, knowing he had no chance out in the open like this, not in human form anyway. He transformed again, then swung around to deal with the attackers. 4 of them swooped in, already spitting lava on their approach. Hal breathed fire, though he didn't expect it to help much. These small dragons were built to withstand the heat of molten liquid, and fiery flames probably felt like a warm breath to them. He tried to leap aside, but streams of the red-hot liquid spattered his hide and drilled holes through his wings. He wasn't yet fully recovered from previous damage, and now he was suffering more. The lava stung and burned, and he flinched and roared, trying to bat at the dragons as they shot by overhead. They veered around to attack him again, and Hal resumed his escape, running for Black Woods with his wings beating and tail swishing. He managed to get some lift, which speeded things up a little, but the red dragons had plenty of time to circle around for another attack. Their sizzling lava hurt all the more because they crossed overhead in succession, and he was hit by all 4 streams. Gasping and groaning, he staggered and barely managed to stumble onward. But the fog darkened as more dragons drew near. He was a giant sitting target. As the 4 came around again, he waited until the last second before reverting to human form and crouching in a ball, trying to make himself as small as possible. It worked, mostly. Great gobs of superheated plasma splashed down, and while most of it missed, quite a few drops hit his arms and shoulders. He screamed in pain and almost blacked out. Instinct caused him to transform again, and then he was able to stagger on. Black Woods lay ahead. Another attack, and this time he remained in dragon form and took the brunt of it. His wings were useless, broken and melted, his body pockmarked with smoking holes. In a daze, he reached the fringes of black woods just as the 4 dragons and a legion of others flew in with a terrifying, united screech. The very first trees he stumbled past were hammered with lava, and they sizzled and groaned and caught on fire within seconds. He kept moving, crashing through the vegetation, uncaring of where he was headed. The dragons roared from outside the woods, and some tried to enter, but these woods were far denser than on Bigfoot Mountain, and navigating the tightly clustered trees meant folding their wings and hopping around on foot. Some tried. But Hal reverted to human form and hid. He rolled under a fallen tree trunk and squeezed into a small space, then buried himself in leaves and twigs, and he lay there in silence as a few red dragons stomped about and sniffed the air. Hal was badly hurt. He couldn't even begin to assess his injuries. The agony spread all over. He didn't want to inspect the raw burns. He had no desire to poke and prod and figure out the worst damage. He only wanted to lie still and wait for the danger to pass. If it passed. Chapter 23. The Deadly Island. Hal woke and sucked in a breath as pain enveloped him. Panting and wincing, with tears flowing, he opened his eyes and stared up into the treetops. Fog had never been too thick within Black Woods, thanks to its dense vegetation, but neither had the daylight, so everything seemed gloomy and dark. But no longer night. What time was it? How long had he been there? Hearing nothing but the gentle rustle of branches moving in a breeze and the constant chirps of distant birds, Hal gritted his teeth and rolled out from under the tree trunk. Or started to. As soon as he moved, the pain hit him so hard that he wanted to scream. So he transformed where he lay, and the trunk shifted slightly as his bulk pressed up against it. He reverted to human form, then shifted again and again, 10 times or more, thanking his lucky stars he had the ability to heal, because he couldn't imagine life with such horrible burns. Shuddering, he came to rest after maybe 13 transformations back and forth. It exhausted him, but the burns were reduced to sores and aches. He could shift a few more times, but something told him he needed to suffer a little bit of pain. It wasn't right that he should get away with 0 discomfort simply because he had the ability to heal. Ordinary people wouldn't be so lucky. Wincing, he got to his feet and started moving. As he walked, he couldn't help noticing how his smart clothes remained damaged, blackened and full of holes. Even the magical silk had taken a beating. He walked for what seemed like ages, trying to get his bearings. Robbie would know the way, but the woods were so dense that no path existed. Everything looked the same. Except... He paused to listen. A stream. Locating its source, he stuck close to it, knowing it led in the approximate direction he needed to go. "I have to congratulate you, Hal." He halted. The whispery voice filled his head, and he spun around. Seeing nothing, he wondered if he'd imagined it. With all the knowledge of centuries passed down by generations of mountain inhabitants as well as humans, not once has this island ever been mentioned, nor has this mysterious fog that seems to interfere with our flight. "What is this place, Hal?" Hal ground his teeth and refrained from answering. He still couldn't see the source of the voice. "No matter. I sense your movement, and I am coming for you. You may stumble about in these trees as you wish, but I will find you. And then you and I shall talk, and by the end of that talk, you will have shown me how to escape this island." "Not likely," Hal muttered, turning to hurry on his way. He heard nothing more for a minute, but then, as he started to recognize where he was, the sounds of rustling bushes and cracking twigs filled the air, and he knew the white dragon was in hot pursuit. Either it heard his footsteps or felt his active mind. "I see you, Hal." Hal spun around, and to his horror caught a flash of white behind a distant thicket. The dragon moved into view and locked eyes with him. It was the size of a unicorn now. He continued onward, picking up his pace. The dragon crashed through the trees after him. At this rate, it would catch him within minutes. A wonderful sight came into view: the fog hole, a yawning pit in the ground leading into a tunnel, and from which belched a thick column of white fog. If it weren't for the tightly clustered trees all around, he'd have spotted that fog ages ago and found his way to it in no time. But this was why, growing up, it had taken so long for the children to figure out where all the fog across the island had come from. He ducked into the pit. It would be wide enough to accommodate the white dragon, but deeper in, the tunnel would close in soon enough, and then he'd be in a tight passage with no need to worry about any of the brood pursuing him. He'd made it. Unable to see in the foggy darkness, he made his way by touch. When he reached a narrow squeeze between rocky faces, he paused and waited, looking back along the tunnel to where daylight flooded in. Soon, that daylight dimmed, and a voice floated down to him. Curious. The source of the fog that interferes with our flight? Thank you for leading me to it, Hal. He grimaced. That hadn't been his intention, but maybe he had a head start. The dragons would take a while to block the hole, and it would take several hours for the fog to lift from the island. Hal said nothing and forged onward, blasting a little fire from his human throat once in a while to light his way. When he came to a smoky wall, he paused. This portal had been closed at one point, or more accurately, a second portal added. With two portals occupying almost the same space, it meant a traveler would pass through both in quick succession and fail to end up in a different world. One portal cancelled out the other, but that had been in the early days a somewhat clumsy attempt to close a portal. Miss Simone had since restored the tunnel to a literal passage between worlds, and now Hal was passing through to New Earth. Thank you, Hal. He paused. What for? For our breeding ground. We are still growing, and soon this land will be purged. The white dragon didn't seem to realize there were actually two lands, and Hal wasn't about to offer up the information. Not if my people can help it, he muttered. You'll all die before that happens. The fog engulfed him as he stepped through, thicker than ever. Threatening the white dragon with death left a nasty taste in his mouth, even though he knew it to be true. Old Earthers and New Earthers would unite to put a swift end to this menace. He marched on, safe at last, for now. Hal emerged from the tunnel, blinking in New Earth's sunlight. Low cliffs surrounded him, and the late morning sky was blue. A forest lay ahead, but it was nothing like the tangled mess of black woods. He wasn't surprised to see the same old goblin fog machine hard at work. He eyed it with interest as he passed. After a couple of years out of commission, here it was again, back in use for Miss Simone's tests. Just like old times, he commented. The rickety contraption made all kinds of interesting noises with its grinding engine, rattling cogs, squeaky wheels, and the wheezing bellows that pumped the fog. A goblin snoozed nearby. He was laid out flat with his hands behind his head, and his eyes squeezed shut, his snores adding to the racket. Hal gave his foot a gentle kick. Hey! The goblin jerked and blinked awake. What? Then he frowned and squinted. You, he said in a typically terse voice. What you doing here? Never mind that. Keep that machine going, otherwise we'll have hundreds of dragons on the loose. Where's Miss Simone? Lady Simone, the goblin growled, is by the lake. Hal nodded. Perfect, thanks. He headed off at a fast pace. Then, realizing that would take too long, he transformed and shot off into the sky. That made the journey to the lake very fast, and he descended on it in no time. Again, like old times, it was here that he'd first arrived in New Earth, along with his friends and a sea serpent, and the serpent was probably still here. Nearby was a cluster of huts that he recognized from previous visits. New to the scene was a large tent some goblins had erected. Miss Simone had made herself a portable science lab. Goblins sat around a nearby campfire, some roasting chestnuts, others sharpening their swords. They all glanced up and froze as Hal flew in. They remained rooted to the spot as he thudded down, then relaxed when he reverted to human form and marched into the tent. "Miss Simone," he called. She spun around, and her eyebrows shot up. Behind her, tables were covered with an array of scientific equipment, bottles and phials and stacks of books. "Hal," she said at last, "I didn't expect you back so soon. Where are the others, and—" Her mouth dropped open. "Hal, what's happened? Why are your clothes burnt and filled with holes? You look awful." He approached, and suddenly the weight of the last day or so caught up to him. Hardly knowing where to begin, he started in a shaky voice and fumbled everything. "We met the Bigfoots and the Yetis, but they were fighting about an intruder, and we got caught up in it. And then we went to Yeti Mountain and found dragon's eggs, hundreds of them, and they're dangerous, and I made a mistake and let them hatch, so I led the dragons away and brought them here to the island, where they're now stuck because of the fog, but they're going to block the fog hole and escape, and there's like 834 of them, but more are on the way, and if they escape, we'll never— Whoa, Hal, stop! Slow down! What are you talking about?" She rushed to him, and he couldn't help collapsing into her arms and shuddering with regret and dismay at the thought of what he'd done and what was still to come. "I let it get inside my head," he cried as tears welled up. "It made me do something really stupid, and instead of refreezing them, I breathed fire and thawed them, and they hatched and—" Hal, whoa, easy." She held him tight and stroked his hair. "My goodness, I've never seen you like this before. You've been in some tight spots, some dangerous situations, but you've always returned so calm and collected. First, tell me, is everyone okay?" Hal nodded and swallowed, then took a deep breath and extracted himself from her grasp. "They're fine." "Why are your eyes different?" she asked. He opened his mouth, then paused and frowned. "Huh?" After a moment, she shook her head. "Must be a trick of the light. Hal, tell me everything." "Miss Simone, I need your help. I didn't know what else to do, and then I remembered this." He waved his hands about, vaguely indicating the scientific equipment and the tent. She gripped his shoulders. "Hal Franklin," she said, in a stern voice that cut through his babbling. "Calm down and talk to me slowly, in a way I can understand. There's no time! We have to get the sea serpent across to Old Earth so it's guarding the water. And maybe there's a way to keep pumping the fog, even if they block the fog hole in Black Woods. Oh, and find Molly and Blair." He realized he was still babbling. With another deep breath, he nodded. "Okay. Urgent stuff first, then the full story later." And with a gathering crowd of goblins at the tent's entrance, he spilled the beans about the growing menace on the island. Hal couldn't stand aside and watch as an emergency plan unfolded. As he'd suggested, the sea serpent needed to be dispatched through a portal in the lake to Old Earth, where it could patrol the waters surrounding the island, as it had in the early days. If any of the dragons thought to swim out of the fog to the mainland, the enormous serpent would be there to block them. The trouble was, getting the serpent to go through the portal wasn't easy. Explaining the situation was nigh impossible. Miss Simone needed a Naga, preferably a shapeshifter on their team, and that meant Hal had to go fetch Emily from Yeti Mountain. So he set off, knowing that Miss Simone would be doing everything in her power to ensure the supply of fog to Black Woods would not get stopped up by smart dragons. As long as the fog pumped onto the island, no creature could fly off to destroy towns and cities. She had to warn the locals, though, and by locals she meant the city folk in Old Earth. Hal could only imagine the conversation. "Sorry, but we have an emergency. Some dragons are camping out on the island in the bay, and the only thing keeping them there is the fog. If the fog lifts, they'll most likely attack the first human community they see, which is this city on the coast." "What?" the mayor would cry, aghast at the news. "Then we need to shoot them down. How many are we talking about here?" 834. "What?" "And they spit lava rather than fire." Hal tore across the landscape, heading back to the Twin Mountains. Aside from fetching Emily, he desperately wanted to let Abigail know he was okay. He'd left his friends with what had sounded like a farewell message, and they probably thought he was dead. Had they gone into the cavern afterward? If so, they'd have found it empty, and they wouldn't have seen the brood flying away from the mountain, because that had occurred in Old Earth, not New Earth. In broad daylight, he found his way easily. The double summit rose on the horizon ahead. He located the smoky portal protruding from the mountainside and flew into the cavern. It was empty and silent. The temperature had cooled, but much of the ice had already melted and drained away into the dome-like portal at the center of the nest. Hundreds of cracked eggs lay open, glistening with slime. The place had lost its magical ambience. Or had it? He frowned, feeling a tingle in the air as he flew in a circle. He couldn't help noticing a curious blue aura here and there, like patches of energy-charged mist. Probably the results of the blue geo-rocks. Let's hope the magic doesn't mutate us like it mutated the eggs. A chill swept through him. What a horrible thought. He shot toward the zigzagging crack and, reverting to human form, climbed through the gap to the outside. Then he launched again, pleased to be back in New Earth with its notably sweeter air. High on the mountain, in the mouth of the Mahala, he spotted a number of figures moving about. His friends were there, along with a few others. Dewey spotted him first and yelled, and they all swung around. Then a chorus of delighted screams and shouts filled the air, and Hal felt a swell of hope that they wouldn't be too angry with him. The moment he landed, Abigail came running over. He reverted to human form just as she arrived, and he opened his mouth to say sorry, but was interrupted by her hard punch to his shoulder. "Why did you do that?" she yelled. "I thought you were dead." Tears rolled down her cheeks, and he felt awful. "I'm sorry." She punched him again, then turned her back on him, swung around again a moment later, glared, then flung her arms around him and held on tight. "I hate you," she growled. I know." He swallowed and stroked her hair. "I had to fix my mistake, and now everything is worse." His friends crowded around. "Worse how?" Thomas demanded. "What's worse than 10,000 dragons escaping the cavern?" Robbie wondered aloud. Darcy shushed them. Let him speak. As quickly as possible, Hal told them his story. Even while they were digesting the news, he backed away from them to transform. "We need to go. Emily has a sea serpent to talk to, and then we need to do everything we can to keep those dragons from leaving the island." He glanced over at Willowstump and Greyhair, who stood together like old friends with an awkward, strained relationship. "And you'll have to tell me the latest on the Bigfoots and Yetis once we're on the way." Hal paused, blinked, then did a double take. Studying his friends one at a time, he realized something odd had happened to them. Before he could say anything, Abigail leaned toward him. "Yes, we know. Our eyes have turned blue. Yours have too." "What?" Hal immediately wanted to find a mirror. "What?" "Relax," Robbie said. Of them all, the color change in his eyes was perhaps the most startling. "It's the mountain magic. Greyhair told me that Yetis once had brown eyes like the Bigfoots. It's no big deal. Now we look like Thomas, only without the red hair." "No big deal?" Hal repeated, dumbfounded. He shook his head. "We don't have time for this. Come on, we're going home." He transformed and waited while his silent friends climbed aboard. They started talking as soon as he launched and began the journey home. Elder Frostback has accepted grey hair into the Mahala, Lauren explained. Her way of congratulating him on a job well done is to nod and wave her hand dismissively. And Willow Stump will go home to the Bigfoots and tell them everything that's been happening and that grey hair didn't mean to hurt anyone, Darcy added. He doesn't expect it to go very well. Huh, Fenton went on. Seems like the Bigfoots and Yetis got off lightly. Hal lured the dragons away. It's our people we have to worry about now. Not ours, Thomas corrected him. The people of Old Earth, you mean? I think Hal did everyone a favor. Thomas, Abigail exclaimed. Several others barked at him too. That's a horrible thing to say. Why? Old Earth can deal with them. They have those helicopter things and bombs and stuff. Nobody seemed to be in the mood to set him right on the matter. Still, Hal couldn't help a huge pang of guilt when he realized that his friends and everyone he loved were safely in New Earth, while a gigantic threat stood on Old Earth's doorstep. How much more would those people lose? First a deadly virus, now a siege of dragons. The topic of blue eyes came up. Nobody seemed too concerned, saying their shape-shifting magic would soon heal them. But Hal had transformed a few times recently, and his eyes remained blue. Maybe the change was permanent. What did it even mean? Deal with it later, he told himself. Hal swooped over the town of Carter, glad that all seemed quiet and uneventful. He angled toward the Serpent's Lake some way outside town, where Miss Simone had rigged up her large research tent. Goblins were in a panic as they fetched a horse for Miss Simone. She mounted it and was about to set off when Hal descended and thudded down in front of her. The horse reared up, but she stayed seated and tossed her hair at him. "We may be too late," she said grimly. "Why, what's happened?" Emily cried. After a moment's thought, Miss Simone jumped down off her horse and hurried to join the shapeshifters on Hal's back. "Let's go. To the nearest portal. We have to get to Old Earth. I haven't seen what they're doing, but I have it on good authority that the dragons are escaping." "But how?" Robbie yelled indignantly. Hal didn't wait for her explanation. She often liked to chew on weighty subjects on her own, forgetting that others were unable to read her mind. So, amid a chorus of pleas for her to tell all, Hal launched and flew toward Carter. Most of the random portals had been closed. A careful selection remained open, some of which were monitored and guarded. One 20-foot portal floated a little off the ground in a field near the edge of the forest. Hal landed in front of it, then inched forward with his wings tucked in. After experiencing the usual moment of utter blackness, he emerged in Old Earth. The field was the same, but a road led to the city on the horizon. Where there had been forest in New Earth, here there was a coastline, and in the distance, the foggy island out in the bay. "Ooh, it's exactly the way it was before," Emily remarked. "That's the idea," Miss Simone responded. "Oh no, do you see it?" As Hal flew across the sea toward the island, the problem became obvious. Though the fog blanketed the island, the lighthouse stuck out the top on the rocky seaward side, and small dragons clambered all over it, swarming up the tower to the top and launching from there. "They figured it out," Abigail said in a dull voice. "Didn't take long," Thomas grumbled. A sense of dread settled in Hal's stomach. He didn't know how many had already escaped, but even one was too many. As he flew toward the island, he counted a dozen or more lifting into the sky. Small, agile figures, mostly red-colored, with glowing orange lava dribbling from their jaws like superheated drool. Circling like vultures around a carcass, their numbers grew steadily as more and more clambered up the lighthouse and flung themselves off. Screeches echoed across the bay. "We're done for," Robbie moaned. And this time, Hal believed him. The Island of Fog series. In the next book, Siege of Dragons, Hundreds of lava breathers are on the loose and bent on wiping out humanity. Even in his dragon form, Hal is no match for the sheer number of merciless killers sweeping across the land. Confusing matters, the shapeshifters are infected with blue magic, which gives them extra special powers that might help, but could also further endanger their lives. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.